Chapter 1101. 1001 Night. A few days later, the August 1st Chinese network project that Hogwarts renovated and expanded was completed one after another, and with the completion of a part of the project, the speed of the project construction was getting faster and faster, because the vacant Dementors and invested in the construction of other projects. Harris Castle, which stands on the heart of the Black Lake, has also been successfully completed. From a distance, the clear lake, lush forest, and the castle standing on the water are as beautiful as a fantasy, adding another scenery to Hogwarts. In the Hogwarts reconstruction and expansion area, Alan accompanied the group of principals and members of the Animagus International Symposium at his invitation to visit the new school. After the newly built commercial plaza connected to the huge Temple of Ravenclaw south of Hogwarts, especially Igor Kakarov, he did not hesitate to praise his own words. He completely ignored this new square. The scale is too large and the fact that no one has stayed in the first place seems to be deserted, but it is praising its hugeness. Hogwarts is now the world's first magic school, regardless of scale or teaching quality. Speaking of which, Kakarov seemed to realize that he was the headmaster of Deemstrom. It was too shameless to say so, so he coughed. In fact, I think its size should be regarded as the only real sense in our wizarding world. It belongs to us. The city of wizards. Now those villages and villages of wizards are nothing compared to this university city. It reminds me of a small town where many wizards live in the Salzkammergut region of Upper Austria. It is the town of Hallstatt on the shore of Lake Hallstatt. The Black Lake is just like that. The mountains and clear lakes here have turned this place into a paradise on earth. Is there a hotel by the lake? I plan to stay for a day or two before I go. If Muls can see here, it is the name of the most beautiful town in the world. The number is about to be changed to Hogwarts, and Mrs. Olim Maxim clearly felt more interested in the residential area by the river, and the houses of the wizards inspired the French design valley. After hearing a few glances at Hagrid's house where Hogwarts served as a professor of magical creature protection, she decided that after getting closer to Hagrid, she completely overthrew the one that was almost the edge of his forbidden forest. A large log cabin with a copy of a log cabin. Principal Harris, where the duties are, I must remind you that the scope expanded on the original basis has increased so much. If the Mala expulsion spell cannot be fully covered, it is likely to be invaded by the Mul if it is not eliminated in time. Mul's memory, then the magic world will be exposed. Babajida Jimba, the president of the International Wizarding Association, reminded abruptly that his eyes had been observing the details of Hogwarts after its expansion. Abekinder did not talk much before mentioning the topic of Muls. He felt particularly puzzled about Alan's invitation to attend this Animagus International seminar this time because he was forced to after the public apology. In theory, the relationship between the two parties reached a freezing point, and now the problem of Animagus defamation has nothing to do with him, but it was taken in the other party's brutal performance before this time. Thinking again and again was invited, lest Alan take the opportunity to play in what happened. Thank you for the reminder. Please rest assured, President Abekinder. Alan, who was an arrogant voice at the Federation meeting before the change, today's tone is very gentle. The Mala expulsion was originally carried out near Hogwarts Curse, and we have expanded this area now, so ordinary Muls are even more inaccessible here. They can't see Hogwarts. This made Abekind completely unintelligible in the face of his tentative warning. Alan was still so friendly to him, as if the previous discord at the International Wizards Union meeting did not exist at all. James Maxwell, the reporter of Invited Transfiguration Today, raised his head and said, "Principal Harris, I know Muls can only see a pile of ruined ruins, and the entrance says danger, no entry. The unsafe brand. I also know that you magic schools are all castes so they cannot be marked in any way. But now there is a hidden danger." The old scholar paused. "I remember that Muls electronic instruments and equipment used to be cannot be used in Hogwarts, it will be damaged automatically. because Hogwarts is full of strong magic energy, which will have a strong interference with electronic equipment. But now, if the school scope is extended so far, it may be Melon used their mole machine to detect the risks. It is true, but this problem will be resolved after the Animagus International Symposium, which is waiting for a while. Alan smiled gently at the old scholar. However, please allow me to keep it secret for a while. This is a surprise. I will reveal to you later. Seeing Alan's mood today seems to be particularly joyful. Everyone was infected by him and his surroundings, and many people also smiled. Abijin stared suspiciously at Alan, and followed him to lead these guests to continue to visit the expanded Hogwarts. After experiencing the hugeness and luxury of this place, he felt that he had found his way. He thought this was annoying. The guy is looking for a head start and let himself come over to hear him show off Hogwarts after the renovation and expansion. Guzdrian Tutley, the representative of the Animagus International Seminar, rubbed his fingers and was not in a good mood to visit the academic city. As a member of the Animagus International Seminar, he was also originally registered in Alan, one of the only 7 wizards in the world before Sri Lanka. His own animal form is a gerbil. This looks somewhat similar to his long face. Guzdrian Tutley has maintained a high degree of concern since he learned that Alan is going to carry out the Animagus transformation among students widely at the end of the last semester. So when Alan is about to hold this, when the invitation letter for the second meeting was sent to him, he immediately set off and was the first guest to arrive at Hogwarts. But at this time Tutley followed Alan all morning. He could not restrain his curiosity and got close to Alan. Principal Harris, you are going to hold the Animagus International Seminar. Would you like to start the topic soon? We will come back to visit this great wizarding city later. Mr. Tutley, please don't worry, the students still need to prepare, and the members of the British Ministry of Magic have not arrived at Hogwarts. They will register the little wizards at the meeting. Alan spoke slowly. Mr. Tutley, if you are tired, shall I arrange for you and Mr. James Maxwell to take a break first? The 3 brooms provided us with a lot of cold drinks today. No, don't bother. Principal Harris, you continue to lead the way. James Maxwell, the old man, seemed very energetic. Seeing him reply to Tutley could only suppress the excitement in his heart and follow the crowd to continue the visit. After leaving the square south of Hogwarts by the Black Lake and heading west, a group of people led by Alan entered the Hogwarts Elementary School in the forest. Children in this bright-looking castle, the sound of playfulness filled their ears at once. In the square, the adult wizard led a group of young children to shuttle between various fairy tale sculptures, and organized these children to play games. A few children were cast into a bubble by the wizard teacher's spell, and they were in the sky outside the castle, crashing around, reaching out to stop the faculty and staff who wanted to come and ask. After Alan and the guests entered the castle, the slightly older wizards in the classroom showed a more orderly classroom, and the grey and translucent ghost professors in the room faced a group of small. The sorcerer used his boring voice to teach the history of magic according to the text. Today, it seems to be the sorcerer version of the 1001 Night story collection. Professor Binns, a seemingly old ghost, has a few confusion spells in Alan. Under the influence, I did not find that my teaching location was no longer at Hogwarts headquarters. Is that Professor Binns? I remember he was a professor of the history of magic at Hogwarts. My students from the top 3 tournaments told me that they didn't seem to like it. Well, I mean they all like him very much. Lesson. Kukelef wiped his sweat and he sneered. Don't mind, dear Igor. The course taught by Binns is indeed more suitable for teaching elementary students. Compared with the larger wizards, these children who have not been exposed to the spell are obviously more interested in these magical history. Alan, looking through the classroom's transparent glass window, Punalo's nominal apprentice, the little girl Patricia, is sitting in the first row of the classroom, with her arms on her cheeks, listening very carefully. Oh, that's Mr. Jidro Lockhart. Mrs. Maxim's volume increased slightly. Everyone looked down on the sight of Principal Bushbrothton. At this time, a ghost stretched out of the wall into his head, and some ghosts exposing the back half of the body were suspended not far from them, apparently peeking at the students in this teacher. The situation of our class. Hearing the sound of someone calling his name outside the wall, the male ghost quickly pulled his body out of the wall, and he was Jidero Lockhart, who was just the ghost of the new Academy of Ravenclaw. Oh, sirs and ladies and gentlemen. I'm just curious about the teaching method in elementary school. Jidero Lockhart showed an iconic and handsome smile to everyone, and blinked to explain. He didn't want to be man as regarded as of children, but apparently he has only recently become a ghost. He hasn't fully adapted to his new life yet. No one regards him as abnormal now in his state. Mrs. Maxim smiled gracefully and beckoned. She introduced the disdainful guests around her. You read the book www.uukanzu.com. Mr. Lockhart recently published a new book called Breaking with Death Eaters. It's his story of a mole child escaping from the Death Eater base camp. This is his own true experience. Principal Harris also wrote a testimony for him. After reading this book, I admire him. It's not easy to change from evil to being a real hero. This long-lost compliment made Lockhart's signature smile more natural, and he perfectly revealed his 8 teeth. In fact, the mole little girl rescued by Mr. Lockhart is in class. She is a wizard. I think he was just paying attention to the child he saved, Alan said with a whimper. Then looking at Mrs. Maxim quietly, this book was only available a few days ago. Due to Jidero's previous reputation as a swindler in the magic world, sales are not too good for the time being, and some female book fans are supporting him. And Mrs. Maxim has finished reading so soon. It seems that Mrs. Maxim, who has always been rational and elegant, is also a hidden fan of Lockhart. Speaking of this, Principal Harris, I'm curious. What kind of courses does the Hogwarts Elementary School set for children? Mrs. Maxim paused. Please forgive me for my abruptness, Alan. Just as a reminder, regarding the lessons of these little wizards under the age of 10, please do not arrange for them to use magic. Their magic power is unstable, and it is easy to have riots and unexpected dangers. Tweet. Hogwarts in Other Worlds recommend a new book by the Black Alchemist. The brief introduction is as follows. Matthew Wickfield has always believed that he has traveled to the world of Harry Potter. His true identity is a mole wizard who is about to go to Hogwarts to study. He guessed very right, but also very wrong. He does go to Hogwarts, but it is no longer the warm, happy and naive magic school in his memory. The night has fallen. The reign of the devil is continuing, mystery and fear spread, blood and death are accompanied. The only hope was already imprisoned on the Tower of Newmangard. Harry Potter, Invincible Learning pushes the book, Hogwarts in Other Worlds in hand. Please wait a moment, after the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. The full text update of Harry Potter, Invincible Learning, keep in mind the URL. Chapter 1102 Injured Muscles. Don't worry about Mrs. Maxim. Principal Harris must know that the curriculum design of these little wizards should have nothing to do with magic. Karkaroff used his sweet false voice, full of enthusiasm, and took the initiative to explain for his master. After finishing talking, Karkaroff glanced at Alan's cheek quietly, seeing that the other party had no objection, and he was secretly proud of himself since Principal Harris defeated Voldemort in the live broadcast. He was very thankful that he held the right thigh. Madam, Igor is right. Alan deliberately called Karkaroff's name to make him smile, and then he turned his head and continued. This wizarding elementary school does not involve the actual use of magic power at all. Like as I announced before, it just unifies the basic cultural education of the little wizards and avoids the uneven standard of first-year students in the past. Principal Harris. A gentle female voice sounded from the corner, and a female teacher in a teacher's uniform walked out of the classroom next to her. She was still holding a mole math textbook. She only found out after she called. A lot of wizards followed behind Alan. His eyes became a little frightened. Alan was stunned, and recognized that the female teacher with short haircut was the mother of Patricia Jr., Nancy, Good morning, how is it? Have you adapted to life in the wizarding world? Mr. Lockhart has helped us a lot, and everyone treats us very well. Nancy suppressed the fear of the strange wizard in her heart. If you have any needs, let Lockhart tell me. You can go ahead. Alan saw the other's uncomfortableness, and knew that she had been traumatized, and she couldn't adapt too much to contact with strange wizards. After waiting for the other party to leave, Abakind watched for a while, walked over and frowned and asked, Principal Harris, if I understand correctly, this female teacher seems to be a mole. This is a mathematics teacher in the elementary school. The mathematics course of the Wizarding Elementary School directly introduced mole textbooks, so we hired this lady. Alan explained calmly, and her daughter is actually a wizard. So it's like the little wizards from moles who were able to take their parents around Diagon Alley. This doesn't violate any rules. In fact, she is the mole that Lockhart saved. Karkaroff once again robbed him and said, President Abakind, there is nothing fuss about, not to mention the appearance of pure moles at Hogwarts. A few people just say what they say. These people who don't believe in magic will treat him as a lunatic, that's it. Principal Harris. Miss Granger ordered me to come and inform you that the Ministry of Magic and the TV station are ready. An employee dressed in an umbrella also walked into the elementary school and saluted A.I. Allen. Guzdry and Tutley of the Animagus International Symposium took the opportunity to propose, then President Harris, let us do the business first before continuing to visit the Bock family mansion. In that room with an extraordinary fireplace, Herbert Bock is sitting in a wheelchair in front of the TV. He wears a lens inlaid with crystals and constantly adjusts the focus. Reading glasses, watching the live broadcast of the Hogwarts Animagus International Symposium on Wizard TV. Although the weather outside today was a bit hot, he still had a thin blanket on his legs in a constant temperature room. Seeing the magnificent number of wizards watching the meeting venue on TV, Herbert Bock raised his hand, and the butler Alfred behind him immediately stepped forward, bowed and listened and said, Master. The room was silent, and there was a table clock on the shelf next to the fireplace, and the ticking sound of the table clock made the atmosphere more solidified. Harris. Herbert's old voice looked very gloomy. How did you arrange things? Sparks exploded from the fireplace, and scattered mud fragments splashed onto the bricked floor. Alfred bowed lower. He said cautiously, Master, there is an event for Harris today. Millicent intends to use this international event held at Hogwarts to make Marcus to instigate the horse people, if it can be made in front of so many people. Idiot. Herbert's voice was hoarse and low. What can we do if this kind of thing is successful? The number of inspections by the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella has become more frequent, and how much has our business lost? Does the child retaliate? Alfred was frightened by his sullen expression, and quickly said, Master, I have already been in touch with the matter you explained. It would be good if this matter can cause them to be embarrassed today. This kind of little thing that can't hurt Harris, you should not participate in it, and focus on your own task. Herbert let himself relax in the wheelchair, continue to contact them. If this animagus does not come out today, what accident? Harris will definitely show up again. But it's good for us. The threat that the Harris family now poses is no longer aimed at the United Kingdom. Did the contestants in the duel contest agree to pressure? Not enough. But the Master. The plan is still under control. Alfred arranged the blanket on his lap for the Master, and then stepped out. Back at Hogwarts, in the new magical combat class, the little wizards who were about to undergo transformation were standing in the middle of the field neatly wearing their new school uniforms and robes, quietly waiting for the upcoming assessment. Harris TV station has also set up cameras all around. Several wizard photographers are shooting the audience who heard the news from the stands. The host Furong is looking at some parchment papers and waiting for the official live broadcast. Ready. Alan took the principals and the members of the Animagus International Symposium to sit in the front row of the stands. The British Minister of Magic Owen also came to the scene, and he took some officials from the Ministry of Magic to sit at these transformation wizards. On the opposite side of the stand, as the main person in charge of the International Magic Cooperation Department, Daisy also attended this international conference, because there are too many little wizards to transform today, and many Ministry of Magic officials also played guest roles in the arena. I am ready to register and record. This is also the first time so many eras have appeared on campus after the expansion of Hogwarts. They also came to the scene today as the personal guards of officials. The parents of the little wizards were planned to be in the second area slightly higher behind Alan and the others. The wizards who came to see the lively wizards were invited to the third floor. Now the atmosphere of this arena is like a Quidditch final. It's usually lively. Seeing so many students waiting quietly for transformation, the sitting wizards whispered to each other in surprise. The number of these transformations was beyond their expectations. Alan took out his pocket watch and checked the time. He stood up and bowed slightly to apologize. "Everyone, I'm really sorry. I will accompany you for a while to prepare the surprise for everyone. Please forgive me." "Principal Harris, we are well taken care of here, so go ahead," Karkaroff said graciously. Seeing Alan turned around and left, Gusdry and Tutley choked in his throat when he wanted to ask .mtlnovel.com, but there are so many people off the court. A Bacon squeezed the armrest of the seat and frowned. He was secretly annoyed. His alma mater Vagado in Africa is also planning to study the transformation of a large number of wizards into animagus. And now after the expansion of Hogwarts, not only has the scale surpassed it, but it also seems to be a big step ahead of other schools in transfiguration. How could it be? So many wizards. Maybe there are auxiliary wizards involved. It is impossible for so many wizards to participate in the transformation. Gusdry and Tut shook his head vigorously. To the gerbil animagus from the bottom of his heart, the wizard said that he didn't want the ability he had acquired with great effort to become popular. Mrs. Maxim turned to the wizard reporter in Transfiguration today with thick-soled glasses and dressed as an old scholar. "Mr. Driver, as an authority on Transfiguration, does anyone have such a high success rate?" The possibility of animagus transformation method. Although so far, the number of people who can transform animagus is still small, these little wizards are likely to have other tasks. Driver took off his glasses and wiped it vigorously. "Our transformation today, the winner of the most potential newcomer award this year, has already been decided to be Principal Harris, but if he is really successful today, maybe we have to leave him with another award alone, otherwise this is not enough." Chapter 1103. This is a new technology copied from our Vagado School of Magic. Hermione, dressed in a protective umbrella, and Professor McGonagall, who is an expert on Hogwarts transfiguration, are opening the presentation. Hermione pointed at herself with the tip of her wand, the thick end facing the audience, and the voice spread throughout the arena. "For the development of the entire magic world, we will share the safer and more effective animagus transformation method with wizards. In order to reduce the damage caused by animagus, reduce the difficulty of transformation, and promote the improvement of wizards' magic level, the latest research results and methods of Principal Harris on animagus will be announced next." It's so simple, so I have to directly announce the deformation method? Gusdry and Tutley couldn't believe his ears. Mrs. Maxim applauded gracefully. Mr. Driver was so excited that he hurriedly pulled out the parchment. Abekinder was so nervous that he breathed a little bit, and his heart was drumming, waiting for Hermione to continue to announce. There was enthusiastic applause and cheers from the stands. Ron looked around at the cameras around him, envying him. He scratched his red hair hard and complained to Harry with regret, "Alas, we should use the school to teach the way to transform ... Now that we can't transform into Neville and Seamus, they can't help but want to eat us." According to the previous analysis of Professor Cravat, theirs is actually not very practical. Harry also sighed. "Actually, I think the most useful one is from Ravenclaw College. At least it can fly." I knew that we shouldn't have listened to Dumbledore's arrangements to transform directly. Gryffindor's form is much more prestigious than ours. Sirius, a member of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic, had long taken the opportunity. Moyu sat on the side of the godson. He was lying on the chair and looked a little arrogant. However, He also reported my familiar's name and it was considered a point of fame. After the old witch in the painting heard the news, "At least maybe you can curse me a few prodigals." Serious, you'd better speak quietly. Don't let Director Josephine Harris catch you slipping over to the student seat. Ginny reminded and shook her head disapprovingly. In addition, I think Mrs. Black will even take Alan with you and call you both prodigal. President Harris entrusted the honor of publishing this matter to me and Professor McGonagall. The specific transformation methods and precautions are in the Hogwarts Animagus Transformation Manual that you have obtained. Next, I invite Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transformation at Hogwarts, to explain to everyone. Hermione raised the color booklet in her hand, and then surrendered her position to Professor McGonagall. Immediately 3 cameras were pointed at Professor McGonagall, while other cameras were capturing the expressions of other wizards. Gusdrian Tutley jerked his head down and flipped through the exquisitely printed color manual. Mr. Driver's face was almost buried in the manual. This method is Principal Alan Harris' method of improving the transformation power of Animax from the Black family, his own research on transfiguration and magic animagus, and his research on potions. This is a brand new method combined with technologies. Let's see the actual effect. Professor McGonagall gave an order and was soon in the center of this arena. These little wizards who did not stand in 4 branches but mixed together. In terms of location, they were replaced by male lions and lionesses with reddish-brown hair, giant eagles with bronze feathers, badgers with black and white stripes on their faces, and large snakes entrenched and vomiting snake lettuce from this group. Judging from the performance of the students, they should have been successful for at least a few days. Harris TV's lens quickly captures those moments of successful transformation, and the lens is constantly changing directions. The staff of the Ministry of Magic were also disrupted by this speed. Some hurriedly began to register, some hysterically calling one by one below. Really so many? The old reporter of Transfiguration today stood up directly with the agility of a young man, and shouted incoherently, "So many wizards. All deformed. A little bit on the invitation letter from Principal Harris. No disclosures." The 4 forms correspond to Hogwarts College animals. Madame Maxim's hands were tightly gripped on the armrests. Her body was sitting upright, her eyes could not leave the court at all. Does this mean if they want to, can become any creature you want to be? Abkind listened to Mrs. Maxim's words, and noticed that there were indeed only 4 forms of animals in the field. Abkind felt bad about the directional transformation method he was familiar with a hunch. He quickly turned over the manual. After all the wizards became animagus one after another, Gusdrian Tutley's eyes reddened. There is no failed wizard. How this is done? So many wizards became animagus. Gusdrian Tutley has always been proud of being able to turn into a gerbil, and now he cannot accept the shock and strong sense of loss caused by the number of people exceeding his original expectations. I protest, President Abakinder. I want to file a formal lawsuit with the International Federation of Wizards. Idiot. What are you protesting? Protest that Principal Harris found a new way to announce him to the magic world? Karkaroff was originally happy that his master and his master were getting stronger and stronger, and he immediately retorted when he heard the yells around him. The Nimags International Symposium does not want this technology to be popularized. That's why it has been established for so many years, so that there are so few members in the world of magic that can successfully transform it. You, Gusdrian Tutley, who was still furious and frightened, didn't know how to refute it. He just accidentally told his own heart. Author's note, Pottermore. Rowling's writing. Vagardo. In this short article, at a seminar held between 2015 and early 2016, the delegation of the Vagardo School almost sparked a riot and attracted a lot of media attention. Many older and experienced wizards and wizards felt threatened by a group of 14-year-old children because they could become elephants and cheetahs at will. At the same time, they can animagus Gusdrian Tutley, who became a gerbil, also filed a formal complaint with the International Federation of Wizards. The voice is spreading throughout the arena explaining the key points of this transformation technique. Professor McGonagall is not fast, and his words are very clear and pronounced. So theoretically, add the blood of the animal that wants to transform, rely on the potion to know it can be formulated into a brand new animagus transforming potion. It can be achieved. At present, Hogwarts has only developed these 4 animals related to the Academy. If you still don't understand, you can ask me. Hermione faced the live camera, facing the camera, generously said, about this Hogwarts Animagus Transformation Manual. If ordinary wizards need it, they can go to the southern part of Hogwarts' new district for business. The Ravenclaw Temple on the square can be obtained, and the Ravenclaw Temple will provide free knowledge and assistance in this area. Finally, if there is a need for potions, the Umbrella Group said that it will provide corresponding potions service. Wizards who want to conduct animagus consult in the pharmacy of the Umbrella Group Umbrella Company, and Ravenclaw Temple will do their best to assist Hogwarts and popularize this discipline to wizards around the world. Mr. Barcer, the staff member who followed Owen, complimented the Minister of Magic. The technology of animagus is no longer a patent of a few people, but a basic ability necessary for wizards, and the world will remember that this is Harris' contribution, which will expand our influence. This animagus deformation method is safe and effective, and has a significant help in improving the strength of students. Obviously, once it is promoted, Hogwarts' influence will also expand. Booth Batten wants to compete with Hogwarts. You reading www.uukanzu.com may be less likely to catch up with the other party. Mrs. Maxim's finger with a huge gemstone ring clicked on this handbook, which looked very small to her. She sighed deeply, only feeling like a big stone was blocking her chest. I am worried about the Booth Barton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that I manage method provided by Hogwarts, even if it is not a British wizard, will be affected by this in the future. Obviously Hogwarts' influence will be further expanded, not to mention the results of her research are still representative creatures of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, and the name of the world's #1 magic school seems to be farther away from her school. We protest this method of using blood. This is a new technique copied from our Vagardo School of Magic. A black wizard dressed in African national costumes stood up and used a loud voice. He still held it in his hand. The Transfiguration Manual shouted angrily from his mouth. He was a Transfiguration professor from the Vagard School of Magic, and attended the Animagus International Symposium as a representative. And Abekinder, the president of the International Wizarding Federation, who was also reading the manual, was startled by the shouting of his alma mater's representative and opened his mouth to stop him, but he realized that it was too late, and felt aggrieved. The hand pulled Totty around his waist into a distorted form. End of this chapter. Chapter 1104? Korean Ugandan representative of Vagardo. This research is not a sudden result, but Mr. Alan Harris has been dedicated to the study of the transformation of animagus for many years, since he was able to transform into a magic animal many years ago. It's been going on before Mags. Hermione tried to restrain herself, and some sharp voice resounded through the arena. Karkaroff also stood in the line immediately. He loudly let his voice carry through the audience. Principal Harris is so powerful, and he is not stingy with his own research results. He is willing to publish all the deformation methods, but he did not expect to cause such a problem. Jealous people. Professor McGonagall pressed his glasses to the bridge of his nose. He carefully identified the Black Wizard, and found that he did not know him, and concluded that he was not a celebrity expert in transformation. Professor McGonagall believed that the other party must be jealous of Hogwarts' achievements, so he would not hesitate to wrong Hogwarts. She used her loud voice and sternly replied. This time President Harris announced the research results. I have also published all the technologies that I have cited the Black family in the process of research and development, and are clearly marked in the manual. How can it take advantage of you? Of course, for the sake of justice, this, sir, May I ask you whether you are accusing you? Is there any evidence to support the claim? The majority of the British local wizards in the stands in the arena have been unable to restrain their emotions. They vent their dissatisfaction and anger loudly, especially the Gryffindors, who have already cursed loudly. No people believe that the African school of Wigad can develop such a high level of magic as the animagus transformation method. Our wizard of Vagado used the method of adding blood to the potion. Some wizards have been able to become elephants and leopards. Our time of success is before Hogwarts. The wizard of Vagado retorted loudly, unconvinced. His eyebrows were twisted into a pimple, and his eyes widened as if he was about to burst into flames. But Bajid, you know this very well. Please help Vagado testify. Please tell them, Wajid has conducted this research long ago. Then why hasn't the magic world heard this news about Vagado? Why didn't you make it public? Professor McGonagall asked immediately. President Akinbad, as the president of the International Wizarding Federation, I believe you. Character and fairness, instead of scorning the facts and perjurying your alma mater. Can you tell us what you have? Babajid Akinbad also felt very aggrieved in his heart, but after the events of the last International Wizarding Federation meeting, he had learned to be smart, so he planned not to speak much. But now, the two sides dragged him into the water again, and he felt even more frustrated for a while. What Wagado said was indeed the truth. His alma mater started this kind of research many years ago, but Akinbad was completely unable to, so he came forward to accuse Hogwarts of stealing Vagado's technology, and he himself had no evidence, and Alan's name made him unable to agree with his colleagues' conjecture. However, there are still some flaws and immaturity in the transformation method. So Vajda hasn't been announced. Akinbad sighed, and changed his speech. Although I don't know that the Vagado School of Magic started this research, the specific period, but I can prove that this kind of research should be started earlier than Principal Alan Harris. What can you study earlier? Professor McGonagall's thin nose flared, his eyes flashing with anger. Then, representative of Vagado, if you can read words and have a little knowledge of transfiguration, you should understand very well that in the manual provided by our principal at Hogwarts, the transformation method is very complete. The little wizards who have completed all the safe transformations before are iron-proof. The Wizard of Vagado was speechless when asked, and his brain went blank for a moment. He closed his eyes for a while, then opened them again, and pierced his thigh with the tip of his magic wand. After he calmed down forcibly, he shouted, "It was the method in this pamphlet that I doubted, Hogwarts. This is based on our Vagado defamation method." Doubt. On the other hand, you have been studying by President Harris for many years, but have not been successful. And President Harris has mastered the method in a short time and announced him. This does not mean that these African wizards are stupid, is it? Karkaroff's laughter sounded particularly harsh in the ears of the Vagadas. Principal Durmstrang, I understand your excitement, but please pay attention to your own words. Baba Jind could not stop sneering at Karkaroff's sneer. Just allow you African wizards to doubt at will without any proof. If you don't pay attention to your own words, then we Europeans are not allowed to defend themselves. Karkaroff stood up when he heard the words, yelling at his usual slick image. President Babakind, please pay attention to your own identity. This is the Animagus International Symposium and not the International Wizarding Federation. You were not qualified to have a say in this kind of academic seminar. Look at Minister Irving of the British Ministry of Magic. Others have maintained etiquette and did something in line with his status in the face of rude accusations from you Vagadas, that is, not participating in the discussion of the Animagus seminar. Owen just stood up and thanked Karkaroff without making any additional words. But as long as the content of your discussion involves the people of my motherland, it has nothing to do with our identity. And this is not my own. Baba Jind felt that he was so unlucky that he would come to participate in the MAG's seminar as a representative of Vagado and the African magic world. He must speak out for them at such a moment because of reason. The magic wand is our European invention. You African wizards, even the magic wand in your hand was brought to you by us. We brought you civilization and civilization. Now you want to force our achievements to be yours? ! Sirius Black also stood on the stairs near the seat of the Ministry of Magic and yelled, just sneaked back from the student seat and couldn't help but participate in the argument before he could fully walk. And then he was asked by his boss. Surfin pulled to his seat and told him to shut up, fart. Our people can cast spells without using a magic wand. The Witch of Vagado seemed to be impatient as well. He threw out his wand directly, as if he could distinguish the relationship in this way. Your British mulls, I also said something similar to our mulls. They are beautifying their colonial plundering. And you are also trying to quibble your plagiarism. Enough of you, Baba Jind yelled, seeing things getting worse and worse. Mutsa, calm down. The representative of Vagada closed his mouth in anger when meeting the president of the Federation, but the discussion among the wizards off the court became louder, and some people deliberately used a loud voice to sing and answer questions and answers. Mull, and their people in the Mull world are also making similar things. What requires schools to lower the standard for Mull races in their place when they are enrolled and exams? And the requirements of the Jewish people, otherwise they will think that this is just what they look for in the Hezhong tribe. What kind of operation is this? Don't they admit that they are inferior to other races? You can't say that yet, because there are geneticists. Oh, a Mull scholar. After saying that IQ is inherently different in race, they were criticized by these people. They advocated that race is not their surprise, but they still insist on lowering their ethnic assessment standards in the difficulty of examinations and admissions. In fact, in the stands and among the wizards who watched the live broadcast, not only ordinary people, but even the pure-blooded family who did not deal with Harris, did not believe in Vagado's claims. Harris now honestly treats the black family's contribution and the help has been announced, but Vagado is suspicious. Listening to the content of the conversation, they think it may be that Vagado Academy's progress towards animagus has been slow or is about to succeed over the years, and Alan Harris is in they are more talented in this aspect. They took the lead in researching and releasing new methods, which made these Vagados feel that their years of hard work were in vain. Only under such circumstances would they lose their minds, be jealous, and react fiercely. Gagamilla, did you hear that? They insulted us like that. You still speak for them. Representative Vagado scolded in Swahili indignantly, and he shook off the booklet in his hand. Not long ago, we inspected the vicinity of our academy and saw traces of fighting. And we have witnesses who saw a wizard dressed as a Britisher appearing nearby. This is probably left by the wizard who sent Hogwarts to steal our methods. Markov, since our Britisher is still involved, as the person involved, I have to say a few words. I was the captain who led the team at that time. That was the mission of our era, to capture the Dark Wizard Death Eater. The Vagados. Did you read the content from Lockhart's new book Break with the Death Eaters these days? Punlo couldn't sit still and stood up. Her wand was turned in her hand, so she didn't. Regarding the international and non-international, he relentlessly mocked in person. Are you a Korean Ugandan? What is your Vagado? Now I read the content plot of our publication to the public, and use my own imagination. Just a few sentences that you adapted as evidence. Who would look at that British liar? The witch's eyes flushed and his face was almost blue, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Mr. Lockhart's story is certified by the British Ministry of Magic and the Sir Merlin, and the Mole mother and daughter he saved as witnesses live in Hogwarts. Mrs. Maxim seemed to have finished speaking. Feeling a little bit off topic, she moved her body disdainfully, as if she wanted to stay a little further away from the Vagado wizard. The current situation is that Principal Harris has long been transformed into magic animagus. It is reasonable to research a perfect method in a short time, regardless of whether Vagado really predates Hogwarts. Does this have anything to do with what we are discussing? If this Vagado representative can't provide any real support his suspicion and his proposition, then, I think this unhealthy trend must be suppressed. Mrs. Maxim's attitude was beyond Mutus's expectation. and the noise from the field was louder. The Ministry of Magic's arrest of the Death Eaters in Africa is indeed written on it, and this Vagado the wizards are just slanderous and satirical. Lockhart is a liar. Wizards, especially witches, condemn him, and even Wagato and the entire African wizarding world in a word to play the traditional skills of the witches turned old accounts, and some old stories were taken out as new stories about the scandal of Vagado. Confronting everyone's criticism and scolding, seeing those contemptuous eyes and looks, you read www.uukanzu.com. Vagado wizard has nothing to do, really can't come up with any evidence to prove that what he said is true. He gritted his teeth, and his grievance is not recognized and understood by anyone now, and his actions also severely discredited Vagado's reputation. He felt that he had fallen into the darkest, helpless and embarrassing moment of his life. Punlo looked at the African wizards in front of him with sarcasm. Except for the principals, most of the members of the Animagus seminar were purely academic wizards who didn't know anything about politicians. If you want to ridicule the other party even further and lose your senses, it will obviously offend more groups like it is now, not to mention Allen's method, although it does refer to Vajda's method. Most of it is indeed the source. From the efforts of the blacks, and Allen himself was the subject of the African operation, she knew very well that the main target they had stolen in the past was not the animagus transformation, but the traditional technique of using gestures by the locals. Now I think things are very clear. I suggest that the members of the animagus seminar should discuss and vote to consider the necessary sanctions for the actions of the Vagado School of Magic today. Karkaroff saw the atmosphere at the scene has been mobilized in place, so I let my voice spread throughout the actual combat arena. I personally think that this kind of unfounded attempt to accuse others and possess the results of others is even a distortion of animagus. As a hindrance to the development of art, I personally recommend expelling the membership of the animagus seminar at the Vagad School of Magic. Push the book surprised son-in-law his seventh brother's new book. Marketing, business management should read it. Work information. I just want to be a son-in-law of Moshi. But big brothers, don't always look for me. Forcing me to become the richest man. Forcing me to become a minister. Force me to save the thorny rose, the icy mountain, the cute little. This is a book that is forced to become a king, and the conspiracy is all surprising. Harry Potter, the Invincible Learning pushes the book surprise son-in-law. It's in hand. Please wait a while, after the content is updated. Please refresh the page again to get the latest update. The full text update of Harry Potter, Invincible Learning. Keep in mind the URL, chapter 1105. For the Horseman. Hogwarts, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, buck-toothed Marcus Flint stared into the Forbidden Forest with his bloodshot grey eyes, a breeze blowing through his hair. The light in the Forbidden Forest was dim and silent. Marcus opened his legs and hurried inward. After walking for a while, he reached the fork in the road. He was gasping for breath, although he was not the first time he came here. But the surrounding environment seemed almost the same. He took out a rough marked map and pointed it with a magic wand, then stared at it and continued walking in the direction indicated by the map. Past a moss-covered one. Fresh stumps, you can hear the sound of gurgling water. Marcus stood still and tidied his clothes. At this moment, a horseman jumped out from behind the oak tree in the lower rear with a spear. He has black hair and a dark body, and looks rougher. Bane, I'm so glad to see you again. Marcus was relieved when he saw the familiar horseman who had communicated before. Bane, I have important things to see. The leader Matilda. Is the chief free today? Marcus. You know that the chief doesn't like your suit. Bane raised his head, grabbed his thick black hair, and stayed stiffly on his head for a while, habitually looking up at the sky. There is no star to guide me now, you come with me. I have brought new news. Marcus followed Bane, watching Bane's swaying ponytail. Marcus secretly whispered, idiot now. But what stars are there in the day? There is always no straightforward answer from these horsemen, and Bane started to treat the wizard very badly. But after Marcus sent a few bottles of wine and followed the other side to complement the horseman's strength, at least he didn't will kick him out if he wants to meet again. Bane leapt easily over a thicket of bushes. Marcus flicked his wand from side to side, struggling to open the way with a spell. Hearing the sound of the arena outside the Forbidden Forest, he said with some difficulty, "Hogwarts, now that the expansion is really noisy, it will not be easy for the horsemen to want peace in the future." Bane shook his mane, his tone stiff. He glared at Marcus. "Humans are very noisy." Marcus bared his teeth. The tone sounded really reluctant, but then he was happy to think of the game. This may also mean that the horse must have had a grudge against Hogwarts in his heart. Under the leadership of the horsemen, they bypassed several hills and over several bushes, and they came to the Silver Star Lake. Matilda was standing next to the Star Lake. Hearing the movement behind him, it turned around, and the deep and charming eyes fixed on Marcus. The horseman chief seemed to be more powerful. This is not the case. What changes the body gives to the senses. Marcus leaned forward slightly. "Dear Warkif, the last time I met was before school started. I don't know how Hogwarts had a further impact on the horses recently, as we said last time. If there is need, thank you for your concern about I horsemen. Mr. Flint, the stars told me that everything is in order and everything can't be stopped." Matilda's horse glowed with maroon, and the noble head was raised chicly. "Chief Matilda, the whole Hogwarts is suffocating today. The silence of this Star Lake will be broken sooner or later. I entered the Forbidden Forest this time, just as I said in the warning to you." "The same." Marcus took a few steps forward, revealing his big fangs. "Alan." Harris still ignored the fact that the Forbidden Forest belongs to a horseman, and moved the dragon farm to Hogwarts. According to the plan, Marcus explained the possible impact of the Hogwarts reconstruction and expansion on the horses that were summarized in the discussion at the meeting. "At present, Hogwarts has also given us a lot of subsidies for the horsemen because of the expansion." Matilda shook the chestnut ponytail. "Principal Harris also made a special trip to explain to us horsemen. Warkif, this is for you to numb you." Marcus was a little impatient when he heard that Hogwarts had subsidized him. "The respected leader... Horse people are a race known for their independence. You would rather divide yourself into beasts. It is the struggle against the ignorant officials of the Ministry of Magic, I think, with the pride of the horse people, let alone most wizards who can see the horse people, and whether Hogwarts will continue this kind of subsidy... You could have been live a self-sufficient life without waiting for charity from others. Mr. Flint, it seems that you respect the customs of our horses." Matilda did not move, and let his human form face Marcus. "So, do you have any suggestions for this?" "Just like the attitude I exposed before, many of our families are also very disgusted with Harris' various brutal behaviors. I think we have to support you in the matter of horse people." Marcus said righteously, "Let the buck-toothed mouth open and close, if you can stand up to fight and fully express your wishes. With this premise, our other wizards can justify and openly support you." Matilda looked a little hesitant, and then became unmoved. "Mr. Flint, as you said before, we horses are beasts. In theory, we don't have much in the wizarding world. Has the power, and is not qualified to fight. In normal times, we didn't make a big move. But Chief, you may not know. Now Hogwarts is holding an international event. Many internationally renowned wizards are on the scene, and TV stations are broadcasting." Marcus' sly grey eyes raised slightly. "I suggest that horses can take advantage of this rare opportunity, go to the scene now, and publicly tell the unfair treatment they have received." Matilda shook her head, her golden red beard wafting before the moon, and said embarrassedly, "I don't know how to do it." "No horseman in the past has ever sat on such a thing." "Chief, you have hesitated for a long time. Let's look at the current situation. My warnings to you all have become reality. If you don't do it today, there will be no chance to do it in the future. I can only be eroded by Hogwarts step by step, completely teaching my destiny to the other party, hoping that the other party can continue to show kindness to you, and completely teach his own destiny to the other party, Marcus said. The messy black hair made him look more gloomy at this time. Protest itself is not difficult. I personally suggest that you can show the necessary force at an appropriate time. It seems that he has said too much and is afraid of the horse's doubt. Marcus said, of course, don't hurt others, otherwise you will be very passive. But for those buildings that cause you trouble, I think setting fire to a few buildings will help you attract the attention of wizards and let them know the seriousness of the matter. It's all for the horseman. Matilda's deep gaze swept across Marcus. He raised his two front legs and hissed up to the sky. The surrounding horsemen with different sizes and different manes and colors immediately rushed towards him. The leader, Matilda, solemnly announced the order, people, now, under the watch of the goddess, take up arms. Seeing the horses Indling rushed to their homes, just like when they arrived. Marcus was in ecstasy, and his lower lip was wrapped up in his upper lip with joy. His cheeks were almost lumpy. He didn't notice the strangeness in the chief's lines at all, until these horsemen ran out of their tents again. Marcus' heart violently jumped, which was different from the original image of horsemen holding wooden-handled spears and preventing bows and arrows without wearing clothes. They are all equipped with special armors that seem to be tailored specifically for the shape of horses. Even the civilians and foals who are not tribal warriors wear black leather armor, while the horse hunters who are usually involved in hunting, now their bodies and horses are deliberately blackened and will not reflect light under the moonlight at night. The metal chain armor, and the taller tribal warrior like Bane, who is responsible for patrolling the tribe, has been awarded a heavier metal breastplate. He also wields a noose in his hand, which makes to Marcus, the horseman felt a bit like the American mule cowboy he saw on Wizard TV. But the weapons in the hands of all horsemen are relatively uniform. The spears that used to be made with wooden handles have now become metal spears. A saber is hung on each side of the waist of the human figure, and the horseback is also draped with carved symbols, wens, bows and arrows and some messy equipment. As they approached, Marcus, who had already realized that the other party's full armed level was wrong, saw the umbrella signs on these armors and weapons. Without much words, Marcus immediately reached out and wanted to take out his wand. Apparition left Horath Slytherin, who had stayed at Hogwarts, could not teleport without a rod. But the well-prepared horseman reacted more quickly than him. Bane waved a few loops of rope, threw it violently, and accurately placed it under Marcus' shoulders, and then pulled him to the ground. The lasso tightened tighter after completing this set of actions. With the sound of horseshoes, Ronan, another horseman wearing a breastplate, waited for an opportunity to pull out a cast net from the horseback and threw it over. It completely wrapped Marcus' head, and then cooperated with the two actions. One of the horsemen cut off Marcus' right hand holding the wand with a horse's hoof, while the other directly smashed his wand with a spear. Marcus, who was covered by most of his upper body by the cast net, could not scream, but cast through the gaps between the wires on the net. He saw the horse chief wearing the armor that the horseman could not wear alone under the service of other subordinates. You need to be punished for making mistakes, and the goddess will let you eat the fruit. Matilda put a horned helmet on his head, and he made a sound at this time. Mr. Marcus, we will go to the venue now. But I went to report your crime. All your conversations just now have been recorded by the surveillance equipment invented by your wizards I agreed to install in our tribe. Clan people, set off, for the horseman, for Hogwarts, for the goddess. After talking about Marcus's shock, fear and struggle, the horse patriarch took the lead and rushed towards Hogwarts with his horseshoes. His horse screams began to run after him. The same is true for Bane. You are reading www.uukansu. He did not let the toe-legged wizard ride on his back like other horsemen treated the little wizards, but directly dragged Marcus on the ground with a rope, quickly rubbing against the ground. The high temperature and the pain caused by being hit by a stone and abrasions from the bushes caused Marcus to groan painfully in the grid, and the horseman, who usually advocates peace and is more friendly to wizards, is obviously about this. It doesn't make any sense. Marcus, who has been dragged in a hurry, can't even feel regret. He only feels the pain coming from all over his body. his cheek is severely scratched by the net and the ground, and his limbs are bare outside. The skin of thorns, grass, and stones have been scraped and tumbling and being dragged away by violence like this. He, who was already fainted, didn't know how long it would last. The only thing left was sober and told him that the distance between the arena and the horse tribe was not short. But in fact, the drag stopped much faster than he thought. Before he was dragged too far, Bane stopped. To be precise, all the horsemen stopped, and they looked at each other in surprise. At the moment when Marcus came to him because of more pain after stopping, he clearly felt the reason only after a short while later than the horses. The magic power contained in the surrounding air skyrocketed, and Hogwarts, which was originally covered by high concentration magic power, was now covered by a huge, primitive, pure magic power. Chapter 1106 Hogwarts is flying in the dual field of Hogwarts actual combat class. It was like being soaked in a pool of magical power. Every pore was soaked in magical power. The unprecedented comfort and enrichment that almost penetrated into the soul made them involuntarily shudder. In a trance, forgot his purpose, forgot where he was, and he was so comfortable that he temporarily lost his reason and was completely immersed in this magic. The tall and thin Igor Karkaroff collapsed almost entirely on the seat. His short white hair was almost upright, and his thin chin had a goatee with small curls at the end. Shaking. In fact, he couldn't think about anything anymore. Now most of the wizards' minds are completely blank, and they only feel a kind of extreme joy as if everything in the world is not important, as long as they can always be immersed in this pool of magic, to be filled with this kind of excitement and joy. Quickly wrapped, Karkaroff's leg touched the giantess, Madame Maxim, but the half-breed giantess who usually cares about gracefulness did not feel the unconscious offense of the other party at all. She was completely immersed in this magical belt. In the wonderful feeling that came, she couldn't help but fall into it and made her ignore the perception of the outside world. In the stands, the Cruots and Grangers who were invited to witness the international event at Hogwarts were amazed, seeing the wizards around them who behaved suddenly and abnormally. They were a little panicked. Flipper, what's the matter? Mrs. Cravat rubbed her eyebrows and asked in trepidation. Do you feel it? Well, the wizard milk you gave me is very delicious. Mr. Cravat sipped the wizard snack his wife gave him. At this time, he finally felt something was wrong, and he opened his hands and swept across the air. Carefully feel this wonderful feeling. At this moment, Mr. Cravat felt that the ground under his feet seemed to vibrate, but he didn't care and continued to feel the changes in the surrounding air. But then the ground shook again. This time the tremor became even stronger. This made Mr. Cravat feel a little unstable. He quickly turned back to look at his wife, who had already firmly grasped the armrest of the stand, and obviously felt the first place. Second shock. The wizards who fell into the feeling of being shrouded in magic, this level of shock can finally awaken some people, but they can't grasp the status quo at all, and they don't understand what happened to Hogwarts. What just happened? The quality of the stands is not good. Is this an earthquake? Vagard, a representative of the Animagus seminar, stood up with his hand supporting the armrest. He felt a little sore in his waist. He felt the magic in the air after he got rid of it. Nothing has changed in itself. It will still make people feel comfortable, but it can't make him fall into awe. Not only him, but more wizards were waking up one after another, ignoring the feeling of magic, and soon discovered the abnormality on the ground at this moment. Karkaroff looked down and twitched his pupils, and then ran to the highest stand in horror. And with the beginning of another shaking, this shaking was very violent and continuous, and the entire ground was shaking violently, like a boat bumping in the wind and waves, or as if it was breaking away from some restraints. And Babakchand, the president of the International Wizarding Federation, has keenly grasped the top railing of the stands and looked into the distance. Seeing this rising higher and higher, he gasped, and his feet seemed to be nailed, as if he couldn't move. His face showed a look of horror, but soon the wizards discovered the weirdness discovered by the president of the International Wizarding Federation. staring wide-eyed at the mountains that seemed to be sinking in the distance, and finally confirmed in horror that the ground under their feet was actually breaking away from gravity. The imprisonment began to rise slowly, and at the same time there was a rumbling sound, which was caused by the violent friction of the mountain. Hogwarts flew up. "Professor, how far are we going to stop before we stop? The professors don't seem to know." "Is this a personal experiment by President Harris? Is this an experiment? There is no force in the world that can sustain the weight of an entire city. If we fall now, idiot." Today Hogwarts did not prohibit apparition. That is Hogsmeade Village. Why does it seem to be more dented? More and more wizards woke up and discovered their current situation. In panic, all kinds of screams echoed in the air. Even the professors, Ministry of Magic officials and RAs apparently did not know beforehand and revealed with expressions of horror. Anxious people, after calming down a little bit, talked about their current situation, triggering various speculations. On the high platform, Barbara Jind looked into the distance and murmured in a daze, "This is the surprise Harris gave us. To float the whole city." At this time, at Hogsmeade, Mr. Joko, the owner of the Joko Joke Shop, heard the huge rubbing and vibration of the stone wall and rushed out of the shop covered by shadows. He was still holding a piece that made Dents fearful. Frog Egg Soap panicked by the patient, walking out of the door, outside the shining obelisks. What Zoko saw was the mottled and moist stone walls, and the smell of mud filled his nose. Following the slowly rising stone wall, he raised his head and looked up, but he could only see the sky with only his own storefront courtyard. A huge panic grabbed Joko's heart. Seeing the rising ground, he opened his mouth nervously and stood there blankly. His heart seemed to pop out of his chest. My store fell to the ground. Up. Suddenly, the dizzy joke shop owner didn't distinguish that the land under his feet was actually rising. He thought he was falling. It wasn't until a long time later, when the lowest part of Hogwarts' floating city was completely raised, that he saw the surroundings again and understood the situation. The huge floating city shadow shrouded his head. In addition to a few houses and the things inside the obelisk outside of them, Hogsmeade remained on the ground sporadically, let alone other things in the village. Hogwarts Castle, including the Forbidden Forest and Black Lake, as well as the entire school city that was expanded during the summer vacation, are gone. These moved places only left huge hemispherical pits that were difficult to measure. From his location, the height of the pit bottom made him a little dizzy. These marginal lands, which seemed to be dug away with violence, had some the rock wall seems to be unable to support the weight of the soil above it continuously collapsing. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. He can hear the rumble of mud and stones falling from the rock wall and hitting together. The several buildings left on the ground in Hogsmeade Village seem to have been built alone on the cliffs. If one accidentally steps out of the courtyard, they will fall from the cliffs. Under the combined fear, Zoko fought his teeth like an ice mouse, making a creaking sound. Looking at the bottom shell of the floating city overhead, the university was moved to the sky, but his shop remained in place. Mr. Joko, who understood the situation, jumped into a thunder. "What is Hogsmeade? What the do you do business with? Fantastic animals?" "No, that's not right. The Forbidden Forest and Black Lake are gone, and it's hard to find a magical animal now." In the rising city, in Hogsmeade Village, where the original Joko Joke Shop was, the only trace left at this time was the patios the size of houses. Some wizards who copied the expansion project before appeared here. They rode on a flying broomstick and got into these huge holes, hovering on their edges, and began to use their magic wands to solidify the mud walls of these huge holes from the floating city. It seems convenient to throw trash down through these patios, so the discarded things will only fall directly on the surface through these empty hollow passages. End of this chapter. Chapter 1107. Private property is sacred and inviolable. The floating city's rising speed slowed down and tended to gradually stabilize and no longer tremble. A door to another world appeared out of thin air on the dual field of the actual combat class. The figure of Alan Harris, the owner of Hogwarts School City. The ground stepped out from inside and floated in the air. The noise of the wizards at Hogwarts suddenly disappeared, and the wizards who saw this scene seemed to have only this wizard hovering in the air, staring blankly. They had confirmed this. It was a miracle in the history of magic, and this huge city floating in the air was the work of the young wizard in front of him. The previous quarrel about animagus seems to have become insignificant in the current situation. The wizards who were still arguing blushing before have been suppressed by the power of Alan and floating city for a while. Wizards, I am sorry that the surprise just now seems to have frightened everyone. Alan's gaze swept across the wizards' faces. However, as you can see, our rising Hogwarts reform after the expansion, the city will stay in the sky forever and become a floating city. You don't need to worry that this floating city will fall. If it falls, I will not make fun of my school and new home. It is very safe. The conjecture in my heart was confirmed, and the instigator's assurance was also obtained. After breaking away from the panic of falling, most of the wizards on the floating city of Hogwarts at this time looked at the ground from the air and felt the same. It was completely different before. Such a huge city flying in the air, the shocking feeling it brings to people is not comparable to the feeling of looking down on the earth when riding a broomstick in the sky. And those Hogwarts students, after knowing that they would not be in danger of falling, began to look around. They could no longer see the surrounding mountains, but the unmoving openness between the blue sky and white clouds shocked them. But many little wizards who have high altitudes and fly too high into the sky are a little surprised. Now they don't feel lack of oxygen and cold. During the summer vacation, I worked hard with the wizards who helped expand this place, and carefully compiled a series of spells to adjust the climate of the whole city to the most suitable state for the growth of most magical plants throughout the year. Of course, as much as possible to make us feel warm and comfortable without looking too hot, but this land will usually be rained heavily in the night. Alan looked at the group of little wizards as if to see through their thoughts and explained, fortunately for these non-combat magics, we modern wizards can do this much easier than in ancient times. The ancient magic empire I admire to do this is when a wizard named Marvin created a so-called Marvin's World Weavers, this high-level spell that can temporarily control the weather, and then casts it hundreds of times for a long time to permanently change the climate of a fixed area. After a brief silence, the Hogwarts students burst into enthusiastic cheers, louder than any cheer they had ever heard in their memory. This is Hogwarts, our Hogwarts. We not only have the first wizard city, it's still floating. There is no better school than Hogwarts. There is no better place than Hogwarts. The wizards of the British Ministry of Magic stopped their backs and held their heads high. With such architectural miracles as Hogwarts, there is no doubt that the status of the British Ministry of Magic will rise further in the international community. The wizards on the field, whether they like Ellen or those who don't like but don't hate, were amazed at the feat that Ellen performed with one hand. At this time, except for the representative of Vagado, everyone in the room was already in their minds. No animagus was deformed at all. Babajit heard that the other party started to talk about some minor things, and finally came back to his senses. Principal Alan Harris. It's not time to talk about these things. What are you going to do? Principal Harris. The voice of a wizard interrupted the question of the president of the International Wizards Federation. The wizard with a wide back and a shiny head squeezed out of the crowd, and he screamed at the sky. Alan asked angrily, Principal Harris, what's going on? I watched Hogsmeade from the stands. Why didn't I see my honeydew? My shop seemed to be a big pit! Exclamation mark. The owners of several Hogsmeade stores also squeezed in, gathered behind him, and asked Alan anxiously about the situation of his store. Judging from their location, the place where Hogsmeade belongs to their store is a sunken pit. They can't see what's going on below. But what is certain is that their store did not stay where they should have stayed. Location: they disappeared. Please don't panic. You can tell me if you have any questions. I am the specific person in charge of the Hogsmeade project. Hermione said. She reached out to several bosses and pressed down and said politely. Then, during this period, please allow me to stay away for a while. I'm just worried that you will be frightened and come here to explain for the time being. I have to cast a spell to do the finishing touch." Alan said nothing but tried to speak. Baba Jind instead floated to a higher place and began to tinker with the crystal ball on his wand. Seeing Alan ignored him, Mr. Ambrose Froome, the owner of the Honeyduke, wiped the sweat from his head and quickly looked at Hermione. "Ms. Granger, what's the matter with me? Did not sign your agreement to accept the renovation. Why did you destroy my store instead?" "Yes, we ask for compensation. Hogwarts is too overbearing. We did not agree to reform. We are going to the Ministry of Magic to sue you. You controlled the law enforcement department, but now you are breaking the law. Please don't worry. It's because you don't agree with Hogwarts' expansion plan." Hermione was very friendly and gentle. "So your shop has not been harmed in any way, and they are still staying where they were." The other shop owners became more excited and angry, echoing the questioning. Their excited appearance attracted more onlookers and live footage. "What do you mean?" Froome was stunned for a moment before he realized it. He asked, "You mean, our shop was still left on the ground?" "Don't worry. They are all fine and unaffected. Neither Hogwarts nor Umbrella has any right to move your shops to the sky. Private property is sacred and inviolable." Hermione sighed slightly, "Because we did not sign an agreement to agree to the Hogwarts reconstruction and expansion, and we also expressed our willingness to purchase the store at a price higher than the market, but unfortunately, we did not get your consent. So we respect your wishes, and the use of the obelisk has kept these shops and the land under your shops intact, and I guarantee that they have not suffered any damage." Froome was speechless for a while, and several shopkeepers were stunned. The wizards around heard Hermione's words, and then saw their expressions, and laughed out. Hermione's attitude was gentle and patient, but what he said was actually a satire of these bosses. Without Hogwarts, there is no most of the shops in Hogsmeade. In this inaccessible and remote place of Muggles, only a few solitary shops are left. There is no agglomeration effect, let alone doing business. Even personal living there is no longer suitable. Mr. Froome is like swallowing a lemon. You reading www.uukanzu.com is sour and uncomfortable. After the expansion and flotation of Hogwarts, he can already foresee how hot business here will be in the future. For pure-blooded matters, I thought that the other party couldn't help but not cooperate with Hogwarts actions. Ravenclaw's belly button. "What does it mean that there is no damage? What is the use of you leaving my shop alone? Miss Granger, please give us a chance. I am willing to move the store up. Yes, I am willing to sign, except for a few who are still swearing on the spot." Many shopkeepers are still businessmen, and they quickly expressed their stance, hoping to get a chance to save. "Everyone, please forgive me. After the city has risen, this matter has become a foregone conclusion. Our Umbrella and Hogwarts practices have been consulted and confirmed in advance on legal affairs. This is completely legal." Hermione gently refused. However, after the renovation and expansion of the Hogwarts school city, many commercial areas have been rearranged. Those shops will be rented out. You can pay attention to the investment promotion advertisement of Harris TV. End of this chapter. Chapter 1108 Backfill. Why am I not so surprised that Hogwarts has become a floating city? It seems like this is what Alan should have done. Harry said dryly. "I just hope that we can use the flying broom in the future." The commercial area is farther south of the Black Lake than Hogsmeade. Let me say, who do you think has been able to fight Alan for so many years? The Wizards of Crow were released, Fudge seems to be retiring soon, and then the mysterious man and even Dumbledore. These former outsiders did not know Alan's horror is just to kill. To kill. Ron's elbow turned his sister back. Ginny, George and Fred planned a branch in the commercial plaza, and Alan allowed the students to use it. Prank props exercise vigilance and prop use experience. Joko is out of luck, they are about to make a lot of money. Zoko was unlucky. He deserved it. He had told their magic tricks before that they had a monopoly. Ginny said angrily. That episode made George and Fred very depressed. They kept playing the Joke Shop serves as an enlightenment mentor. There were more and more wizards at the scene, and some people kept taking advantage of the opportunity to temporarily cancel the ban on phantom transformation because of the Animagus meeting today. They directly teleported to the ground and then ventured to teleport to the floating city. After the usual familiar location changes, even if the destination can be seen in the line of sight, it is considered a risky behavior for ordinary wizards. But fortunately there is nothing. Madaha lets himself half teleport to the ground and half sink into the rock. Is that a flying carpet? Foreigners? Aren't they afraid of breaking the law? Michael Kona exaggerated. He pointed to the individual flying vehicles floating in the sky. There are a lot of Auras here today. Floating city is too attractive. You see that those Auras are not paying attention to this. I guess they won't be held accountable. Padmapati said yearningly, but say me. The flying carpet is in my country. It is more popular with the surrounding area. It can ride many people and is much more comfortable than riding a broomstick. It is very stable. You don't have to worry about falling. The only thing you have to worry about is whether your clothes match the color of your carpet. Those flying cars of rich wizards are more comfortable. You don't need to get in the rain. Michael Kona watched enviously as some wizards parked their flying cars on the open space, on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. I guess I will look below. Floating city is much more energetic than us. They are going to be disappointed. From our position, there is not much difference between the surroundings and peacetime. But maybe Alan will not build this place into a stand until today? Wait. Could it be that when he first studied fish and cars he knew he could do this magic miracle now? Just when the Ravenclaws heard Kona's speech and started to fill up Alan's plan for this, not all the students were happy and excited about it, especially those sweets lovers. Their attention now the force has been placed on the Honeyduke. After all, the scale of the floating city at this time is so large that everyone in this stand has not changed much in their sight. Emily was standing not far from Mr. Froome. She watched the fat man constantly wiping the sweat bead on his forehead with a frustrated expression, and the sympathy expression on his expression was particularly sincere. Pansy noticed the little sweet bear's expression and comforted him. Emily, the commercial plaza is so big. I think your brother meant that he wanted people from other countries to open stores. Emily shook her head. The same candy products. Few can compare to Honeyduke. My aunt doesn't know if she can continue to buy their unique lollipops. Honeyduke is the best chocolate. My youth is over. The two big hares standing behind the girls wailed in the same way it was Crab and Goyle. After they heard Emily sigh there were tears in his eyes. As for Laura, the daughter of the wolf mother who was originally in a Gryffindor school uniform with Slytherin, she looked even more surprised at this time as the little witch who had just joined the follower. She couldn't understand the situation. But at the beginning of the calm duel field, there was a loud rumbling noise in the distance. The sound was like muffled thunder after another, and an uproar was immediately started. The wizards naturally raised their heads to look at Alan in the sky. At this time, the principal of Hogwarts, who was surrounded by black smoke and floating in the sky, was obviously indeed the initiator. He just continued to cast this magic in the sky. At last it seemed that there was a movement towards completion, and finally, slowly raised his hands and made a cross-cut posture. And as if some giant broke with Alan's movements, it made a louder and duller sound. The wizards looked horrified at all they could see. They couldn't tell what the sound was, and they didn't know what this sound represented, what the young principal who was used to making big news had to do. Even some timid wizards have secretly prepared to evacuate. This dull and violent noise made them wonder if the floating city was about to fall and Alan was doing remedial measures. Look, what's that? At this moment, a sharp voice of the little wizard rang. Others looked in the direction of the child who was afraid of getting on the decorative pillar to give him a height advantage, and saw the broken mountain peak just like the sun rising, in the unexpected distant sky of the Hogwarts horizon. Come out little by little. This broken peak gradually crossed the horizon of the floating city. It seemed to be cut by an invisible blade out of thin air. slowly rising, as Alan slowly turned his palm intently, and then seemed to have a huge suction to the mountain peak. Let it. The volley slowly rotates and reverses the direction, and the mountain peaks are like a big earthquake. Some boulders and plants fall sternly and hit the ground with a huge thumping sound. Under the action of a powerful spell, the broken mountains slowly tilted to the right, and a lot of black things flew from the broken mountain towards Hogwarts, and when I got closer, I realized that it was difficult to write with a broken cloak. The Dementors they floated away from the broken mountain peaks. They sneaked into the mountain long before Alan cast the spell, relying on their own characteristics to drive the animals on the mountain down the mountain to prevent them from being affected by the broken peak. As for the plants and small insects, Alan has no time to take care of them. The broken peak floats in the air and finally flips upside down, and the cut side becomes upward. This side is as smooth as being cut by a knife, and is suitable for building any building. Alan regained control of the severed mountain to descend vertically and slowly descended. Everyone knew his plan. He planned to fill up the huge pit left by Hogwarts with these stones. This is how Principal Harris raised it by manpower. So is our city. Karkaroff opened his mouth wide in surprise. You reading www.uukanzu.com showed his yellow teeth, a pair of cold and sharp eyes full of indifference. Was shocked. President Abikind, I don't believe ... How could anyone's levitation curse have such a powerful mana ... It's not magic. The eyes of the representative of Vagada were full of fear. Abikind ignored him. He just feeling the cold sweat seeping from behind. He didn't think he would be stronger than a mountain. ... I thought I had designed some magical device to help float in the air ... No, it's not right. Mrs. Maxim didn't hear the inquiries from others. This is not something that a powerful levitation spell can do. Even Principal Harris it's no better than Dumbledore and Voldemort. The previous Credence Barryborn heard that a mountain can be blown up by a spell. But let him rise. Principal Harris specially invented something to do this strongly targeted spell. There was a loud noise, and the earth seemed to be trembling. Smoke and dust covered the ground. Alan also stopped casting spells and began to descend. When the dust settled, the abyss left on the earth was partially filled by the cut peaks. And this noise, many wizards on the scene and in front of the TV felt that 1,000 pounds were weighing on his chest, and something burst and broke in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 1109. Be kind to my old friend and become more religious. Alan flew down from the air, and the black smoke dispersed all over his body. However, under the shock of seeing Alan moving the mountain peak just now, the surrounding wizards all bowed respectfully to make way. The tall and thin Karkaroff really couldn't contain the panic in his heart. Such a huge city floated in the air, realizing that Alan might be relying on a spell ... in case he fell. He asked himself, and Alan's the relationship is close. He chuckled and asked in a low voice, Principal Harris, please forgive me. I just saw your feet. This kind of power is shocking. What I want to know is, this piece of Hogwarts under our feet floating city, is it also relying on personal magic power to hold it up? This is an exquisite gravity reversal spell. It uses the force of nature to achieve floating by changing the direction of gravity. Otherwise, the use of magic power to roughly offset it. I think no one in the world can do this. It is called General Rocktiff's mountain moves. It allows you to cut off the top of the mountain, float it in the air and turn it into a floating soil block. Its section is a smooth surface suitable for construction. Of course, its difficulty will follow you. The area of influence of the spell increases the hardness of the receptor. Alan said and noticed that Karkaroff's goatee was trembling, and the low whistle that had always been rounded at this time became a bit harsh because of excessive panic. So he couldn't help but smiled and added, although the city and the mountains need to be supported by wizards, the subsequent supply of magic power is provided by a magical creation called the Miser Core. Don't worry, my mother has taken care of the decoration of the new home. I dare not break it. Hearing the exclamation and discussion from the audience, Alan's dementia received many thoughts like Karkaroff's delusion of murder, and also received more shocked that he really admitted that he was personal. The fact that magic has turned a city into the sky. He laughed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the area of a conventional floating city is not large, but it is the size of a mountain that has just been cut upside down, and the great alchemist usually bases it afterwards. The development and population conditions were expanded, but it was more convenient for the modern wizarding society to build buildings, and in order to have a more shocking effect, he chose to use multiple shadows and let Luna put his hands on the expansion first, and then get to the sky at once. Magic items such as broomsticks, motorcycles, flying carpets are relatively small and don't require much magic support, but now we are discussing a school city. Whether or not a special magic spell has been invented to reduce the difficulty. Principal Harris having this kind of power is really. Mrs. Maxim couldn't help feeling the excitement in her heart after witnessing the magical miracle and began to wonder, Mr. Energy Core? This can actually provide magic power to ensure that it will not fall. This is somehow beyond my imagination and cognition. Mrs. Maxim, I know a little bit. I'm singing the opposite. Driver of Transfiguration today said, finding that he shouldn't slander another magazine in person. I'm talking about some non-academic in the magazine. I remember that there were some stories about the ancient magic empire. There seems to be a description of the floating city and this kind of artifact. Most of them didn't know it, and I saw that I didn't believe it before, as a joke or a mole superstition. But today, it all seems to be true. Amazing memory, Lord Driver. This kind of magic device can communicate with primitive and pure magic power. It directly transmits such magic power. The lasting magic power it produces can make the whole mountain range. They are all floating in the air, Alan said, and deliberately looked at the wizard merchants. It transmits this kind of magic directly to the entire territory of the floating city, and the wizards will be able to easily perform magic invariants without expending great efforts. Types of spells can create magic items, and if the creation of magic items is only used within the range of Hogwarts, it can even be created more easily without looking for high-quality alchemy materials and without consuming much of its own magic power. Such quasi-magic items. The businessman in the stands sensed the business opportunities. Urbanization and floating in the air were enough to bring them more benefits, but now their expressions have become a bit fanatical after hearing the words even if they are actually still at Hogwarts. Foreigners who don't have a store are also thinking. Alan turned his wand upside down and transferred the crystal ball underneath upwards. Instead of using the water pipe this time, he directly projected an illusion, a perfect spherical magic device fixed by a gorgeous pedestal. It looks a lot like the crystal ball on Alan's staff, but compared to the surrounding reference objects, its diameter is 150 feet. The sphere is emitting a very bright edge with a hint of blue light, which is as dazzling as looking directly at the sun, and there are some dim shadows on the surface. This is the Miser Energy Core. It is currently being placed on the top of the Ravenclaw Temple. It is open to everyone and you can visit it at will. Alan pointed to the general direction of the temple south of Black Lake. He did not explain the fact that the influence of this one is only 1 mile. In fact, this one placed on the Ravenclaw Temple is to attract the attention of these people on the bright side, and also to increase some. By the way, the influence of the temple on the belief of wizards. Principal Harris, you want to say that this kind of energy ... as long as you stay in floating city, can everyone have permission to use it? He won't have the power limit problem? Guzdrian Tutley asked unwillingly. He looked at this energy core with envy, and his heart became more jealous of Hogwarts. Don't worry about the power issue. This energy core is not generating energy, it is just a porter of magical energy. These little things are not consumption at all, Alan said proudly, picking up his hand without a staff. In the future, we Hogwarts people, in addition to being able to make traditional magic items more casually, can also use some materials that do not originally have good metal-making properties to make items with permanent magic effects, as long as these items stay well within the scope of Hogwarts. Within our school city, We don't need to spend a lot of money to build any magic greenhouse. We can easily change the climate of a constant area to become suitable for us to cultivate magic plants. Climate. The businessmen who have manufacturing workshops in the audience are no longer paying attention to the words introduced by Alan. They estimate in their hearts that these magic items and quasi-magic items will be sold as soon as they appear. Even Hogwarts will face the problem of surplus goods soon. If they were really so easy to make, the price of magic items would plummet. And the cost of traditional magic products, that is, the price of using more expensive materials and casting more complex magic constant spells, should also drop. After all, it has helped save a lot of manpower. And only those who are out of the influence of the miser core need this traditional item. Principal Harris, this miser energy nuclear power is so powerful. Is it easy to manufacture? Will you announce the functions and production methods of this miser energy nuclear energy to popularize all wizards? Driver's old voice was full of excitement. Although more often just like an old scholar, as an academic wizard, he fully understands the meaning behind this energy core, so his hand holding the parchment is still shaking. It's a pity, Mr. Driver. I think everyone can understand the meaning behind this. This is the Harris family's trade secrets and its importance to Hogwarts. Alan smiled and confessed that he was out of self-interest considerations. Driver nodded in regret and understanding. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. He did not try to persuade the other party to disclose this knowledge like he did before trying to persuade the other party to disclose this knowledge. He fully knew the meaning of this strange thing. It is not the same as the impact of transforming into an animal. But I am also a Ravenclaw, so out of respect for Miss Ravenclaw's pursuit of knowledge, I put it in the Temple of the Lord of Knowledge, leaving it for all those who intend to study it. This way of self-learning. But I have to remind everyone that although the Miser Energy Core is very expensive regardless of its effectiveness. But it is very dangerous if anyone comes into close contact with it. Alan deliberately changed his tone to become more religious to his old friend. He looked at the wizards with greedy and jealous expressions, resisted the urge to laugh, and solemnly said, actually, once accidentally or for any other purpose. A living thing directly touches this energy core, then it will be killed instantly. Anything, even a magical creation, will be dissociated immediately if it touches it, and I arranged the necromantic knights or other undead creatures guarding around it will be destroyed immediately if they touch him. Even if it is the creator of it, I cannot move its position after it is activated. Pure, the headmaster of Hogwarts, shrugged again. So as long as everyone promises. Afterwards, your relatives will not be liable for damages from Hogwarts. This energy core welcomes any wizard to visit. But according to personal experience, it is estimated that only the silent people who have conducted witchcraft research for a long time in the Department of Mysteries can learn something from it. Chapter 1110. I am very happy to step down as chairman early. The wizards at the Hogwarts site, or the audience in front of the live TV. For any bystander who knows what is happening in the magic world at this time, the Wizard City and the Miser Energy Core floating in the sky, the dazzling blue light carries a wonderful attraction and a certain disturbing fatal danger. For the ruling class of other countries, whether it is the Ministry of Magic or those ancient pureblood families, this kind of oppression is more intense and makes them more impatient. Even wizards who were indifferent to the British magical world and Harris now have to face up to. It can even be said that they felt the threat that Harris brought to them. This is not only because the reform and education teaches the students some powerful magic. For those ancient families who still have inheritance, it will be fatal to destroy their roots in the long run, but it will not affect them in a short time. To their reign, and Alan flattened a mountain. This threat to people is more proof that his personal strength is stronger than they thought, and even built a city in the magical world. Its feat of ascending to the sky is more to give Harris more advantages in honor and politics, and it does not have much influence on the magical world abroad. And now Alan has just described the role and influence of the Miser Energy nucleus openly and honestly. Of course, There is no doubt that it will have an unprecedented positive impact on the wizards living in Hogwarts, but at the same time, it brings tremendous pressure to the wizards in other places of residence, and it is easier for ordinary people to make magical items and plant potions. These are not obvious changes. It is the ruling class that makes them panic. Felt a fatal threat. Because to Hogwarts, who has this kind of energy core that can connect to the original magic, said that for their internal needs, magic creation will be very cheap because of the use of cheap materials and saved artificial quasi-magic wonders. The output is no longer insufficient for traditional magic creations, although the materials themselves have not changed because of the need to take out the range of influence of the energy core. It is easy to cast these difficult creation spells within the range of influence of the energy core, except for the reduction of working hours. Because of the special nature of magic, the success rate of casting spells can also be changed to save more time and material costs. Because whether it is umbrellas or other family-controlled industries, the mode of production is basically the situation of private workshops, and mass production of assembly lines like molds cannot be carried out. So the production efficiency depends more on the wizard's personal ability and on-site performance. This is also why the competitiveness of the old workshops of the pureblood family can easily surpass the later emerging workshops, and if it is not deliberately suppressed, in the wizarding manufacturing industry that is not a new industry. These ancient families have left over from ancient times to the present. Experience and heritage have helped their family survive. So if only Alan Harris is alone, even how powerful the wizards of the Harris family are and how they dominate the Ministry of Magic in the UK, the purebloods' sense of crisis towards Harris is only derived from Alan's attitude towards Hogwarts education reform. And now, only Hogwarts has the Missa energy core. For the wizarding manufacturing industry, many wizards who know moles think of Mull's Industrial Revolution. This kind of productivity advantage will undoubtedly bring economic impact to the magic world all over the world. Some families in the business of magical plants have already keenly realized that the Harris family may have known the situation a few years ago. They have been purchasing many treasures from various magical circles in the past few years. Magical plant seeds, which previously did not feel threatening to these plants and potion merchants, because whether it is to build a corresponding greenhouse or hire more laboriously to cast spells to maintain the climate of the medicinal field, the increase in cost makes umbrellas are not very competitive against them. Umbrella companies' threats to them on potions are more due to the technical suppression of potions masters. They don't know about the arcane arts in the Hall's Tower. The garden is much better than the Hogwarts greenhouses. Therefore, for other countries that have not mastered the technology of nuclear production, these great advantages obtained by Hogwarts are completely incapable of imitating them. With the tough style of dealing with things that Harris has shown in recent years, and AI from the hidden meaning of Lun's remarks just now, Harris does not shy away from acting like this. In addition, today Alan Harris deliberately cut off the mountain peak on the live broadcast and then floated it back to fill the pothole. Also let these rulers know that he was demonstrating plus the British magic and Hogwarts and the power of the umbrella. No wizard country in the world can rely on its own threat of force to make Harris compromise. Principal Harris, today's events have opened my eyes. Mrs. Maxim did not focus on manufacturing. She was still sighing for the floating city itself. But I have to remind you that such a huge building stays in the air, if it is detected by the scientific equipment of the moles. Maxim said, and glanced at the president of the International Wizarding Federation. Do you have any means to cover it? Please tell. Let's avoid misunderstandings and fear that this will expose the entire magical world. Oh, this is my negligence and did not explain. Everyone knows that Hogwarts has always set a variety of protection spells to prevent moles from approaching here, and because Hogwarts is originally full of strong magical energy, it is against moles, and electronic-related instruments and equipment produce strong interference. These things don't need to be handled by us at all, and will be automatically damaged due to the influence of magic. Alan nodded gratefully, and then calmly answered, and as everyone felt for the first time, The concentration of magic power in the entire school city has become higher due to the effect of the energy core. In addition, it is now easier to arrange constant spells within this range, so the protection of Hogwarts School City in this respect is actually much stronger than before. Moles will only see it as a thick cloud when they see it. In fact, the president of the International Wizarding Federation didn't really have any intentions to fight over the secrecy laws at this time. Unlike the headmaster of Buzzbarton, he fully understood the impact of this. Anxiety and fear flocked to Bubblegid's heart. He bit his head, relying on the duties brought by his identity, said hoarsely, "Principal Harris. Now that you have invented and mastered this powerful force is a blessing in the wizarding world. But I am really worried about the long-term peaceful magic world. The situation, after mysterious people make it miserable. Others will misunderstand it because they don't understand these things, which will cause the world situation to become more tense." Hearing this, Alan raised an eyebrow and turned slightly to Bubblegid with a surprised face, as if he didn't understand why Bubblegid said so. Seeing the other party's calm look, Bubblegid felt his heart was about to jump out, only that he would face an arduous and compelling burden. Novel.com. His heart was suddenly very tired. Alan Harris, a cunning bastard. No matter what he does, there is always his purpose behind him. And he hasn't had any birthday since he became the president of the Wizarding Union. Seeing that Alan did not intend to make any response, Bubblegid bit his head and made a request. "Principal Harris, I ask you to help the stability and peace of the wizarding world. If you can impart this knowledge. Then the magical world will usher in an era of great development." This should be in line with President Harris' statement on reforming education. "I think the magical world in every country in the world is more willing to make more compromises and support my educational reform." President Bubblegid, regardless of you, just open today's newspapers and magazines. I think there should be a lot of accusations on this matter, and think I should not teach these dangerous magics to the students. Alan chuckled. "I became the principal, built the school city, and now I have raised it to the sky. I don't think I need much support." Bubblegid looked at Alan without defending. He sighed and made up his mind with his expression. "Principal Harris, if you are willing to do so, due to your contribution to the wizarding world, I am very happy to retire as president early, and support you to serve as the president of the new International Wizarding Federation. I originally took office temporarily because of some misunderstandings, and there is no doubt about your ability. I think this can help the world of wizards develop better. Chapter 1111 Forehead, a Flying Grandma. For Mother Uncle's Vagado's representative Froom heard Bubblegid say this, and he couldn't believe his ears. He swallowed 2 or 3 saliva, as if his throat was dry, anxiously and apprehensively not paying attention to etiquette. President Bubblegid, it's not long since you just assumed the position of president. Don't get excited. This is my decision. You don't care about everything for the sake of the overall situation. Bubblegid scolded the Vagado wizard in annoyance, for fear that this guy who had lost Vagado might say anything degrading. Bubblegid has a deeper understanding of his current position and is bored. Once he felt so honored for this position, how eagerly he wants to leave now. This position is because of the wizard in front of him. The situation was different a year ago. If you continue to stay, it is undoubtedly like sitting in an active volcano that may erupt at any time. As a senior in Vagad, he naturally knew how much effort Vagad and the African magic world had put in to get Bubblegid to get the post of president after Dumbledore was expelled. He couldn't have Bubblegid just like that. Give him the president who had been so hard to get. Froom was in a hurry. He quickly stepped forward a few steps, and grabbed Totty on the opponent. President Bubblegid, consider it carefully. Bubblegid didn't care about him, but continued to look at Ellen. But the other party apparently didn't care about him either, because the tall and colded female came to Ellen and began to whisper to Ellen. "Until a while. Sorry, President Bubblegid. But I don't plan to devote myself fully to politics, so I am not at all incapable of the terror of this position." Alan returned to his senses and shook his head casually. And then Barber tried to speak without looking jihad, turned his gaze to the representative of Vagado who just seemed relieved on the side. I just heard that Miss Krivat told me that Vagado School of Magic is also studying anima in a similar way. The transformation of Gus. It seems that the path we have found is the same in different ways, and we have all found the right direction. Although it seems that there have been some misunderstandings, both of us are essentially pursuing the development of transformation. Hogwarts is very willing to have a deeper cooperation with Vagado in the future, so that animagus and transfiguration can be further developed. Froome glanced awkwardly to one side, hesitated and couldn't say anything. Now, even after seeing the other side cutting off the mountain and rising the city, he completely agrees with Alan Harris, and Hogwarts' ability to study spells far surpasses other magic circles. He already feels that his previous protests are almost like a clown now. I also heard that the misunderstanding caused some unhappiness on both sides just now, just like my declaration should not classify us wizards by blood. This kind of unhappiness shouldn't have happened. Alan's tone was very friendly, and he suddenly faced him. Yi Liang said, "By the way, I heard that wizards on the African side can use gestures to avoid using magic wands to cast spells. I will teach this technique at Hogwarts later, even if the friendly cooperation between our two sides won. You know that our native European stickless skills can be very slow and difficult to learn, and the skills I personally master are also difficult for ordinary wizards to learn." Many wizards on the field clapped their hands and slapped their hands, because no one thought that Alan really thought that African gestures were useful. The wandless technique in Europe has a slow progress in practicing one spell, but after learning it, it can greatly increase the casting speed, and like professor-level masters, the power of their spells will also be inferior to that when using a wand. Not much. And the wandless technique in Africa is more about using complex gestures to complete the assistance that the wand can quickly complete. The same spellcasting using this gesture technique will be a lot slower. This is also the reason why the sorcerer himself introduced European technology a century ago and started using magic wands. And now, compared to the previous Vagada representative pouring dirty water on Hogwarts aggressively, slandering Alan Harris's little dignity, now Headmaster Harris took the initiative to give them a sharp contrast. At least academically, Alan Harris displayed the qualities of a Ravenclaw without being as aggressive as usual. Seeing Alan's friendly attitude, Babakchand, who was disappointed, did not give up the idea of continuing to persuade. "Principal Harris, if you have other ideas and requirements." Barber joined, "You are not really bad ... but please don't get me wrong, as long as you don't hostile Hogwarts and can face its development ... I will be happy to let the two sides communicate," said Alan under the magic robe. He pressed his hand to the omniscient mark on his arm, and his voice became louder. I noticed a lot of wizards who had just caught up from below. Many people were curious. The lower shell of Hogwarts' floating city, what's the use of the facilities like the pier and the caves dug up? There was a very loud and weird sound from the clouds in the distance. It was a suppressed rumbling, and it was growing more and more. The wizards raised their heads and looked into the distant sky. In the originally empty air, a cloud of black mist appeared out of thin air, and in an instant, dozens of bows broke through the clouds. 3 black ships of different sizes and appearances. These ships teleported into the sky as if they had passed the apparition, and appeared in the vision of the wizards. Author's note: you can refer to the teleportation method used by the magic ship of the Heart Daughter in the Baldur's Gate 3 trailer. Most of the following ship types also refer to the same expansion setting magic ship battle setting set used in this game. Some information in: before the black mist on the largest giant magic ship completely dissipated, it drove towards the duel, revealing the head of the three-eyed raven with its wings spread out, and the shadows caused by these giant ships shrouded on the ground below. When the black fog dissipated, people found that it was more like a traditional mulsail battleship with 3 main masts and 3 inner decks. decks. The place where the mules left artillery is now just left empty. But on the deck flew out all kinds of fire dragons with their heads inlaid with protection. They followed the giant ship as if escorting it. The medium-sized ship looks like a giant squid. It has two main masts. The two fins on top of the squid's head become its stern sail. The tentacles of the squid are straight and smooth. The bow of the ship protruding out like a squid's mouth turned into a device like a collision angle, and the surrounding tentacles were cast with activation spells, so that they can wriggle around like a giant squid, with a straight body and good mobility. Lead it to become the fastest of these types of ships. The final specification is the smallest and the largest. Its spiral shells and some luxurious decorations make it seem to provide passengers with enough protection and a very comfortable confined space. Although their flying speed is not as fast as the squid ship, it is very smooth. The sky was instantly obscured by dense, large and small spaceships that appeared out of thin air. They flew over the sky over the duel at Hogwarts. You reading www.uukanzu.com was advancing like a beast, and a huge team of spaceships. The mighty, majestic momentum is breathtaking and suffocating. This made the sky that was originally nothing seem dense, and the noise and exclamation of the scalp wizards came from the stands of the duel arena. Please don't panic, gentlemen and ladies. This is just the supporting facilities of the floating city. The voice of the master of Hogwarts soothed the important task. The piers you see are prepared for these floating ships, and the caves in the underground part of the floating city that you see from the ground are the caves for the fire dragons to live in, which is more in line with their preferences. The reason why the underground of Hogwarts City takes up a general area is because of the entire city. In planning, I am not just satisfied with the surface. The underground facilities that have not been completed will be connected to the underground passages of these piers and the Dragon Cave. Ravenclaw's long hair. There are as many boats as Miss Knowledge's hair. Principal Harris knew that his school could go to heaven very early. Profane. Whoever has such a little hair is not a bald. Do you dare to frame the goddess as a bald? A flying grandmother and a fourth mother-in-law. We must have defeated Harold and that illegitimate son William. Chapter 1112 feet. It's nothing new for wizards to make the ship have a teleportation function. Durmstrang's big ship in the Goblet of Fire period also used this method to enter the Black Lake from the open sea without any entrance to the sea, and now it can allow mountains, and it's not too surprising that Alan, floating in the sky, made some ships larger than the wizard's car. But the sudden fleet size surprised the wizards who were not used to the big scene because of population problems. No wonder the master is going to leave the drawings of the Durmstrang ship. Karkaroff raised his thin chin and thought in his heart, building so many ships. Could it be that the owner really intends to hit the markets of other countries? In this comparison, those cars are so much inferior. Ron looked at the Nautilus-shaped boats with gaze. I don't know if Dad is involved in the research. This is something of a wizard and not a mule. Dad definitely didn't participate. Don't expect to send you another one. Ginny saw through Ron's expectation and hit him, but then she thought of her boyfriend and the elder brother is about to graduate. But if you have one, it's good to go on a graduation trip. But flying carpets are banned from going to the sky in many countries, and these ships are bigger. Alan must have set the anti-mull mode ... Harry closed his eyes while standing in the stands and shook his head, feeling the hot pain from the scar on his forehead, his hands covering his face. He heard a sound coming from his mouth. It was a sharp, cold voice, without any human kindness. Don't be stupid and let me talk nonsense. Harry tightened. Then he saw a long, white hand clutching a magic wand tightly and lifting it up at the end of his arm. He heard the sharp, cold voice from the mysterious man saying, "Other people come with me, Harry." The mysterious man went to Rob again. Ginny seemed not surprised at Harry's state. Those sailors on the boat. When the spaceship approached, the wizards found that countless red lights were shining constantly. like there were hundreds of stars. That was the light that the soul fire in the eyes of undead creatures kept shining. The creaking skeletons that are close to Bai sense and act as sailors' work, while those dementors float on the edge of the sail to control them, and several Mr. Handy golems exchange the tools on their tentacles to borrow them. The stored spells are casting magic. These creepy guys act as sailors on the magic ship. Everyone, what you see in front of your eyes is the new vehicle of the umbrella. These magic ships have the ability to operate themselves. Although they are different from the wizards themselves, they cannot be used continuously for a short time. But the cabins are arranged very much the stable, non-marking retractable spell, so the carrying capacity is still very good. Alan explained the voice. In addition, as you can see, the operation of these hulls is very simple. Unlike wizard cars or flying broomsticks, which have no wisdom, undead creatures or constructs can easily control them as a crew member. Ellen, with a little hoarse female voice, sounded. The female Rapunzel next to Ellen interrupted Ellen's explanation and began to whisper to him again. However, Alan's explanation just now was enough to cause a commotion among wizards again today. Reminiscent of Alan's talk about the cultivation of magical plants in the floating city, if Hogwarts uses these undead creatures and golems planting, they are tireless, do not need to rest or eat. This saves a lot of wizard manpower, so the cost of planting at Hogwarts is even lower. The only flaw is that after entering modern society, many magic circles have avoided using these dark creatures too much, so as not to have a bad impact on their reputation, and they have always retained the use of dementors in the UK and Shanghai. Alan, who has been teaching necromantic spells to his students since the semester, obviously doesn't care much about it except that he doesn't kill moles directly in order to create corpses like the mysterious man. After Punlo whispered to Alan, Alan nodded to Punlo. Punlo lowered his head and whispered to the collar on his uniform, standing in a protective umbrella at the student entrance of the duel. The red umbrella part of the guard saluted the two bosses in front of him from a distance, then turned and waved. Da. There was a sound of horseshoes in the passage of the dual field students quickly, and the sound became louder and louder. Before people paid attention to these noises, this large group of heavily armed horsemen rushed in, which looked different from the usual style. A horseman who describes a majestic and strong body walks in the forefront with a strong pace. The strong horse body emits a maroon luster, the noble head is raised up, and the majestic horsemen of different colors follow him. Behind them, they dragged something that could only be vaguely seen in human form. Marcus Flint could no longer call it because of the abrasions caused by the long-distance towing and the plant mud. I am Matilda, the head of the Hogwarts Forbidden Linma tribe. The horseman's extremely calm and majestic self-introduction sounded throughout the arena. The wizards looked at the horseman, who was full of kingly style, curiously. Some wizards who had heard the recent gossip were watching from a distance in the stands. Many people began to doubt whether the horseman's armor and weapons were due to the great changes at Hogwarts today, and they wanted to protest. To Alan Harris, this so-called wizard has broken into my group many times in the past few months, trying to incite us horses to express to the wizards our dissatisfaction with the expansion of Hogwarts. Matilda pointed the spear in her hand to the ground. Marcus, and just now, this wizard made it clear that he wanted to try to get us horses to use force to wreak havoc at Hogwarts. This process has already been used by the tribe of my tribe. Firenze, as your wizard, recorded his tools, and now the horseman will hand him and related evidence to your wizards for their disposal. This unexpected result surprised many wizards, but just before they were in a hurry to react more, the horseman chief's actions were even more surprising. The horse chief put his spear on his hands and held it flat, and then raised it to Alan, and lowered his head. Under his leadership, the other horsemen made the same movements behind him. Goddess is here, the sun, moon and stars testify. As the leader of the Hogwarts horse tribe, I now solemnly announce that our horse tribe will formally dedicate ourselves to the owner of Hogwarts, Principal Alan Harris. Your loyalty, You are reading www.uukanzu.com. We will completely obey your arrangements and orders. At the time of the horse's allegiance, it was in a large mansion on the outskirts of Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria in the southeastern Balkans of Southeast Europe. Large tracts of purple lavender grow vigorously under the influence of magic. Surrounded by lavender and vineyards, it is the most spacious and magnificent building within a few miles. Those huge and smooth stone bricks, stately four-poster porches with round arches, geometric ceiling decorations and richly painted walls all silently show the ancient and riches of this family. In the most central living room of the manor, there is a fountain embedded in the wall, and the rich fragrance of rose water is sprayed from it. The sun shines on it through the window lattice, reflecting a little bit of light, very romantic. At this time, the members of this family were sitting around the magic TV in the spacious living room, which was broadcasting the live broadcast of Hogwarts. About Harris today. Feet. Tell me your opinion. A man of about 70 years old asked with a sullen face. He was strong and sat firmly in the middle of the skin like a mountain. On the sofa, his fingers were covered with dazzling jewelry. End of this chapter. Chapter 1113 Monty family meeting in the living room of this mansion. There are 7 core members of the Monty family, most of them are middle-aged, and there is only one young wizard, probably only 16 or 17. But facing the issue of the patriarch, no one dared to speak up for a while. Grigor, as the heir to the family, I want to hear what you think. Rutherf Monty suddenly said to the young wizard by name. Grigor was speechless for a while, and saw the appearance of the young wizard who had put his hand on the wooden bed beside him, squatted down and looked at him calmly, appeared on the TV again. For so many years, I don't know how many times this scene appeared in my dreams. If that time waiting for myself was not a petrification curse, but a life-threatening curse, a middle-aged wizard in his 50s with pretentious style reminded Grigor, the patriarch is asking you something. Please don't be distracted. Sorry, Uncle Franz. Grigor slammed a violent spirit, and he quickly cowered and organized the language. Alan Harris drove away Dumbledore and defeated the Dark Lord. And now another person can rise a city. Seeing the increasingly gloomy face of the patriarch Rutherf Monty, he carefully changed his breath and said, maybe we face such a powerful wizard, we should not take the positive, the confrontational attitude. We should compromise. Compromise. At least make some compromises on the surface, not let the other side target us. Patriarch, I have a different view. We can never compromise with Harris. Although no country can stand against Britain on its own right now, I think these things at Hogwarts today are counterproductive to them. Franz, who just reminded Grigor of Grigor, immediately retorted, it is not ruled out that some people will be scared by Harris, but it is different now. Many countries must have felt the sense of threat we have received in recent years. If we take the initiative to contact they, jointly imposing sanctions and creating pressure, I think there is still a chance for Harris to compromise. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight so many magic circles. That's right. There is no need for us to directly compromise to the enemy Harris in this way. The appeasement policy is not in the interests of the Monty family. There are many countries and forces whose interests are affected, and it is not just our family that opposes Harris. As long as we unite and integrate the forces of other countries, we don't have to fear Harris at all. We have been operating in Bulgaria for many years, and Harris has no power or strength here. Our business is also in Bulgaria, and has nothing to do with the United Kingdom. There is no need to sacrifice the family's interests and bow to Harris to please him. For a while, the co-members in the entire living room became active, echoing Franz's opinion against the heir's opinion. Grigor could only shrink into his seat in fear and no longer speak. He just listened to the opinions of these family members silently, but he understood Franz's thoughts in his heart. His son Novak was a great successor, but when he attacked Alan Harris, he was counter-killed by the other party, and Alan almost provoked them unscrupulously. So he has been unhappy after being claimed as his successor and likes to take the lead in provoking himself. He is also the most determined anti-Harris leader in the family. Franz did think of his son who was killed by Alan the wizard, who was still in middle age but with half white hair, lowered his head and red eyes. He tightly squeezed his hands under the wizard's robe. A glance at Grigor was even more a nice or, Grigor, don't bring your father Carson's survival in Durmstrang to our conference room. You can't be so timid here, you should. Enough Franz. Now the heir of the Monty family is Grigor. Novak has embraced magic. Rudolph Monty let out a furious cry, looking at the white-haired son before him and thinking of his brilliant grandson. He sighed and began to speak. Novak is dead. You elders should take the lead in accepting this fact rather than confronting him. The current heir is Grigor, and your duty is to teach him well. Sorry, father. Franz lowered his head and did not dare to speak, but he still felt that this nephew in front of him was the same as his father and vice principal, Carson Monty, who only dared to be in Durmstrang and didn't dare to do anything, was frightened by Harris, did not dare to do anything, became a waste. And compared with his son Novak Carl Monty, it was too far behind. Don't worry about Grigor. Your uncles just lost their eyes because of hatred and wealth, but I think the appeasement policy is indeed not in the interests of the Montana family, and I don't think we have adopted a confrontational attitude for so many years. Harris will easily accept our compromise, Rudolph said comfortingly to Grigor, then looked at the middle-aged people, but now continue to adopt a resolute confrontational attitude. You want the Monty family is this extinct? Are you still so unconscious after age? Although Harris can't fight the world, it is easy to find a few thorns to avenge them before compromise. And when the new hatred and old hatred together count us Monty the family is their best goal. I remember that I taught you not to think of everyone as a whole and forget it all. Even if our family is not united enough, we can't be united. Do you still expect the countries you contact to reach after getting Harris compromise? Will he still stand for us? The meeting room of the Montana family became silent under the old patriarch's scolding. Only Franz cautiously asked, Father, please forgive us for being blunt, but what do you mean? Franz, your sister's plan to persuade her husband to unite with our friendly country and jointly ban Harris TV cannot be stopped. This new type of media, at least within Bulgaria, must be in our own hands. This new thing is comparable to that of magazines and newspapers. The influence is a lot, and if you control it, you have the mouthpiece. Rudolph looked gloomy. Your plan to contact other countries to fight Harris together can also be carried out, but we are not really to continue to fight Harris, we just have to show our own strength. That is, let Harris know our abilities, but not let the other party put all their energy on us. Then we will contact Harris privately and throw an olive branch, only in order to win the best interests for us. Franz was not reconciled when he was surprised at his father's plan. Father, but if we betray other countries that we unite this time. Rudolph continued to yell at his son, idiot. As long as Alan Harris is there, Harris will be fundamentally invincible. Don't forget, although I still can't fully believe it, his family there is probably a true behind it. Other countries can really fight against them when they unite, but I can't see the slightest benefit or the real chance of winning from this kind of confrontation. Franz was also not convinced. But father, Harris' style is also very tough. I don't think they will easily accept our surrender that has been troubled by them. At that time, Harris will give them everything he wants, whether it is our property in Bulgaria or the land, or even let your sister and brother-in-law cooperate with them at the Ministry of Magic. Russif said with a serious face, and the eye of Vikner will be sent to that Alan Harris at that time. Hearing this, the middle-aged wizards in the conference room were shocked. How can this be done? This is our house. Shut up. Franz's eyes lit up. .novel.com and he said excitedly, Father, what you mean is like our ancestor half was dealing with the founder of Durmstrang. Nalida Vokanova dealt with Alan Harris like that. I'm very disappointed in you, Franz. That's why I won't hand over the family to you. You are blinded by hatred. Since this kind of confrontation is no longer good, we should think about turning it into good. Rutherford looked at his son's eyes full of disapproval. This thing has been in our family for nearly 1,000 years. It will not do us any good except killing generations of elites. Since we want to compromise and reconcile, we should show our sincerity. It is time to explain the danger. Alan Harris has gone back to the past. No matter if the goddess is true or false, but at least it is a founder who really came from ancient times, and they treated this Vecna artifact. My understanding is not much worse than that of you and me. It's so stupid to offend people to death by giving gifts. Boom. With a loud noise out of thin air, Rutherford Monty, the current patriarch of the Monty family, sitting on the sofa, was suddenly blown into a cloud of blood and blood splashed. Frantz, who could not hold his head up, has not seen what happened, and the expression on his face is still in a gloomy and depressed state when he speaks. The other people talking in the living room have not been relieved, but their family patriarch, the minced meat viscera splashed after being blown up, splashed all over the conference room. Chapter 1114. Little boy, your eyesight is good. Frantz tore off the half of the broken intestine that splashed on his shoulder with a panic expression. He touched his face with his hand and felt the sticky sensation of blood and visceral meat on his hand and face. He was the first to react. Regardless of feeling sad for his father, he drew out his wand and yelled, "Enemy attack!" The other middle-aged Monts also drew out their wands as a warning sign. But now those guards and servants in the family made no sound at all, and they were touched to the meeting room, which made everyone aware of the situation. They noticed that the door of the conference room had not been opened yet. Grigor Monty, the youngest person present, felt that his whole body was full of a strong smell of blood, and he felt as uncomfortable as his stomach turned over. He began to cry and then began to retching tears, nose, and visceral debris splashed on his face. The blood became a ball. Da-da-da-da. The sound of heavy leather boots hitting the floor echoed in the corridor outside, and the sound of heavy heels hitting the floor sounded particularly loud at this time, as if it was hitting a person's heart. The heavy footsteps are getting closer and closer, and the great fear is like a big mountain, and a tall and thin bald wizard like a white skeleton walks in. His pale face is strangely twisted and has no bridge of nose. The white eyes on the nose are blood-filled, and he is wearing a black magic robe. On his feet are a pair of dark black thick-soled dragon leather boots. It is the sound made by these boots that presses everyone's hearts. Burst. As he entered, the light and shadow in the conference room trembled, and there were more Death Eaters dressed up behind the door. A middle-aged wizard by the stove covered his body with an invisibility cloak made of invisible beast hair. Take it down, revealing his long, well-groomed light blonde hair, making him look like a white peacock. Judging from the effect of this invisibility cloak, it is still new enough, and it is not used at all. The kind of signs that are starting to become opaque. Master, these guys just talked about the Eye of Vecna, Lucius Malfoy said excitedly. So, Lucius, what are you waiting for? At this time, at the home of the German Wand Master Grigovic, thousands of long and narrow curtains almost reaching the ceiling occupy most of the room in different lengths. In front of these curtains, Grigovic with white hair is in front of his wand-making table, reading a book. Our letter just passed by the owl. In another relatively empty part of the room, a long table and benches were placed, facing a TV hanging in the air. Dumbledore was wearing a purple magic robe dotted with golden stars and sitting at the end of the long table. With his hands together on the long table, he watched the Hogwarts floating city live on TV with the members of the Order of the Phoenix with a serious expression. The scene of Alan accepting the allegiance of the Hogwarts horses is being broadcast live on TV. And now this magic wand workshop is silent except for the rubbing of the wand maker and the sound on the TV. Alan used his own power. Hogwarts floating in the air and the miser core shining dangerous and charming blue light completely shocked all the Order of the Phoenix. After Mad-Eye Moody returned to his senses completely and dryly, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart when he saw the appearance of other people silent because of shock. So he broke the stagnant atmosphere in the room like venting. This kid Harris is showing off. He has specially organized some international animagus meeting. In fact, he wants to show off his strength. But even the large flying carpet is nothing great. It's the arrogant ones that used to be. I didn't expect the horse to work hard for Harris. Alastair, don't be blinded by prejudice. Lupin turned his eyes back to the crazy-eyed man, and said softly, this is very helpful for ordinary wizards. The magic world has developed. Prices decrease will also promote research in other aspects. Alastair, you don't understand that for the marginal intellectual races of the impoverished magical world, lower prices mean that their lives will be greatly improved. And those horses people's refuge, whether these wizards are voluntary or not. But Hogwarts can rely on its own power to make British wizards begin to accept them in this way, and it will change to improve the situation of these creatures in other countries. Remus, you really make a lot of sense, but what we are more worried about now is the price drop caused by this sudden technological innovation in magic. This will mess up the economies of the magic world in various countries, Kingsley said with a sneer. The golden earrings he wore shook with the amplitude of his speech, and his deep and slow voice was full of worry at the moment. After declaring war on the pureblood families in education, Harris is starting to start economically. Alan Middle. What exactly does Harris want to do with these radical actions? This will undoubtedly cause other countries to become more hostile to Britain after the International Wizarding Federation meeting. But Harris seems to be deliberately happy to see it here. Pay attention to the scale of Hogwarts. Lupin continued, I think you have made things complicated. Pay attention to the scale of Hogwarts. I think Alan seems to want to pass this artifact, attracting more wizards to live near Hogwarts. Since he has expanded such a large school city, the population of the British magical world is not satisfied with it. You know Alan's style. I think he did this to attract wizards from foreign magic circles came to live. But the magical world in other countries will probably not be happy because of this, said a middle-aged witch with black hair and pink cheeks. This threat will cause other countries to become more hostile to Britain. In that case, internationally socially, we will be as isolated as our British mole compatriots, but they are chosen by themselves and we are forced. Eager, right? Moody turned his head and shouted impatiently, Dumbledore, can't we stop Harris' mischief? Don't be impulsive to Alastair. Kingsley glanced at Dumbledore who was silent, then sighed and persuaded, we have no reason to stop. No reason, and no authority. We can't just because Alan invented a great magic was invented. We jumped out to oppose. The last action of transferring Harry has forced us to leave the Order of the Phoenix. If we jump out with this kind of worry at this time, this will put us in the Order of the Phoenix too. Very disadvantaged situation. This is what I am more worried about. Since the last time the president of the International Wizarding Federation apologized, many young wizards in the British magical world seem to have begun to have extremism. Including my older partners. Here, many people seem to have an inexplicable sense of superiority about being a member of the British magic world. This is not a good thing. Sirius has this tendency to some degree, Lupin said, holding his forehead, or he had it when he was a child. But he has recently started to behave. Today Hogwarts ascended to the sky, he would think so much more. Up, Dumbledore played with his wand with his hand, let the tip of the wand touch his crooked nose, opened his mouth slightly, frowned, and watched the live broadcast on the straight TV through crescent glasses. Remus, Albus. Lupin looked at Dumbledore with some confusion. Remus, please tell me if it's convenient. Do you know what the relationship between Miss Grey and Alan is like on weekdays? Seeing Lupin's confusion, he asked further, I noticed, Grey the lady also showed up at your wedding. It seems that you have lived in Alan's house during these holidays. This ... it seems to be. The question about Dumbledore surprised Lupin. It was a bit difficult to answer. He explained in a bewildered manner, sorry, Dumbledore, I don't pay attention to this aspect normally. No. I'll ask Dora. She spends more time in contact with the Harris family. Feeling that what she said might disappoint Dumbledore, Lupin quickly added, but Miss Grace seems to be on vacation. Also at that mad girl, I mean Lovegood's house. I remember that when Nefa went to see the wedding dress, he talked about Albus. Did you ask about this? It's nothing, Remus. You reading www.uukanzu.com just suddenly thinks that it feels a bit weird. Dumbledore shook his head at Lupin easily. Then he put away the wand he had been playing with and started to pick up a piece. German butterfly shortbread is chewed in the mouth. I am not used to eating pretzel and salty snacks. Dumbledore. Grigovich walked over from the wand-making station not far away, and he interrupted the discussion of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. I have observed these days that the wand in your hand does not seem to go well. You have worked so hard to protect my reward. Let me tailor a new wand for you, right? Dumbledore was stunned for a while when he heard the words, and then his signature mischievous smile appeared on his face. You are indeed a young man, little boy. Your eyesight is good. I lost the wand before, so I just found it. One stick is used. Little boy, you are not much older than me. When we come together, others may think you are much younger than me. Grigovich, with white hair and stubble, said, finally remembering, I will always. I don't understand the humor of your British. I know you can cast spells without relying on a wand, but having a more comfortable one will at least make you, an old man, fight easier. End of this chapter. Chapter 1115. Of course you can take care of that child on the side of the wand-making table. The black tape measure with silver lettering flicked at Grigovich's fingertips. The tape stretched out automatically, flying around Dumbledore, and Grigovich wrote down the corresponding date on the parchment. Dumbledore, since the last time you helped me repel that man's Death Eaters, Germany seems to be quite peaceful. Do you think they will come to me again? After a rustle, he temporarily put away the quill. The magic wand maker asked, these thugs seem to have robbed the wealth of several pureblood families abroad. Are the mysterious people forced to be in a hurry? I don't think they will find much in the ancestral homes of those families. They should go to Gringotts. Dumbledore opened his arms and asked the tape measure to measure his arm length. Tom was very anxious. He found that he had an opponent that he could not beat at all, but he was unwilling to admit it and was not reconciled. So in addition to seeking wealth and trying to recruit troops, the more important thing is to try to strengthen one's own abilities. So you will not be safe here until the mysterious man determines the whereabouts of the old wand. Speaking of the whereabouts of the old magic wand, this is the most ignorant, calm and cruel wand. He keeps tempting his master to fight, but he is not always loyal to a certain person. It has no permanent master, and will continue to cause fighting. Grigovich leaned closer to Dumbledore. Now it will also lose its trace from your hands, which confirms this statement. Dumbledore, please forgive me, I am really curious. Dumbledore, who in the world can take the old wand from your hand? Grigovich quietly looked at Dumbledore's expression. Is it Alan Harris? Oh, why do you think it is him? Dumbledore looked surprised. Grigovich, why do you think it is him? The mysterious person wants to find me to learn about the old magic wand, so he naturally doesn't know that the old magic wand was in your hands. And you have lost it. Then there is only Alan Harris. It's possible. Grigovich pulled out a new piece of parchment with some rough, slender fingers. And you have lost it now. Then the three most powerful wizards in the world are the three of you. Grigovich looked at Dumbledore's expression. However, it doesn't seem to be him from your expression. Could it be ... was stolen? It's a pity that the old wand must be defeated to change hands. If you don't know this, it seems that you will have to wait for decades to see Merlin before you can exert its power. Dumbledore sighed. The old magic wand was taken away by two wizards disguised as Death Eaters when I happened to be ... poisoned and unable to resist. But the other party put the wand in my hand and I used a weapon that would kill you ... So unfortunately, the other party seems to fully understand the secrets. It's probably a pureblood with a little background. At least it should be a hybrid. Miles don't understand this. Grigovich nodded. Then Dumbledore, you think it will be Alan Harris? To be honest, I have doubted. Since those two are posing as Death Eaters, They didn't take the opportunity to kill me all. If the whole thing is a trap, it is indeed Alan's style and his treatment of me. Attitude. But Grigovich, I think you should have noticed on TV that he has completely got rid of his dependence on the wand. Dumbledore shook his head. You seem to be extra interested in him today. The umbrella company just gave me an invitation letter, inviting me to live in the floating city and open a shop. Grigovich pointed to the letter he had received before. I want to learn more about him from your mouth. That's it. Oh, I also invited you. Dumbledore frowned and pondered for a moment. If you are willing to go to Hogwarts, your safety is certainly not a problem. But what do you think now? I didn't think much about safety. But Dumbledore, Imelda. Grigovich made a bitter smile. It's a bit hard to make a wand for a lifetime. I just noticed that nuclear accessibility. Seems to help me continue my career. If you look at it this way, it is indeed a good thing. The Durmstrang students can't go to the floating city during the holidays to find you to buy a magic wand. Ollivander will also be very happy to have a colleague communicate with him up close. Competitive. Dumbledore blessed after hearing the words and knowing what the other person was thinking. Speaking of which, he recently learned a hand from Alan and started using metal to make wands. That's why I want to see in the past. Grigovich replied excitedly, discovering that Dumbledore was turning his head and seemed to have a keen interest in the wands of a row of cabinets. Knowing that the other party did not want to say more, Grigovich turned around and opened a cabinet door. The wand maker pulled out a large box with various kinds of wood labeled with labels. He picked out 3 pieces of wood and pulled it out. Ollivander is obsessed with magic wand, chooses the wizard. But I am not like that. Most of the mediocre or newly enrolled young wizards choose those in my box, which is irrelevant. For a talented wizard like you, I think tailor-made is better. Use your potential. I remember that you have a phoenix. Use the tail feathers of the magical animal that is closely related to you in the core of the rod. Grigovich commanded a basin with a wand to float over, and he pointed to the side of the basin. Soap. But before testing these 3 pieces of wood, Dumbledore, you have to wash your hands. You just ate too many pastries with your hands while watching TV. Back at the Monty family mansion, Voldemort's heavy leather boots stepped on the scarlet viscous liquid on the ground, and the splashed blood slipped from his leather boots. In the room, the flowing blood slowly solidified and began to turn black. Only the tangy smell of blood continued to spread, and the cold hiss sounded. Behind Voldemort, Nagini's wavy body, bypassing those the corpse in all directions left a winding, wide trail of blood dragging on the floor. Judging from the human figure in its belly, it has already had a full meal. The heir of the Monty family, Grigor Monty, is not like his elders and distant relatives who died in this conference room. He is still alive, intact and curled up in the corner, tremblingly staring at the Dark Lord in front of him. Coming closer, Voldemort's pale face, as terribly as a snake, with a ghastly twisted smile. His pupils were like a thin slit with scarlet eyes to the boy who was lying on the ground like mud, and his slender palm held a soft cushion. After finishing, the withered human eyes were covered by a glass cover engraved with intricate magic texts. Very well, dear Grigor. You didn't lie. I saw the truth looking at me from your worthless head. This is indeed the Eye of Vecna I was looking for. Voldemort possessed the head with a side face that didn't seem to be ups and downs. Approached the boy on the ground. You know the truth of current affairs better than your stupid relatives. The most most noble Dark Lord, please spare my life. I still have use. Most of the Montana family's wealth is in Gringotts. As the only heir, I can take them out. Rigor was frightened, with a hint of hope in his heart. Now that the Dark Lord has found what he wants, he may be able to let him go. Can't wait to return to Durmstrang and his father's protection. Under Voldemort's chilled eyes rolled a few times on Grigor's face. Lucius, Master, the wealth we grabbed recently is not enough for the time being. If we want to rebuild our power, I think we can choose another better target. Lucius lowered his head and walked forward quickly, his cold grey blue eyes feelinglessly looking down at Grigor, whose eyes were paralyzed on the ground. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The fairies of Gringotts are very smart. Although the kid in front of you is indeed qualified to inherit the wealth of their family, he is proving him it is true that the elders of won't get any gold before they die. Master, we don't need to delay this. Grigor was so frightened that he couldn't even shout out begging for mercy, but after Lucius finished speaking, there was no movement. He raised his head slightly and looked sideways at Voldemort, wanting to see his attitude from his master's expression, but when he saw that his cold mouth stopped moving, he pressed his slender fingers on his arm and checked the message carefully. It seemed that he hadn't noticed that he had a cautious rip with hostility between the Monty family and the Harris family. He was completely aware of the friendly relationship, and seeing the opportunity at this time, Lucius took the opportunity to push the Monty family towards destruction. The low hissing sound made the Death Eaters present couldn't help but shiver. The giant snake under Voldemort's feet leaned out and stood upright. Its body was as thick as a human thigh, and its eyes did not blink. The pupils are vertical. Nagini, well, since Bella has just finished, of course you can take care of that child. Voldemort looked down at the giant snake that was climbing higher and higher, and the giant snake put his body on Voldemort's shoulders. Voldemort caressed the giant snake carelessly with his slender fingers. His eyes turned to Grigor, who was trembling aside. Grigor Monty, since you know who I am, you want to live again, then, let's make a game. Chapter 1116. Eyeball. Voldemort showed a terrible smile. His red eyes did not contain any emotions. He took the eyeball that looked a little shriveled with blood vessels and meridians from the dragging glass cover, and controlled the eyeball to fly in the direction of Grigor. In the past this made this eyeball and blood vessels look like an octopus. Bring it on, Voldemort said. Dear Grigor, show me whether this eye in your family's collection is a real guy, and whether it will kill people after being put on and taken off. If you luckily enough, I made sure it was true, and later I survived, and I will allow you to provide me with more services in the future. Lucius's pale face was expressionless. He realized that although the Dark Lord often lost control, he was somewhat more cautious after the failure of the duel. Did not directly use the magical artifact that could not be felt on his own body. Idiot, can't you hear the order of the Dark Lord? Lucius urged. Master, let me do it for him. Grigor, trembling teeth, gritted his lower lip, eyes filled with tears of extreme fear. He knew he couldn't resist, but there was no other choice. He trembled and raised his right hand in order to survive. Voldemort's ferocious gaze did not leave the wizard, who was lying on the ground like mud. He continued to hiss softly and asked, Lucius, how is your friend Rudolph's progress? Master. Rudolph's came to explain. Lucius did not dare to neglect. He carefully paid attention to the wording, Master, because every corridor and every room in the ruins have been set with multiple spells, and these spells, there are some differences between ancient magic and our modern magic, so the curse solvers are slower. Lucius noticed Voldemort's frown and said quickly, but Rudolph's dare not do it arbitrarily. If you force into it, it will cause a trap to erupt. The dead person is nothing, but if it causes a cave and even the heart of Vic inside is destroyed. It's really bad for your master, so the progress is slower. But because of this, we think things are true. It's inside. It's too slow. Urging him. I don't think you and your friends would want me to personally supervise. Voldemort's impatient compromise sound just fell, and suddenly there was a painful wailing that dragged on. Very miserable, as if answering his words. The blood gurgled from Grigor's left eye socket, and his original eyeball fell to the ground amidst the screams, and the grunt rolled into a pool of blood. Grigor gasped in pain. His hands full of blood, he tremblingly lifted the glass cover in front of him, gently pinched the dry eye, and pressed it against the eye socket. The human eye squeezed directly into his right eye socket. It was infiltrated by blood and instantly plumped up. His eyes rolled frantically. Voldemort's twisted mouth twitched and mocked. Lucius, It seems that he is more efficient than Rudolph's. When this dry eye stopped turning, the skin around Grigor's eye sockets cracked like cracked ground, and the entire eye sockets turned black. There was still a little dry eyeball, as if it was covered by thousands of red blood. Connected, like woven spider webs and broken glass, stuck in the eye sockets abruptly. Grigor gasped in pain. His widening new eye couldn't even close at all. His whole body slumped on the floor and kept shaking. Sweat and blood mixed together until the pupils of Vecna's eye suddenly freeze. Confronted with Voldemort, who was watching in front of him, without warning, Grigor's dangling fingers moved, and a flame was released by him without a wand to cover everyone's sight. Then, Grigor's new widely open eyes suddenly released from behind the flame a continuous ray. This red ray looked like a blood vessel on the previous eye stalk, rushing towards Voldemort. Voldemort raised his eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. Although the ray from Vecna's eye was amazing and swift, it was a Death Eater behind Voldemort. The Death Eater instantly. It was wrapped in layers of red silk threads into a red mummy, and then boomed to pieces, as if all the vitality had been drawn away by these red silk threads, and scattered into a grey dregs. Under the effect of Vic's magic eye, Grigor, who had been shrinking and cowardly, sat upright, and continued to sweep the Death Eaters in front of him like crazy. When the Death Eaters began to make a fuss and flee, Voldemort, who was reappearing, had appeared behind Grigor, who was still in a state of irrationalism. His leather boots were heavily on the ground and bent down to use. The intact left hand, like a big pale spider, pinched the neck of the heir of the Monty family, and used Vecna's hand directly to Grigor's eyeball. Vecna's hand was hit by the rays, but completely nothing happened. Voldemort pulled it out and looked at the reaction of the opponent. It is said that the power of Vic's eye will change with the new owner, but one thing is certain, unfortunately, those who own it have never happened to good things. It is destined to betray its wearer at important moments, and abandon him when he needs its power most. And seeming to realize that he was about to be taken off, Vecna's eyes in the dry and cracked eye sockets turned frantically and irregularly. Grigor's hair quickly turned grey and his skin was old and grey, as if he had lost all the moisture, and his skin appeared with the black markings. Grigor seemed to have lost all his vitality in an instant, but the pupil of the intact eye gradually dilated. Voldemort's red eyes appeared brighter, and two cat-like eyes were aimed at this Vecna's eye. After it had absorbed all its vitality, with a bang, when Voldemort raised his hand again, among the closed withered fingers, it was the eyeball that had left the eye sockets and still looked as dry as before. And Grigor could no longer see the face of the young man he used to be, like a skeleton wrapped in dry skin, has long lost his life. Dear Grigor, it seems that you are not favored by luck. But I am about to own all the three-piece set of this artifact. This will curb this curse and give me more power. Voldemort looked at the body of the heir of the Monty family, opened his mouth, some nervously muttering to his corpse, and he began to stretch his fingers to his left eye socket. In Bavaria, Germany, near the Austrian wizarding prison in the direction of Neumangwad, a fire appeared out of thin air in a corridor at the highest point of the tower, which was cold and dark, far away from the crowd, and was magically cast to prevent apparition. The sound of footsteps came from the corridor of the topmost prison, and the magic lamps on the walls on both sides of the corridor faintly exuding green light shone on the golden stars dotted on the purple magic robe of the visitor. Novel.com. Little shining light. As he approached the middle cell, the visitor stopped, tidied up the pointed wizard hat with a crooked head, and moved on again. He saw the goal of the trip. Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, was standing upright by the railing of the gauge. Although he was a little blessed, he was in a formal suit and smiled at the visitor as if he had been waiting for a long time. The pupils of the predictive eyeballs are still being activated. There are still traces of him sitting on the sofa in the cell, There is a bucket of half-empty popcorn on the small tea table next to it, and the TV in the cell is still the floating city playing Hogwarts. Dumbledore's magic robe swayed like waves, and the phoenix fox on his shoulders burst into flames. When the flames ended, the white wizard had appeared in the cage, and his eyes met Grindelwald's normal eyes. The male phoenix on his shoulder has already flew to the snack pile and started to peck the popcorn. I think I know the poor little boy in front of me. Driven by Hogwarts, misunderstood by the people he helped. No one understands and is not treated kindly, but very brave. Very brave. Grindelwald used his unique elegant tone was as comforting as a parent's tone of comforting a child who had fallen and got up. He walked towards Dumbledore step by step, getting close to the opposite side, and Dumbledore could feel the focus of the other person's breathing. The sweet aroma of sugar. Chapter 1117 Pull Cart. Seeing the old wizard whose teeth had been completely filled, the light of the magic lamp was beating on Grindelwald's sparse but meticulously brushed white hair. From Dumbledore's perspective, it made the eyes. The wizard became younger, making him a little dizzy. Grindelwald leaned slightly, stretched out an arm slowly and gracefully, and raised his hand with his palms up. Grindelwald's eyes looked down at Dumbledore as if he didn't need to blink at all. Dumbledore raised his left hand and rubbed his nose and sighed, then handed it to Grindelwald's palm, but unexpectedly, Grindelwald did not take his hand but drew away quickly, and quickly he grabbed Dumbledore's right hand holding the wand, and then pulled it hard, staggering Dumbledore, pulling it closer to himself. Dumbledore's silver-white, waist-length hair dangled in front of him, and he stood in a daze. The blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses looked at each other's eyes intently. The pale and old cheeks were now flushed. Grindelwald held Dumbledore's wrist forcefully, pulled the white wizard's healed right hand to the end of his nose, sniffed Dumbledore's right hand vigorously, and from beginning to end, his eyes were without leaving Dumbledore. This made the old man's complexion more ruddy. Sorbustry. Wizards who hold a wand made of this would often have a clear mind and a pure heart. The Rowan wand can also play the defensive spell to the best extent, so it protects the owner. With great talent, other wands are inferior. Grindelwald's hand holding Dumbledore's wrist loosened. If you remember correctly, your new wand is the same as your old wand? Dumbledore's face was hot for a while, and he realized that he had misunderstood. The other party was just recognizing his new wand. The holder of the elderberry wand always seems to have a strong sense of identification with the wizard selected by the Rowan wand. Grindelwald's right eye with only a strange grey-white pupil blinked slightly, revealing a charming smile. As the former owner of the old magic wand, I quite agree with this view. What do you think, Albus? If it has been spread for a long time, it usually makes sense. Dumbledore turned around a little annoyed not to let the other person look at his expression, pretending to be calm, sat down on the chair facing the TV and grabbed Fox's beak. A popcorn that I had just picked up, he threw it into his mouth and said vaguely, I have also used an elderberry wand. In addition, I didn't know that you changed the soap. Cedar fused with citrus flavor, Sister Ogilvy soap. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth reappeared with a smirk. He leaned forward slightly. His nose seemed to be sharp, and Dumbledore's crooked nose came together. I haven't smelled it in a few years. Grigovich asked me to wash my hands before making me the selection material for the wand. Dumbledore frowned suddenly after he answered, hasn't smelled it in a few years. Who else have you smelled? Why, I'm jealous. Grindelwald teased deliberately. He took out a 2.5-liter bottle of Coke from the cabinet and poured a glass of Dumbledore. I recently provided me with this mull drink inexplicably, but the taste should at least suit you better than beer and sauerkraut juice. Gellert, I noticed that your newly made prison clothes seem to be a size bigger than last time. It fits well. Dumbledore winked at Grindelwald playfully, and finally appeared to be back to normal a little longer. DeVoe's emotional provocative influence, he replied unconvincingly. Later, Using his fingers to cast the iced coke made Dumbledore's expression more relaxed. He leaned back on the chair more and more freely, and soon the popcorn bucket reached the bottom. After a few more times, it was caused by the carbon dioxide in the drink. After his burp was unscrupulously vented, Dumbledore seemed a lot easier than he was with Gregovich before. Then, Albus, recently what has happened makes you very worried, and everyone else will only ask you for help to clarify your confusion. Grindelwald's right eye pupil shrank a bit, and the repaired beard on the top of his lips also rose. Said Young, a lot has happened at Hogwarts. Do you want to know what Alan Harris wants to do? Jedala, don't use your ability to look at me. Dumbledore habitually faced each other with his fingers, and his blue eyes flicked across Grindelwald. Harris reminds me of you a lot. So I really want to hear your opinion. If you were him, what would be the purpose of doing these things? Where do you think we look like? The skin exposed under Grindelwald's neck showed an unnatural white color. He raised his chin, raised his brows and asked deliberately, skin, hair color, gender, question mark. Stop kidding. Although Dumbledore said so, he looked at Grindelwald from above the half-moon glasses and smiled, with a slightly cheerful voice. You really look alike, don't you? Both like to explore ancient magic, and they are all good at speech, good at grasping the hearts of others, seeing through their nature, can easily stir up other people's emotions, and can make good use of. Then it should be that the three of us are quite alike. Grindelwald said with a smile on his face, then put a smile away and said with a serious face, but we are always just like essentially different individuals. So the things you want are different. Dumbledore nodded in agreement and asked, then what do you think he wants? Albus, what did we ever want to do? Grindelwald did not answer directly. In order to break the International Secrecy Act and realize the rule of wizards over mortals. Jedala, I changed later, so we had a lot of disputes. You mean Ellen, too? Dumbledore's white beard shook his chest. Era. His expression didn't seem surprising. It's a practice for Harris TV to broadcast those Mull-related programs, and the illusion I created at the rally. The United Kingdom previously issued warnings to various countries to comply with secrecy laws, and then forced the African president to compromise. Grindelwald leaned towards Dumbledore and approached Dumbledore. His words revealed some of his youthful wildness. I don't have his patience, but I have to say that many countries are now covered by unsustainable secrecy laws. It's been a lot of trouble, isn't it? Unfortunately, I didn't have advanced magic equipment like a TV back then. Fortunately not. Dumbledore glared at his boyfriend in disapproval, drank a large sip of Coke and hiccuped with soda, but I did consider this possibility. But today this floating city, don't you think do you want wizards to stay away from Mulls? Form a more closed wizard world? That's why I said that the three of us are essentially different individuals, and we want different things. Grindelwald shook his head. Albus, you have noticed it yourself. In fact, you don't want to believe it is because of Harris. As the sun is rising, but you are like the sunset. You can't control the opponent or defeat him. I can understand that you are too tired and unable to have greater disputes with him. Anyway, you think he treats Mulls. The attitude is much better than me. Anyway, he won't squeeze the value of Mulls like me. But you are wrong, Albus. In my opinion, the breaking of the Confidentiality Act is only a small part of his thoughts. What you want to do may be more troublesome than you think. Oh? Dumbledore finally raised an eyebrow and was a little surprised. My worst plan is that although the Ministry of Magic is controlled by Harris, the affairs of Scrimgeour and the Goblin made him aware of the constraints out of such a floating city of his own. My worst plan is that he wants Hogwarts to separate from the nominal control of the British Ministry of Magic. But Gellert, your worries seem to be more than this. Who do you think the old magic wand is most likely to be in? Grindelwald continued to answer with rhetorical questions. Dumbledore nodded and shook his head again. Do you think it is him too? Maybe Tom will go astray, but we are not overly dependent on this foreign object. Albus, don't forget, This little boy is pulling a big car behind. Grindelwald reminded in a serious tone, there is a goddess behind him, she is declaring that she is fighting against two of death. With that, Grindelwald waved his fingers in the air. Old wand. Grindelwald drew a vertical line in the air, resurrection stone. He added a circle on the vertical line, invisibility cloak. He drew a triangle outside the vertical line and the circle. In the legend, the person who owns all the Deathly Hallows is the owner of death. Dumbledore stared at the Deathly Hallows symbol floating in the air. If they really do it for this noble purpose, I have no opinion on this. Although I personally wonder whether the of death really exists or not. In fact, I think that Miss Ravenclaw may only have powers that ordinary wizards don't know. I met you when I was young and invited you to find the Deathly Hallows with me. Where do you think I learned about the Deathly Hallows and use him as my personal mark? Grindelwald threw it over again, a rhetorical question, without waiting for Dumbledore to answer. He pointed to the mark in the sky. The one who induced me to know the mark and start looking for them is also the owner of our Eris Mirror, the goddess of doom Eris. Grindelwald let his face get closer to Dumbledore's face, and the Deathly Hallows necklace on the boy's chest is not because his grandfather admires me. I can tell, it's not my mark. Because I didn't finish the promise that you were locked up here before collecting the 3 sacred artifacts. So I taught the boy a few hands as compensation to the goddess behind him. Grindelwald breathed into Dumbledore's face. But recently, I found out because of this. Well, I guessed that this goddess seems to have another identity. Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of your former working school. Dumbledore was shocked by the hidden information in his boyfriend's words. He felt that things exceeded all the possibilities he could think of before. Until novel.com, it was like a big net behind it was manipulating it like a chess piece. Originally, Dumbledore thought it was a general chess player. That Harris boy has gone much farther than I am. Albus, maybe you should watch his eyes more. You are very dissatisfied with me not taking moles seriously. But in his bones, even if he did this good things to the wizards. But maybe you don't take the wizards seriously. Grindelwald said with satisfaction, seeing Dumbledore's expression reacting. He began to retract the sofa and gave himself a sip soda. So you think you are relaxed? Think you can relax? Your career as a white wizard is just on the road. But don't expect me to help you deal with my successor. I just want more remind you to pay attention to the real struggle between the gods. By the way, if I guess it's correct, the Potter's undead boy. The authentic invisible cloak handed down by Peveria lost it a long time ago. I didn't lose it. It's fine in Harina. Huh? But Jedler, you are right. Although this kind of struggle between the gods is incomprehensible to mortals, it is not good for mortals besides danger. End of this chapter. Chapter 1118 Waves Knox's home in the suburbs of New York, USA. The yellow and white lights are intertwined. Thanks to Jessica's meticulous care, the room is full of beautiful young trees with gorgeous flowers in full bloom, which is full of vigor. Several magazines were scattered on the green marble coffee table in front of the sofa. One copy of Break with the Death Eaters had been turned to the middle position, and it was now upside down on the sofa. Jessica, Ian, and Leonard's family sat on a long table at the other end of the hall. They enjoyed a simple dinner consisting of salad, fried chicken and toasted macaroni, and small pies. And they were facing the table. A broadcast of news about Hogwarts is being broadcast on TV. Alan Harris has just accepted the allegiance of the Horsemen on TV and is giving his final speech. Those who keep saying On Generation is not as good as one should look at you just like me. I look at you with envy. The wizards have accumulated thousands of years of wealth. All the knowledge, insight, wisdom and art seems to be specially prepared for you. The gift of magic. The magic is prosperous, the culture is luxuriant, and the city is prosperous. The fruits of the wizarding civilization are opened layer by layer. You can enjoy freely to learn a spell and learn a skill. If you still need my blessing, then rush after the waves. We are on the same rushing river. I used to say proudly in front of Ellen that if Amoni is the best magic school in the world. Jessica swallowed a mouthful of salad and chewed the vegetables. and said with some yearning, "Floating in the air, the magic school, with the wind and clouds, sounds romantic." "That must be a wonderful feeling, Uncle. Are there really no restrictions on admissions at Hogwarts University as advertised?" Jessica, do you want to go to Hogwarts University too? Leonard wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Now Hogwarts University has just started enrolling students, so although the start time has passed, it is true there are no restrictions, but the teaching method is said to be more like the apprenticeship of the ancient magical world. In addition to public classes, a tutor will lead several students. Jessica, I don't approve of you. Now is not a good time to study in the UK. Ian raised his eyebrows. Although his voice was low, he was very firm and powerful. Pet curled winged demon left by his parents fell on the chair next to him was sucking a raw cow's brain, which looked like a bat, with brilliant colors and thorns all over. Why? Jessica put down her fork unhappily. Many of my friends wrote in this afternoon saying that they have been living in Floating City for a few months. Now that Hogwarts has become a floating city, it's all trivial, but they have energy nuclei, and now there are so many countries staring at them. Ian, who has a stubborn short blonde hair, said seriously, many officials in the Congress are also arguing about this matter. The director of the Serious Investigation Department and the director of the Congressional Magic and Law Enforcement Department are arguing with the president and the chief of staff. Ian, you can't bear Jessica. Your brother can't do without her sister, so he doesn't want her to go so far in England. Because once she goes, you won't see her for a long time. Leonard laughed heartily, teasing Ian with a playful tone. Uncle Leonard, Jessica wants to go to the UK to study. This is a very serious matter, Ian emphasized earnestly, with embarrassment of being poked at the center. Ahaha, are you reluctant to me? Afraid that no one will cook for you? Jessica's eyes were bright, and her tone was brisk to join the ridicule. The details of the competitor Alan, for example, you may find that he is afraid of cockroaches and mice. You can frighten him during a duel. In fact, I think you should resign and go with me. We can still be classmates in the same class. Don't talk nonsense, Ian yelled in embarrassment. Uncle, you know the situation. Come on, Jessica, it's really not the best time to go to Hogwarts. Leonard looked a little serious. Actually, I don't agree with you going to Hogwarts to study now. Hogwarts' recent performance is too eye-catching. The threat and fear that this thing can bring to other wizarding circles is too great. It just happened. You better not take risks. Leonard's tone became more serious. Our country is the attitude of the United Kingdom has always been more resistant. In addition, Alan's excessive dominance has given many radicals a reason to be disgusted. He defeated their idea that the United States is stronger than the British magical world. And after today, I think centrists who have nothing to do with themselves are also forced to stand on both sides. Yes, Uncle. Jessica, you didn't think that I-Farm Uni was better than Hogwarts? There are already a lot of wizards with radical ideas. Now it's better not to irritate them, or you may be disgusted. Those of you who are going to study abroad, Ian said sternly, I'm not afraid that this will cause trouble for me and my uncle. Now that Hogwarts has just been promoted, these situations are still unclear. But Hogwarts is now doing so is tantamount to creating a further threat to other countries. If they lose, will you be implicated when you come back? Jessica was a little annoyed. The American wizarding world is the most free. I don't care what your colleagues think. There are certainly no less spying nuclei. Hogwarts itself is positioned as a wizard city rather than a wizarding school, so the population flow will be very small and large. Which means that Hogwarts will not be safer than before. Leonard turned around. But if you just stay in school and don't go around the temple, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ian, you should stay away from the radicals. This duel contest. Come over and think that you have the opportunity to play against opponents of the level of Dumbledore and Mysterious Man. This experience alone is enough honor. I can't do it. Ian dully cut the steak on his plate. I received letters from some players just after I went to work. Many people want to withdraw from this year's duel competition. You know, I have private contact with some players. After Alan and the mysterious man won the public decisive battle last time, many players wanted to withdraw from this duel. What happened at Hogwarts today may bring them fatal blow. Even if this duel match can still take place, it is estimated that the contestants will be the least ever. Ian couldn't eat anything, so he simply put the fork aside and stopped and continued to enjoy dinner. Ian, no matter how many opponents you participate in the game, do what you want to do the most. Since the last time you lost in a duel with Alan, the thing you most want to do is to compete with Alan again. The important thing is the process rather than the result. Such a fight is good for you. So give me a good meal. Jessica directed the fork to fly back to Ian's hands. I still decided to go to Hogwarts with my friends. Let's see if I can enroll. Now I am inferior to others and inferior to others. There is nothing hard to admit. The cool-looking boy is very obedient to his sister. He continued to fork the macaroni and put it in his mouth to chew. Jessica, you have to go and prepare soon. I don't want to wait for you to dress up for more than an hour. That's because I didn't know what boots to wear that day, Jessica retorted, but she got up and went to her room. Ian, are you going to that horrible place again? Leonard frowned when he heard the words. That's a place where a bunch of barristers make a fuss. A bunch of wizards who don't get much salary a week are still discussing national affairs. Why is Seeker interested in these two? Ian put down his fork. You were reading www.uukanzu.com untied the opening in the collar. Rigid Fuji Graves invited me to the Blind Pig Bar for a drink today. He will be on stage tonight. The wrinkles on Leonard's forehead piled up. Ian, we are not radicals. I told you that we should not mix with this group of people. And the Blind Pig Bar was a meeting place that was all indiscriminate decades ago. Now I don't see any better. Even though the words and actions of Fuji 3 seem to be too radical, he can still accept the opinions of others. And you have always respected his uncle. Ian said to Leonard, Jessica is not interested in this, she is. I like the spirits of that. I just listen to them. I keep telling them some of your ideas and worries. I think this can also affect them and make them more appropriate and will not take more aggressive behavior. I'll go with you. Leonard stood up and thrust his wand around his waist, before going to get his coat. Don't let you be fooled by that person's radical remarks. Uncle Leonard, don't be so excited that you will be on stage to participate in the speech. Ian's tone was a little unhappy. He didn't seem to want to go to the bar with his elders. He couldn't refuse and he was reluctant to add, then you pay the bill. Chapter 1119 Blind Pig Bar at 124 Mark Dog Avenue. The three Knox family apparitions moved here. This is a dirty alley, a step leading to the basement connected to the entrance of their destination. The three people climbed down the stairs holding the handrails. Under the steps, there was a dead end. The doorway was bricked to death. On the brick wall was a chronological poster with blonde hair and blue eyes in a red evening dress. The modern girl with blazing red lips is applying makeup to the mirror. A red lipstick is under the mirror, and the poster says Blind Pig Bar. As these wizards approached, the eyes of the characters in the portrait began to move calmly. Looked at them. Ian and Leonard both raised one hand and pointed their wands at them. As a flash of silver-white brilliance flashed, the black magic robes on them turned into more decent old-fashioned suits. And Ian also changed it for himself. Wore a small blue bow tie. Jessica stood in front of the brick wall with her handbag and waited for them to transform. Her makeup was exquisite and she was glamorously dressed. The long hair that had been shed during the previous dinner was turned into a cute bun, which was fixed with a pearl hairpin. Wore a nice blue light gauze dress shining with blue light. Ian looked at her sister and complained, Jessica, you can see that you can only use magic spells to complete the costume. Every time you have to spend time at home dressing up. I don't want to be relieved of the curse by accident. Jessica looked at the woman on the magic poster on the brick wall. The woman's eyes looked up and down Jessica's delicate dress. Her eyes narrowed and nodded, smiled. Jessica raised her hand and tapped rhythmically on the poster 4 times. The modern girl's eyes were suddenly pushed open and hollowed out into a rectangle. revealing a pair of eyes with heavy eye bags and tightly frowning brows. This look made this beautiful poster beauty instantly become very contradictory and ugly. Immediately afterwards, the brick wall door separating this noisy bar from the outside was opened by the entrance security. They walked into the smoky bar, and densely packed wanted orders were proudly posted on the four walls, full of dirt. Everything here looks dirty and dilapidated, forming a gloomy atmosphere of joy. Leonard frowned and looked at the environment. It's still so smoky here, but it always makes people want to come here for a drink, put on a swagger, and relax. The little fairy waiter in a black tuxedo, with a large tray in his hand, full of beer with hops, walked among the wizards. Some seemingly insidious wizards sneaked up in the corner, seeming to be doing some secret bargaining. In the corner of the bar, there was even a giant who drank with a beer barrel directly as a glass. The wizard's TV screen hanging on the bar was showing the scenes of Alan rising from the floating city and the Missa Energy core. At this time, the attention of the people in the hotel had shifted from those repeated TV programs to the narrow ones. On the stage, a maroon-haired wizard stood on the stage and gave a speech. His tone was quick and he looked a little excited. "Sir, the change in the situation is already obvious." The wizard on stage paused, sorted out his thoughts and continued to express his own opinions. "The road before us after today, the road that allows us to get the most benefit, is he who Hogwarts cooperated and tried to bring their advanced magic and core technology back to the United States. This is the wisest approach. Otherwise, the technology like floating city, I doubt that our magic congress will not be developed in a few decades. Fact exclamation mark. Why should we bow our heads to those arrogant Englishmen for these things? He made it out. This bastard. Go to hell. But he was right. Not only the Congress, but also the IFARM Uni. It has been too rigid for so many years, and there has been no innovation. However, the Congress has not stepped up its efforts to support IFARM Uni. The United States is a free country. We don't need British Energy Nuclei or their tea. The three of Ian who had just walked into the tavern were looking at the situation in the hall to find a place, and they saw this messy scene. But before Leonard made some complaints, a young man approached them. "Hey, Ian here." "He is the protagonist who invited Ian today, Stiff Fox Graves." The wizard has short black hair and neatly divided heads. What is impressive is that he has a pair of thickened black eyebrows and the bridge of the nose. It is tall, with a tight jawline and a well-defined chin, which makes the whole person look very firm. The mage's robe on his body is not luxurious, but his back is straight so that he can walk in the crowded hall with a little dark light. The wizard seemed very graceful. "Oh, Mr. Knox, I didn't expect you to come over tonight. It seems that our group of young people is really lucky." "Mr. Knox, you just came back from England not long ago. If we are lucky enough to hear your opinion, if it is, it will definitely give us a more specific understanding and judgment of the actual situation in the UK. Stiff Fox Graves greeted Leonard enthusiastically, and proactively bowed slightly and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Leonard. "Mr. Graves. You've been rewarded, but I am mainly here today for a drink." Leonard gently held the opponent's hand and shook it up and down, although he couldn't help but feel that the other party was indeed not counted. Annoying. But because of the different positions and factions, there is no intention to continue to communicate. That's really regrettable. But the spirits and jazz here are indeed pretty good. Rigid Fuji was not bothered, and then he looked at Jessica with some deep and charming eyes. "Jessica, you go. I stole a sandwich that I made for Ian this time. It's soft and cottony, especially the chicken breast inside. It's not very juicy and delicious. Can you tell me the secret recipe? I hope my wife Carmen can learn this." Ian growled a little annoyed upon hearing this. "What? You stole my sandwich?" "Ian, how about your courtesy?" Jessica smiled blatantly because of her cooking skills. "Please tell Mrs. Ekogo. The trick is to marinate with coarse salt for half an hour in advance. But Mr. Graves, you like it? If so, next time I will do more and let Ian bring it to you." "Call me Rigid Fuji, Jessica. Don't be so dismissive. You know that I have a good relationship with Ian. Graves said seriously. Please forgive us for having to find a seat first. Leonard frowned beside him, then pointed to a little wizard who walked quickly over and combed his small flat head. In addition, it seems that this gentleman has something to look for you. Ah, it must be Mr. Chamberlain's speech that is almost over. The next person to be on stage is me. Fuji looked back and said, it seems so. Please forgive me, I have to accompany my gains and losses. If possible, we will have a few drinks together later. Fuji leaned to the wizards of the Knox family. But Mr. Knox, this bar provides a platform for wizards to express their opinions and discussions freely. I always respect you very much. If you can have this honor, please listen to the heartfelt words of this immature young man. I know that our ideas are often at odds, but I sincerely hope to get Mr. Knox's guidance. Everything is done for the United States. Leonard let out a sigh of relief, letting himself talk softly with the alienated voice. It's all for America. Rigid Fuji nodded once again, and then turned to leave. The chestnut-haired wizard Chamberlain on the podium had already stepped down. In the gap between Rigid Fuji's preparations for the stage speech, a man in silver revealing clothing seemed to be a mixed blood fairy. The female singer boarded this narrow podium, which triggered applause and whistles from some wizards and other magical racers who were not interested in current affairs. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. The sound of music that exudes the free air of jazz sounded, lazy and slightly sentimental tones, slowly swaying rhythm, faint jazz piano sound. A psychedelic mellow jazz picture rolled over. The non-human female singer raised her head. She has a long face, half closed her eyes, and her narrow, pointed ears are raised. The back of her head is strongly stretched back, and she looks like a long round face from the side. Worm-shaped eggs. The volume of her cranial cavity seems to be very large, equivalent to 1.5 times that of ordinary people. On top of her bare head were several silvery, snake-like pigtails. In the middle of his forehead, there were 2 forked fleshy horns in his heart, those pointed and tall noses and delicate facial features. The female singer still seems to have some alternative charms. While the female singer sang, many house elves in those shelters on the stage stretched out their fingers, emitting a lot of silver light. In the twinkling of the silver light, some white smoke rose. All kinds of scenes sung by female singers are imaginary, and Leonard had already taken the siblings to a position slightly leaning toward the corner that he had just optimistic about. End of this chapter. Chapter 1120. People can't see the abyss. Sincere thanks to the Lord, Shanxian Kishan, as a short tune for the transition break. The short tune was soon sung. The little fairy waiter in a black tuxedo interspersed from the hall, carefully paying attention to the tray in his hand to avoid being stepped on by the drunk wizards. Before the cocking wine ordered by the 3 Leonards was brought up by the goblin entertainer, the host re-entered the stage to sparse applause. After telling a few brief jokes that mocked foreign wizards, he noticed Graves, who had come to the audience. Then, let my jokes disturb everyone's ears for a while, and let us welcome the next speaker. Many people here should recognize the next gentleman who is about to appear. Many people, including myself, are drunk and make trouble. I have been arrested several times by him. The host's words made many people in this bar chuckle again. Yes, he is from Gravis, one of the 12 Auras originally recruited by the Magic Congress. The family, currently taking office in the Major Investigation Division of the Magic Congress. Let us welcome the Rigid Fuji 3 of the Graves family. Graves' supporters responded with much more enthusiastic applause than they had just given to the host, but there were also some appeasement philosophers who deliberately raised their voices and sneered at this radicalist, which subsequently caused him to fall into angry support. The readers looked sideways and glared, even swearing. Some reporters of the Witcher News broke out some smoke. After taking a few photos of the reactions of Graves and the audience, they took out the paper money and prepared to record. Although the Wizarding TV station in the United Kingdom has swept the magic world of various countries, it has not yet developed its own TV industry for most countries. After all, it is the Harris family that holds the patent right. Although they did not prevent other countries from building their own TV stations, but the patent fees charged are enough to dispel the wizarding merchants who want to make money from this. Only a few ambitious magical governments have begun to try to form a new media for such wizards. But for these ancient pure-blooded governments without the malinformation and ideas provided by Alan, it will take time to formally become formal. And this kind of tavern-level discussion will not attract the attention of TV stations. Immediately, Graves stepped slowly onto the podium. After the lights that illuminate the band singers in the bar were gathered on this lonely, strong and tall young wizard, the bar was somewhat quiet, but just like the radicals in Chamberlain's previous speech, those who are biased towards isolationists, the appeasementists, began to focus their energies on the people around them and began to communicate in a low voice. When we were young, we have all heard a lot of stories about our ancestors coming from Europe, from the Mole Mayflower to the United States. Graves' opening speech was not loud, and his black hair was shining in the light. The lower part looked particularly bright, and his expression looked a little melancholy. I know the story of Aesop Thrall, the founder of our alma mater, Ifamoni. Speak up. The wizard, who had political disagreements, seemed to be drinking too much, and shouted rudely. Actually, we also have a great history of magic in the United States. The Ifamoni school of witchcraft and wizardry is also recognized by the world's magical circles as the most democratic and educated great magic school. Graduates of the United States used to be better at using magic wands than graduates from some European schools. Graves ignored the impolite guy. His expression was full of regrets and worries. Yes, we are now in a backward situation again. Magic in Europe under the leadership of the United Kingdom, the world began to try to reorganize their era, and when the spy became an army, we were isolated overseas. Our era was in a shabby condition compared to those armed eras. Our best. The little wizard is currently tied to the traditional and backward education system, and in the future after today, our economy will be threatened and damaged. However, this is not to blame Britain or other countries, this is our own question. Huga. Sorry. There was a sudden loud laughter from the audience interrupted Graves' speech. Before the speech wizard Chamberlain, there was a wizard at the table, which was not very sincere. This is exactly the effect of the cocking spirit. Aroused ridicule from those opposition parties. Graves did not continue. He stood on the podium with his hands clasped on his back, just watching the audience in his own silent silence. The atmosphere in the entire bar became a little weird, and many wizards who hadn't paid attention to the speeches began to stop their conversations, as if they were afraid that people would think that this atmosphere was created by them. Ian, is he interrupted and forgot the words, or is this part of his speech? Jessica asked in her seat, lowering her usual loud voice. Ian also looked blankly at the new friend on stage who had drunk many times. He also realized that he knew nothing about him. He noticed that the host under the stage seemed to he gestured to him, as if holding a sign with a line written on it to make Graves' emergency, as if he also thought that the other party had forgotten the word. And the rigid Fuji-3 on the stage just nodded to him, then patted the non-existent dust on his belly robe with his hand, and then took off the hip flask tied to his belt in full view and filled himself with it. A bite. This made the weird quietness disturbed everyone in the originally lively bar. Graves' leisurely and contented air made the opposition wizards who were ready to coax him to step down could not help but shut their mouths. The wizard Chamberlain was drinking before the table. The sound interrupted the speech. The wizard had already started to sweat on his forehead. Ian, Jessica, this is the power of silence. Leonard watched as he just held it up in his hand, shook his head and smiled and put it on the table, then looked at his two handles. The younger generation focused on himself. Don't be afraid of it, Ian. Your new friend seems to be able to shame the previous Chamberlain on stage. As if he had received Leonard's order, when his voice just fell, Graves on the stage took a deep breath into his lungs and let his voice erupt in silence. Very well, I think now everyone is willing to listen. The sudden loud voice surprised the wizards present, but Graves, who had already spoken again, did not intend to stop. Like I just said, this is our own problem. It's not a problem we have now, does it? But no one cares. Has no one in the American wizarding world thinking that we are facing demise? Graves shook his head on the stage, and struck his head again with his hands. Self-esteem. Self-esteem is a weapon that each of us should master, rather than deceive it. It represents strength. We are much stronger. Graves pointed to the host. The host tried to help me just now. He seemed to think that I had forgotten the word and wanted to help me with his jokes. To be precise, it was about foreign countries. Human jokes. The host below the stage looked much more embarrassed than he was being watched on stage. He squeezed out a smile, unable to understand Graves' intention. But I would like to ask, why should I laugh at foreigners? If I lag behind other countries, why should we joke more than our country? If you treat any country as an enemy, it's like facing a wild animal in the forest and entering the house. With rats, we don't need any jokes. We don't want to find a talk show star for ourselves, but either raise our wand or find a hunter wizard. As for the rats, we should buy some rat poison. Graves's rhetorical question relieved the mood of the wizards except for the more embarrassing host. The wizards who knew Graves and the radicals who supported him, many like Ian, couldn't help it, smiled. The wizard TV in this tavern is only so thin, much better than those magic products. Graves gestured with a touch of grace with his fingers like a piece of paper. I think we don't have to. Let's talk about the things about floating cities and energy nuclei that everyone has heard too much today. This is a miracle of creativity on television and wizards. Graves put down his previous gestures and said with a heavy tone, but on TV what's on the show? It's just rubbish. I know that in recent years the entire wizarding world is not getting better because of the Dark Lord and Britain. The public also needs this kind of entertainment, I understand. There was another silence, and Graves lowered his head as if giving the wizards time to understand. But the spirit of our American wizards is so empty that we will be interested in the unhealthy garbage broadcast on TV. What kind of magical country do we live in? The birth rate of most wizarding circles in the world is unprecedentedly low! This is not surprising. That wizard would want his child to be born in a country that has gradually lost competitiveness. Graves lowered his head in a complaining tone. He unconsciously waved his hand at the audience. Yes, before the floating city flew into the skies of Scotland today, before we felt threatened and felt a sense of crisis today, we had already stopped in front of the abyss. But we couldn't see that it was the abyss, because on Wizard TV. Graves put his finger on the top of his head. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. People can't see the abyss. What they see are those fictional movies made up by Moji. They are trivial things like a college-level Quidditch competition. The news is the cooking show at Hufflepuff College at Hogwarts in the UK. Wizards. Especially the wizard's attention is on the breast of the French Veva hostess. 3 points of water and 1 hook. This caused many wizards in the audience to burst into laughter. People can't see the abyss. Graves didn't smile. He said loudly with a firm expression, I will continue to fight, not only until we American wizards see the abyss, but until we cross it. In the bar, the old supporters of Graves and the new supporters who had just changed their identities clapped vigorously. Graves walked to the stage and picked up the supporter's glass and poured himself another sip before returning to the stage. After dozens of seconds of applause diminished, Graves opened his mouth and continued to speak, and Chamberlain in the audience saw that the other party received much more welcome than he had before, so he couldn't help but ask. Very exciting, Rigid Fuji. But can you explain your specific plan? How do you plan to implement it? Chapter 1121. The rise that began in the tavern. Cokily sincere thanks to the Lord. On the stage, Graves' sonorous tone and the content of his speech attracted many wizards who had been drinking and talking in other seats. Even the giant, who was not very good at human language, was also infected by the atmosphere. He straightened his body so that he could easily pass the wizards in front of him. We need to make the Magic Congress more active and stronger, just like the reason why Britain across the ocean can achieve this kind of development in a short period of time. A parliament with vision, a parliament with the courage to rely on its own independent development, and a courage to fight against foreign enemies. Congress. This will lead us to further prosperity. Graves watched Chamberlain try to speak again. He shook his head and asked, Arthur, since the beginning of the Hogwarts Revolution, here before the Pigwort Academy rose to the sky, many Ifamoni people were already thinking about transferring to another school. They forgot the story of the founder of Isolation, Rigid Fuji. I can't understand. Just because of these historical reasons, should I give up the opportunity to become stronger? Backwardness can make history happen again. Only strong will not be bullied at will. Chamberlain stood up stubbornly to retort. The chestnut hair on top of his head trembled a few times because of his excitement. Those who are planning to leave the United States now and leave Ifanio are not traitors, they are also for the United States to become stronger again. Yes, these talents are doing facts, and they will bring back advanced technology. The United States is a free country. Wizards have the freedom to choose their own future. Graves clasped his hands in front of him, calmly waited half a day after these screams subsided, and looked at Chamberlain and asked, Arthur, can you tell me, how did you do when you graduated from Ifamoni? Except for the Magi study, I have achieved excellent grades. Chamberlain said proudly. Such grades are completely handy. Basically, most of the professions are open to him and he can choose. Your amazing talent is enviable. I must first admit, in my heart, the once best magic school in the world, Ifamoni, is now experiencing a difficult period. Graves said in a low voice. So Arthur, if you are a genius like you, if you are willing to go to the UK, which has better educational resources, I am not against it. I support you, enlightened sorcerers, to learn more advanced magic skills for us. This path the situation you have to face is very difficult, because Harris has already stated in the live broadcast that they will not hand over this kind of creation technology that has an overwhelming advantage over other countries. Yes, the situation you have to face is very difficult. So ordinary people like us shouldn't let you go on this difficult road and still have to bear the humiliation. Seeing that the representatives of the radicals seemed to be subdued by his own achievements, Chamberlain's expression also eased a little. Then stiffness. Fuji, why would you try to stop us? Arthur, can you tell me? Graves continued to ask calmly, can you tell me how many of your partners have this kind of achievement like you? Although their written results are not very good, in fact, they all have advantages in their respective fields. Chamberlain seemed a little embarrassed. Even if Graves is not included, I know him and his friends here. Quite although this graduation grades are not good. It's a good thing to go to Hogwarts, England to study more advanced magic. The few elite wizards who have thoroughly studied the magic of our Ifamoni should have a higher and lofty pursuit to learn those rare magic arts. Only in this way can the magical world develop. Graves continued in a deep voice. But more wizards are bewildered by the magical wonders of other countries. When you are in our own Ifamoni, you haven't learned much. In good circumstances, I want to go to those higher and more obscure magic skills. How much can you gain from it this time? This rhetorical question made those who yelled before were very embarrassed and realized the problem. Ordinary magic is not well studied, and they covet more profound knowledge. Rigid Fuji seems to make sense, Jessica muttered hesitantly, but she had lost the motivation to study at Hogwarts. Jessica, don't be fooled by the slogan. The wizard of the Graves family hasn't told us that he has any practical and substantive actions. As a very old Ministry of Magic, the politician, he was not stirred up too much. Ian, your friend will be a very good politician, but you don't want to ... Huh? Ian's look at this time showed that he hadn't paid attention to the conversation between his sister and Leonard at all, and he concentrated all his energy on the podium speech. The brain drain that Ifamoni is about to face ... No one cares. No one thinks that after we leave too many people We can even meet some people who are not determined after seeing the advanced life of Hogwarts. No longer want to return to the United States to live. What we have to face is not only the passing talents, but also the population representing the future potential. Self-esteem is a weapon, and the magic wand is used to deal with the enemy. We also have magical powers and powers in us. The potential is much greater than we thought. Graves raised his arms gracefully, palms up, as if holding up hope invisibly. Arthur, you just tried to ask me what my specific plan of action is. What? I will tell you what I think now. Chamberlain, who gave a speech before Graves, squeezed his arms on the table, clenched his fists against his lowered head. His head seemed to be heavy, and he couldn't lift his head at all. Graves said he didn't have any. I have thought that if many wizards go to Hogwarts after listening to their own words, and fail to achieve any progress but cause the loss of American population. A young witch wearing a silk scarf looked at the wizards beside her, and found that many of them nodded to varying degrees. The magical world does not need everyone to become wizards who are good at studying magic. More are ordinary people like us, but now the rapid development of Britain prevents us from stagnating. We are already standing on the edge of the abyss. Therefore, the Graves family will serve as an example. I will publish the magic secrets of my family. Not only that, but I will also call on other families to say goodbye to the old era, and the new era is coming. Just like that, like the foresighted Alan Harris, I encourage everyone to abandon conservative traditions and integrate the knowledge that was previously hidden in the American magical world that was rarely learned by others, and provide more not so talented. But there are goals. The wizards are growing closer, Graves said in a deep voice. Although we are proud, don't be arrogant. I hope those wizards who are talented enough, our Congress can select those who are determined, give them support, and support them. Go abroad to learn advanced technology. He clenched a fist with his right hand and his eyes were firm. But we can still choose the posture we should have. What we can never forget is the history of the establishment of Ifamoni. We should not lose our own. The American spirit. You are reading www.uukahtsu.com. The way the UK rises. Regardless of the role played by the most powerful wizards in the world, the British system will never suit us. We choose our own path. That is freedom reason. At this time, no one in the bar talked privately anymore. The wizards and other aces all stood up, applauded vigorously and cheered. In this atmosphere, many people began to pour the spirits down. This kind of liquor brought forbearance. The effect of giggling makes the atmosphere of the scene a step further. In this crisis situation, the various factions in the United States should no longer fight each other. This will prevent us from making any progress. Therefore, I will work hard. Although my position is not high, I will try to change this. Powerful officials, let all decision-making actions be more efficient and accountable to the President of Congress. If I fall, I will stand up. If I can't stand up, I hope you can stand up for me. But the United States does not. It will fall, and it will rise again under our efforts. Graves waved his right hand vigorously and patted his left chest. America is bound to rise. The United States will rise. The United States will rise. The United States will rise. Most of the wizards and fairies in the bar learned to shout slogans and started this action. Leonard anxiously discovered that his niece and nephew were among them, and the same was true of Arthur Chamberlain. Chapter 1122 Hogsmeade Week. This Saturday morning is the first Hogsmeade Week in the new semester as usual. Almost all the little wizards who are allowed to leave Hogwarts main castle for free activities in the 3rd grade and above have mostly chosen to participate. In fact, according to the regulations of the new semester, students in all grades can choose to use this weekend time to return to their respective homes to reunite with their parents. But because of the rise of the floating city, in the first week of this time, most parents chose to come to Hogwarts by themselves instead of letting the children go back. This includes those little wizards who are too young in the 1st and 2nd grades. Accompanied by his parents, he began to explore the urban area of Hogwarts, a school city. Cheap replicas of the Gubri Fairy Fire, known as the Eternal Fire, have been placed in the entire city and streets of Hogwarts, illuminating the streets and shops of the entire area for the folks who sleep during the day and shop at night. The needs of customers and tourists who plan to view the night view of Hogwarts at night. This does not bring any advantage to the new guards in those urban areas, and the armed forces of the Red Umbrella Department with night vision equipment and masks. The commercial plaza outside the Ravenclaw Temple in the southern part of the school city has become the first choice for students and tourists today. This is the commercial center of Hogwarts that never closes. The announcement stated that except for festivals, never closed here. Umbrella companies in the city also have their headquarters in this business district, not far from the shops they serve or own. Except for a few patrol boats and parasol wizard guards riding on fire dragons, most floating boats of various types also stay in the square and the pier on the shell below the city. After all, for the manufacturing industry in Hogwarts, energy nuclear has just been launched soon, and the workshop owners living here still need time to adapt and plan new production plans. Diagon Alley is far from so many people. Ron was a little dumbfounded as the business district began to prosper. Don't talk about Hogsmeade Week, or Mole train stations. I've never seen it all at once anywhere. After so many people. It's Hogwarts Week, not Hogsmeade Week. Ron, Alan has announced the name change. Ginny took Harry's arm to the following Ron and Lavender. Good face. So many people remind me of Mole City. Harry patted Ginny to ease the atmosphere. Look at the steps of the temple over there are full ... I noticed that there seem to be many foreign wizards. The one called Hanin was placed in the temple for people to visit. These people must be running with the artifact. Ron looked very proud. It's not bad. You see these foreigners look. Do we have eyes? RH, you are right. From now on, we Hogwarts wizards will feel better than others wherever we go. Lavender almost hung himself on Ron. The only bad thing is to run up to the clouds. It's coming, and it's a bit dry. Let's take a break in Madame Petitfou's tea house. She babbled and acted like a baby. Mame Petitfou's tea house rented a big shop here and opened a shop bigger than the main shop. Branches. Let's go and check it out. Lavender grinned, pinching his throat. The voice was like spilling a large piece of candy. Ginny holding Harry's arm was so bored that Harry couldn't bear it, and Harry was a little uncomfortable because of the sudden superiority of the other party. So they looked at each other tacitly and decided to get rid of Ron. Ginny took the initiative to speak. Lavender, you and Ron will go by yourself. On such a hot day, I want to eat some ice. Lavender didn't seem to want to spend more time with her boyfriend's sister on the weekend. She waved to Harry and the others, and then quickly dragged some Ron who wanted to explore the new city with Harry to the side. At least for the benefit. The new city is so big, there are fewer classmates who can see them crooked. Ginny sighed as she looked at the distant brother and his girlfriend. Ginny, we can go to Mrs. Paddy's tea house in Hogsmeade. Harry saw his girlfriend's thoughts better. Sirius wanted to come to me today. I told him I have to make up my homework. I hope I won't run into him later. Then we have to keep our eyes bright. Sirius was free at the time. Was his department so idle? My dad and Percy were both busy after flying in the floating city. Domestic pureblood families and foreign magic governments. I'm trying to contact the Ministry of Magic. Ginny's care for her boyfriend still counts. You have to go back to the new borough with me before dinner. Mom is preparing dinner for us. But now, we can go to Florin. Take a look at the Volkswagen ice cream shop here. I watched an advertisement on TV yesterday and said it was near the West Porch. Only he is so free. Miss Josephine Harris has written several letters to remind me that my godfather must not be late and leave early. He also had a job today, but he still invited me to visit the new city. Ginny, you understand I mean. Harry sighed. Let's go. Florin is very good to me. He knows the situation of medieval witchcraft very well. I used to do it in his shop when I was staying at the Broken Cauldron Bar. With homework, he helped me a lot with essays on medieval witchcraft, and he also gave me a box of ice cream every half hour for free. The Florin Volkswagen ice cream shop is not difficult to find. The huge umbrella located on the second floor on the left side of the west porch is their logo. Everything is brand new, and magic is applied to the umbrella, changing colors, and some ads for today's specials like chocolate with raspberry and crumbled nut ice cream flashed on it. At this time, Emily was in the cold drink shop in Florin with her entourage with large bags. "Miss Harris, welcome. Now I finally don't have to wait until the holidays to see the shop." Florin Volkswagen walked over with a smile. He looked very friendly and harmless in a red magic robe and a mustache. But most wizards respect him because he is a descendant of Dexter Volkswagen, the former headmaster of Hogwarts. "Mr. Das Honk, I'm so glad to see you outside Diagon Alley." As Emily's eyes changed with the changes in the desserts and cold drinks on the menu, her smile became more sincere and happy, and she looked innocent. "I want a toffee ice cream, 3 strawberry peanut butter ice cream." Emily looked back at Draco and his 2 attendants. "As for these gentlemen, 1 green applesauce ice cream and 2 extra-large servings with chocolate chip cookies are good." Pansy took the conversation keenly and described her boyfriend's taste to the boss, and the extra-large portion made Crab and Gore very tall. An unstoppable smile appeared on his face. "Green applesauce? Didn't Draco just nibble on an apple when he came?" "Okay." Emily shrugged. "Yes. Make me another raw gill pudding." She paused. "Pack another Catalan caramel panna cotta and, Mr. Volkswagen, is there any dessert that is not very sweet?" "Unsweet dessert? ... Florin Volkswagen was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to satisfy the taste of the little Harris princess. In fact, if he changed to someone else, he might think that the other party was here to make trouble. Or it's a prank. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you are willing to wait a little longer, I can make an unsweet bitter coffee from the beginning. But raw cheek pudding ... Miss Lovegood during class come here every day. I can't come by myself today during the holiday." This style really looks like his father's magazine. Gabriel was a little puzzled. Didn't Luna say she was on vacation when she was sick? I suspect that Ellen is accommodating her laziness. Anyway, I don't believe that Ellen is so terrible and there is no cure for her. Draco noticed that there was something tricky in it, and he said a little sadly, "Lun would never want to play with me. Play with us. It's not Miss Lovegood, but I want to taste." Laura glanced at Emily and took the initiative to find a reason. "Well, I just bought it for Laura. But Luna is in poor health recently, but it seems that her temperament hasn't changed yet, so she sneaked out to buy desserts." Emily glanced at Wolfmother's daughter with satisfaction. Laura didn't know Luna's true identity, but she still keenly found a reason for herself. After Luna lifted off from the floating city, she whispered at home and announced that she would study magic and take care of the temple, so she was temporarily suspended in the name of illness. But now Emily is not sure if this crazy girl is. "I really have something to do, or I just want to be lazy." Chapter 1123. If my father finds out. Your father is afraid that he will be beaten. The Ravenclaw Temple, located on the floating city, occupies the entire northern area of Hogwarts Commercial Plaza. From the outside, there is a statue of Miss Ravenclaw on the top of the temple tower, which is dark blue and bronze. The shrine reflected the room as in the sunlight above the clouds, making it impossible to look directly at it for a long time. The towering spires, pointed arches, large windows and stained glass painted with Ravenclaw's deeds make the entire temple very wide and solemn. The decoration inside the temple is not much different from the much smaller temple in Diagon Alley. In the central part of the temple at Hogwarts and the central axis of the Harris family residence, in a small raised semi-temple secret room on the top floor that cannot be seen from the ground, the bronze silk curtains are lifted by the wind, and some of the pages on the desktop seem to be the information on admissions to Hogwarts University. Frowning and looking out the window, Alan took a sip of the lemon juice in his hand and put it on the table. Then he stood up, took a very soft dark blue gauze towel and approached him, half lying on the recliner. In front of Luna with a sense of compassion, she gently placed a corner of the thin blanket on Luna's exposed belly button. Although it's still a little hot in the first autumn, At least cover your belly. Alan held Luna's hand on the chair with a very worried expression. You can't do it like this. However you feel uncomfortable. Eat something. Luna snorted weakly, and suddenly pressed her belly, frowning as if she was suffering some pain. Alan quickly patted the opponent's back lightly, his tone a little worried. My potion can't help you in this situation. Or let's go find Snape. It's no good for you to let it go. He is even more powerless about this. Luna shook her head pale. Although you and I have a lot of power, Alan, this is not something we can change. Luna's desperate tone infected Alan, feeling helpless. He beckoned the glass of lemon juice he had just drunk to his hand and handed it to his female partner. The other hand stopped her waist to help her support it. Luna was getting up and taking a sip of the lemon juice that Alan handed over. Her eyes were more protruding because of uncomfortable, and a little foggy, tiredness spread all over the body, deep into the skin and bone marrow. She only felt her limbs and bones are all soft and light. Seeing such a tired posture of his sweetheart, Alan put down the water glass, quickly took out a handkerchief from his arms, and leaned heartily to wipe the corners of Luna's mouth. Mother may have noticed that your situation is not right. She asked me if you were wrong in the morning. Concentrating on research. Should we? They can't help. And there is no need to know. Luna shook her head to interrupt Alan's intentions. Don't say it, otherwise you have to deal with them before solving. Are you planning to never show up in front of them and your father? Alan sighed when he saw Luna's expression and changed the subject. Luna, then don't touch it anymore. What kind of old magic wand and resurrection stone, so as not to affect your body? Except for Tom's potion last time, I have never seen you in such a bad state. You just concentrate on rest and don't waste energy. The sacred objects have no effect. Luna stretched out her arm and waved her hand. I have a headache. Now the believers are too noisy. Are you still caring about those believers? Alan became anxiously voiced. They can wait for their illness. Let them wait. You first get yourself in shape. Then I can think about not way to help you deceive your faith again. No. After the floating city was launched, the wizards who began to believe in me have changed a lot during this period. Luna raised her arm and wiped the corners of her eyes that were physiologically wet because of her discomfort. Can't waste it. Press your head. Alan didn't reply. It seemed that he still didn't agree with the plan of his girlfriend, but he still pressed his hand on her forehead quickly. After a while, in the large mirror in the sanctuary of the temple, the ghost of Hogwarts borrowed it to wear it out. Father, Mother. Helena floated under the ceiling dome with stars, and then fell onto the dark blue carpet that was also studded with stars and materialized. She clapped her hands gently. With a snap, Maggie also appeared in this room, with a picnic basket in her hand. Wuju literature. Helena walked to the side of Luna and Alan sitting on the recliner. It seemed that it was not polite to look down at her young parents from her own perspective. She let herself kneel down again. Mother, I asked Maggie to do something specially. There are many types of digestible foods. Choose some. You have to eat something. It's all the hostess favorite. Maggie got a very good colored ballfish. Maggie put the food in the insulated box on the table layer by layer, and the scent of the food instantly filled the room. But after smelling these alluring scents, Luna's face became paler. She quickly turned sideways and raised both arms to make a postponement, so that the scarf she had just put on her belly looked like an Eastern flax melon Buddhist. The cassock she wore was usually placed on her left arm. Take it. Take it. Merlin's beard. Mother, get over it and eat some. Maggie and I have checked the recipe for a long time. Helena said seriously, brothers and sisters need nutrition. When Luna heard the words, she immediately got some spirits. You didn't let your grandma find out, did you? No. Maggie and I avoided even Krecha. Helena quickly explained when she saw her mother's reaction, and then asked suspiciously, Father, it's a joy for my mother to be pregnant. Why can't we tell Grandma? This is my father's personal business. Luna endured the discomfort in her throat. You have to be careful with the portrait, so that Helga will not find it. Yes, Mother. Helena nodded somewhat disappointed. Maggie, thanks for your hard work. You go back and rest first. If Luna doesn't eat, he'll eat it later. Alan waved his hand to let the lost house elf leave, then turned to look at his daughter. Helena, we are not ready to announce this matter. Seeing her daughter remained silent, obviously still unable to understand, Alan was silent for a moment and thought of a reason. You know your grandma's current physical condition, and she still needs it. People take care of. If my dad finds out, your dad is afraid that he will be beaten. Luna revealed Ellen's old bottom in front of her daughter. If Helga finds out, you probably will have to be beaten. Alan replied with an angry reply. I see. Helena finally knew the reason for her parents' worries, but she couldn't help but said, but mother, father, you can't disappear in front of grandma and them for half a year. I can create a clone and use illusion to straighten my belly, Luna said and shook her head in a daze. It's too much trouble. I want to take it outside to raise. What? Helena didn't keep up with her mother's rhythm either, and she looked a little dazed. Luna glanced sideways behind her to confirm. Ass is not as big as Rowena. It will hurt more. Alan understands a disc. You were reading www. Com, but he was not sure if he understood it, so he was silent for a moment. Luna ... You want to take the baby out ... and raise it outside? The brain-raising glass cylinder of the brain hall of the Department of Mysteries is very suitable, as long as we study. Luna was a little pleased to see Alan understand. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Mother, you were tired of my birth. Helena floated to her mother, leaned down and hugged Luna. The younger brother or sister may not be as big as mine, and the pain will be much less. Yes, Helena persuaded in a low voice, I don't want my brothers and sisters to grow up in cold glass cylinders. Helena, good boy. Alan walked over to squat down and stroked Helena's long hair. You are the most precious baby, and have never been our burden. As he said, he did several things to Luna. Winks. Forget it ... I may not research it out anyway. Luna sighed lightly. Her godless eyes finally focused on the colorful ball fish that Maggie put on the table. Ellen stretched out his hand to serve it, but after taking a look at her eager daughter, she put it down again. Helena, now you are more proficient in touching objects. Come and feed your mother. The family is in a meeting. It's almost time. I have to go over and show my face at the end. Chapter 1124 New meeting room. The conference room of Harris' new house in the heart of Black Lake is different from the style of the whole mansion. As first visitors who use it for the first time today, their first impression is that it's a bit small here, because there are only 377 seats, but no one knows the real number, because this blue bench does not separate each seat with an armrest, so it may be able to squeeze more people. Some others are magical. The researcher recognized that the non-marking stretch of this room is controllable, so when you can't sit down, theoretically it can be expanded into more space, enough to ensure that all participants have a place to sit. There is a long bronze line running through the debate hall under the front row on either side. They are about the length of 3 flying broomsticks apart to ensure that the two sides of the debate will not start their hands without a word. The conference hall is a triangular rule, rather than a common semicircular structure. In such a triangular debate hall, the area near the north is the seat of Harris, while the other two sides can freely and conveniently carry out debates. Discussions and decision-making cause the so-called left and right positions are easy to change for individuals, but the act of crossing the speaker booth requires careful consideration. The wizards sitting on the left and right sides, in addition to the top leaders of the Umbrella Group, have previously followed the Harris family's clan power and the earliest wizards who have come close to each other. The wizards who stayed in Germany also rushed over from their hometown to sit in front of those newly joined wizards. As the patriarch of the Harris family, Owen's seat is unique. It is located on the central axis of the triangle on the north side. The patriarch's chair is 7 feet high. The top of the seat is engraved with the imprint of the omniscient eye as a sculpture of a raven head. It looks very comfortable with its armrests and pedal seats. and it's stuffed with the wicked bird feathers that are usually used to make fine feather pens. In the entire seemingly symmetrical conference hall, there is a separate chair with a different direction from the other benches at the entrance. Punlo Cravat is sitting on this chair holding a magic wand. She is in charge of the meeting, unable to control the scene, suppress the riots on the scene, maintain order and safety, and at the same time, she is the only wizard who can hold the wand in this room but in the current situation, this is more representative. It is a kind of ceremony and honor to the head of the Red Umbrella Department from the ceremony. The meeting has been going on for a long time, but although these wizards looked a little tired, they looked very excited. Mrs. Letizia Cravat, who was sitting in the middle seat on the left, took advantage of the gap between her husband's answer to Owen's question. From time to time, she glanced at the special position her daughter was sitting in. She realized that the Harris family valued and respected Punlo, which made her feel very satisfied. The revision of the law must also take into account the physical location changes brought about by the modern ascension of the school city and the impact of the energy nucleus. Although Mr. Cravat participated in the wizarding meeting for the first time, he had already given male officials. He did not appear to be nervous after serving for a long time. The first part that has been completed also needs to be rechecked. This is not something that can be solved in a short time. We have to avoid loopholes. Hearing that the revision of the law had not yet been completed, the red-nosed wizard Grimson and the old man around him looked at each other silently. Although they dare not say it, these old stubborn still understand each other's meaning. These mole jobs, the efficiency is far inferior to that of wizards. It took so long for the law to start and it was necessary to redo things about the floating city. Len, who was sitting not far below Owen, stood up. Father, Flip. Mr. Cravat has done his best. In fact, 7 laws have been enacted before then. I personally think that it is far more stringent than ordinary wizarding laws. It's too much, but things have changed. Mr. Cravat decided to start all over again. Hearing the meaning of Len's words, the red-nosed wizard Grimson and the old man beside him looked at each other in a calm manner. Although they dare not say it, these old stubborn still understand each other's surprise. If these moles actually they have never heard of making the law so troublesome, and which magic world law actually revised 7 books is the beginning. And more wizards were silent in the audience, but their hearts were shocked listening to this tone. Owen seemed to have the plan to replace all the laws, and they could not figure out how their big boss could pass so many in the British Ministry of Magic. The law, even if Harris controls the Ministry of Magic now. Mr. Cravat, your rigor is admirable. This is not to urge, you have enough time to make it perfect. I hope its existence can change some of the bad habits in the magical world. Owen personally comforted, then retracted his gaze and asked, so, how is the international reaction to the next issue? John Barser stood up, and he helped the round glasses he was wearing on his face. It's still not clear. The magic governments of many countries are not so efficient and they have not made decisions and are just messed up. But recently, International Magic, the Cooperation Department, received a delegation from the French Ministry of Magic's representative Mrs. Maxime. They seem to hope to formally establish a more friendly cooperative relationship with the British Ministry of Magic. Mr. Barcelona paused. Their real intention is to borrow the official power of the Ministry of Magic. On the line of Harris and Hogwarts, Mrs. Maxim expressed the attitude of their ministers. The French are willing to give us whatever we choose in exchange for the technical support of energy nuclear. No need to say more about this kind of good news, Owen said solemnly. Minister, many countries have not yet reached a conclusion, but the overall plan cannot be divided into 3 types. Those neutrals, who feel that it is nothing to do with them, have become a minority since the magical world rose up in the floating city. They either want to show us, I am willing to pay the price to admit the council. Of course, more countries are not convinced. They tried to unite and put pressure on us to make us succumb. John looked up at Irving, and saw that he did not respond. He shook his short golden hair and continued, Germany has banned the delivery of potions and herbal raw materials, and many countries in Africa have also banned the sale of magical animals to us. and began to try to pass a bill to allow merchants in their countries to be between the umbrellas. The orders and transactions were made illegal. Mr. Barsa nodded to Punlo, who was sitting at the real door of the meeting. In addition, according to the report of the Red Umbrella Department, they seem to be trying to contact the Pure Blood family in the UK and want to use Hogwarts. Stayed in the Hogsmeade village after floating in the air and supported them on the alleged monopoly of the umbrella, trying to force us to compromise through this method. In addition, they seem to have formed an alliance to strengthen each other's relationship. Trade orders to reduce economic losses. The family discussion broke out for a while. Although as Harris internal seniors knew some of their own power plans, many people did not seem to be prepared to have such a tense relationship with the world of magic. Everyone is quiet. Mr. Barsa pressed his hands down, and the red-faced wizards who were still arguing looked at the confidant of the patriarch. Everyone, the next step is our response. Barcelona waited for the scene to calm down for a while before speaking calmly. Facing the situation of trade protectionism and extreme pressure that these countries want unilateral bullying, we plan to. It's very simple, it's a clean countermeasure. As for the ban, we will contact his competitors such as the second venue and give some preferential tariffs to ensure that they get their orders as a substitute. If it is a certain country's special products, our method is to give some benefits to third-party countries. Pay something through them to meet our basic needs. A good plan. Don't think about making money at this moment. It is more beneficial for us to pay some benefits in exchange for time. But be careful about the terms of payment. Many countries will take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the fee or take advantage of the favor. Let us compromise on the core issues. Irving nodded, and then said loudly, trade frictions will indeed bring us some pain and trouble in the short term, but in the long run, we have survived the transition period of energy, nuclear, etc. When our magical items began to be produced in large quantities. That's when these countries that tried to suppress ours paid for themselves. Owen's answer caused some wizards who opposed Barcelona to shut their mouths. They are basically known in the manufacturing industry, although they are now integrated under the umbrella. In fact, these merchants and wizards are still very much about this kind of trade war. The plan was, but the patriarch set the tone. So now the entire conference room is still silent and there are no opponents. Owen glanced at the crowd and nodded. Then, let's start the next discussion. Wait, I have something to report about the TV station. Xenophilius didn't wait for others to react, and then writhed up grotesquely. For today he dressed up specially and put on the yellow robe of the same color as the hat. The color is dazzling and his hair is full of white hair. The braided braid fell on his shoulders, and he straightened out the long fringes of his hat on his head, stood up, and saluted as if he was inviting others to dance. Chapter 1125. Take them back and put them in the bank vault. Everyone has watched the TV report. The incident of the Montana family headquarters in Bulgaria was destroyed a few days ago. Oh, I have to admit that it was really miserable. A house of wizards, just like that. No one survived. That person I also left the mark of Death Eaters on purpose. But why did the mysterious man go so far? Many wizards think that he is robbing the wealth of the Pure Blood family again, but I prefer the mysterious man for another purpose. Maybe the Montes family found a horned snorer's horn, because there were signs of explosions at the scene. The horned snorer is a charming little thing, so cute. Few wizards understand its value. When you find it, you can hardly judge how much wealth you can get from it. Speaking of which, the roof of my house also exploded when I moved. Mr. Lovegood. Mr. Lovegood, we can talk about the horned snorer after the meeting. Lon knew that this kind of crazy guy took Albert's animagus biological horned beast. The horn is considered a horned snorer, but he has long learned not to refute the other party in these matters so as not to fall into a more embarrassing situation. Lun, you are very wise. Most of the magical world believes that there is no such animal as the horned snoring beast. I have done a lot of research on this, and you will be fascinated by them. Lovegood flicked the hat on Sue as he sat down. After a moment of silence, some laughter broke out at the scene. Ahem. Mr. Lovegood. Lun was a little anxious, making his voice higher. You forgot to say, is there anything else that needs to be discussed at the meeting about the Montana family's destruction? Really? I haven't said yet. Lovegood nodded. The wife of the Bulgarian Minister of Magic is a member of the Monty family. She may have been affected by the harassment and made her unconscious. She has now destroyed the family headquarters. Blame the blame on Alan and us. Think that if we hadn't eliminated Voldemort and drove him to the UK, there would be nothing in Europe. Now the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic has notified the TV station in the morning that it has banned Harris Wizards. The TV station operates in Bulgaria. Lovegood sat down and played again after speaking. Lun, how about going to the Pig's Head bar and talking about the snoring beast? It's best to call some new friends. It's fine if you are happy. Lun found that the other party hadn't heard that it was a polite remark, a little annoyed but did not dare to object. With that said, this crazy guy gave a sneaky look at Punlo's father. Both his daughter and Punlo forbid him to tell Flip what had happened before. In addition, Luna didn't make any research to make him right. Alan has some big opinions. It's nothing if the wealth is gone, but the place of the Monty family and these people is gone. Ha ha, don't act look now. Red-Nose Grimson snorted coldly. His nose looked redder. Such the stupid family. When I was young, the rest of it might not live long. For this matter, the Umbrella also has something to report. Hermione put her information aside, stood up from the most forward position in the north, with her back straight. Recently, the Umbrella US Raccoon City branch reported back. The situation is not optimistic. In the United States, there are many voices calling for and boycotting Britain, Umbrella and Harris. Her eyes flashed with iron-like toughness, which was quite similar to McGonagall's critics. Many of the staff in the US branch chose to resign. According to the survey feedback, I have informed the responsible Dr. Sifford of the Raccoon City branch that those who resign will not be retained. Four Eyes Gisela Schultz will deploy. The staff at the headquarters provided support. Hermione pursed her lips, looking a little annoyed. The Raccoon City branch has also been invaded by wizards many times. They tried to break in, but they were all stopped by the guards. But the Magic Congress of the United States, the attitude towards this obviously does not want to delve into them. They dare not act at Hogwarts at the moment, but they have a fluke in the hope that we will put nuclear data there. Irving didn't get angry when he heard these unexpected things. The development of American public opinion. What's the direction? What are their attitudes towards more Britain? Father, the current wind direction in the United States is not good for Britain and Harris. Those hostile forces are gradually emerging. The domestic antipathy and resistance to us are becoming increasingly fierce. On the whole, the United States' position can be seen as having changed from a traditional isolated attitude to something more. It's hostile to us. Lun pinched the fingers of the quill, but his voice remained calm. Daisy of the Department of International Magic Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is in charge of the wizarding world, hugs her arms. According to our investigation, among the wizards who advocate boycotts, the most influential one is Gravis. The first 12 are in the U.S. Magic Congress. The descendant of Rigid Fuchs III. This faction is the fastest growing of all radicals. The leader, Rigid Fuji, seems to be very good at speaking. People are easily persuaded to change their attitudes. Owen nodded. Then, our countermeasures. At this time, the door of the conference room was knocked hard, and then it was knocked twice in rapid succession. On the outer side of this massive bronze door, there are intricate carvings. In the middle is a mithril imprint of all-knowing. In the imprint there is also a raven with wings spread out, but with Hogwarts Lavin. The door knocker outside of Crow's bedroom was different. The raven didn't ask any questions. It just turned his eyes to see the people clearly. A blue light flashed across the door. The magic on the door to prevent eavesdropping and intrusion was blocked. Elimination. The thick and heavy door slowly opened with a creak. Wearing a fire dragon horn helmet and a black tone metal armor specially made for a protective umbrella, surrounded by a terrifying breath symbolizing death. Lynch, who looks very mighty and terrifying, took a large bronze key from his waist. Embedded in the door lock hole. The rubbing sound of the metal armor sounded, and he turned sideways, and Alan's figure appeared in front of everyone in the meeting room. "Sorry everyone, I'm late." Alan walked in, wearing the robe that Rowena had made for him. Alan's dragon leather boots made a loud tapping sound on the floor of the conference room, and the wizards on both sides of the row stood up and saluted, even if they were senior wizards like Grimson before, no exception. Although these old people respected Alan in the past, they were more based on their respect for the identity of the heir and his strength. This time, Alan once again bullied the Dark Lord and beat Hogwarts. They became a floating city and produced a revolutionary magical energy core, which made them unconsciously change the attitude of their elders. Alan sat down in the seat next to Owen. John Barser convicted Alan, and briefed Alan on what happened at the meeting in his ear. The entire conference room fell into silence for a while, and after a while, Alan raised his hand, and after Owen nodded, he stood up unhurriedly. "Daisy, please organize the power of the International Magic Cooperation Department. Go and communicate with European countries. This is considered to give them another opportunity to choose, without making any extra moves," Alan said calmly, and calmly it spread all over the venue. "Miss Punlo Cravat, how prepared are the rapid response security wizards of the Red Umbrella Department you manage? If possible, please cooperate with Daisy and send them to help those willing to work with us. Countries that maintain friendly relations, help them fight against those robberies and murders. Letters, like Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix, help these Ministry of Magic maintain their own domestic security issues. After that, leave me a contact badge and let if your people encounter the Dark Lord himself, don't do anything to send me a message. I will come to support any time. It's time for them to see the blood." Punlo immediately stood up straight. "You were reading www.uukansu." There was light in his eyes. "Very good." Solo, cough. Mr. Lovegood and Fleur. Alan was a little awkward when he read of Xenophilius. "Please organize Harris TV and the Devil to make a statement for us." Umbrella announced that it is really intervening and helping other European countries. At the same time, please specify. Well, the United States and Uganda are too far away and can be temporarily put aside, but since the Ministry of Magic of Germany and Bulgaria are in this situation, they can still focus their energy on TV stations. Then we assume that the other party has enough power to deal with the mysterious man and his Death Eaters alone. In particular, they are not among the countries where I declare asylum. The meeting was quieter because of Alan's simple declaration. Only Mrs. Cravat was still surprised at her daughter's seemingly dangerous behavior. This strangeness made her look at her husband, but found her husband. His attention seems to be on the weird TV director before. In the past few days, I will find time for Tom again. The wealth he robs is ill-gotten. In the vault of Lingaku Bank, Alan touched his chin, looked at the expressions of the wizards in the audience with satisfaction, and then said mischievously, "It's our own bank at Hogwarts that is about to open." Chapter 1126. Scan. Sincere thanks to Bai Yang, the silver leader. The wizards at the venue still had their thoughts on how to lament that Ellen's plan was so bad, but after Ellen's sentence, after they recovered, they couldn't help being restless, and each other uttered self-talking doubts. Bank. Hogwarts wants to establish its own bank. Everyone, my elder brother Lon, I think everyone has heard about the experience at Gringotts. Of course, I actually abide by the rules and regulations of the bank, but I found a problem. Now it is hanging in our wizards. An important question above my head. It's not our wizards who master the economic lifeline of wizards, but the fairies of Gringotts. Alan's eyes swept across the group of wizards. Gringotts Bank is the only wizarding bank without any competitors. This incident made me alert to the greedy goblins. And it is not realistic to want them to cooperate with us. Our business dealings after Hogwarts Floating City involve money transactions. I don't want the convenience of our wizards' city to be controlled by our wizards. The wizards remained silent at the meeting. and no one came forward to raise objections or other opinions. Grimson opened his mouth and slumped back. He lowered his head and looked at his hand. In fact, he felt that he shouldn't be confronted with the fairies so easily now, especially since many countries in the wizarding world have just begun to tell. In the case of hostility towards the Harris family, while observing from the sidelines, there will only be more power to find a chance to rush to tear a piece of meat from the Harris family. In this case, just go back, provoke powerful goblins, make enemies everywhere and fight on multiple lines. Grimson has made up his mind, and after the meeting, he will go to Irving to talk alone, and explain the pros and cons to Irving clearly and directly oppose Harry face to face at the meeting. The heirs of Sri Lanka are obviously not too wise. There are many wizards with worries like Grimson in their hearts. Alan caught everyone's expressions in his eyes, and he calmly said, "This drawback must be solved. We have a solution. Now, please let the executive officer of the Umbrella, Miss Hermione Granger, give you a brief introduction to the plan." Hermione stood up confidently. She did not use a wand but instead used a wand without a wand. She used a loud voice to ensure that a moderately loud voice sounded in the ears of a certain counselor. As everyone knows, I came from a mole, although there are many leaders in the wizarding world, because of the advantages of moles. But just like the law, in this more detailed and logical thing, I think our wizarding world is lagging behind moles. So the Umbrella is expected to talk about planning this time. Gua World's banking concept has been applied to the wizarding world. Hermione's stubbornness about her origin made many pure-blood wizards frown, especially the older generation who had followed the first generation of the Dark Lord in a revolution trying to rule the Muls. Although it's not like they don't have a political program. Knowing that the second generation shouting to kill mudbloods is different. They have inherited the concept of the first generation. They do not place too much emphasis on the identity of pureblood moles, but they also believe that the wizards should rule the moles. It's useful, but it's just like needing a horse to pull things. These wizards don't mind to befriend a mole parent who has such a powerful mole-born witch to please this Harris heir's female companion, but now Hermione unscrupulously says that wizards are not as good as moles or let these old stubborn hearts. A little annoyed, but they couldn't express their dissatisfaction because of Alan's preferences. Hermione ignored the hustle and bustle in the arena. She and the Grangers who sat at the seats looked at each other proudly, and said confidently, "Banks shouldn't just be used for wizards to store their family wealth or exchange small amounts. Money place." Hermione said and shook her head. Her hair, who used a hairdresser for the meeting today, did not sway with her as usual. The fairies are also expanding what a small number of banks should have. Business, but there is no overall concept, and our bank will be a central bank, that is, the dominant financial center in a country, allowing us to intervene and regulate the wizarding world. An important tool for economic development. Will also be responsible for formulating and implementing monetary credit policies, unique currency issuance rights, and financial supervision. "Sorry, Miss Granger." Grimson hesitated. He rubbed his red nose, stood up and took off his new hat on top of his head, bowed slightly and saluted. "Sorry, Miss Granger, please forgive me." Interruption. "I have some ideas for your reference." Seeing that it was this elder who was very qualified but often invited her parents to participate in activities to let them integrate into the wizarding world, Hermione quickly reached out and asked, "Please be frank, Mr. Grimson." After Len hit a wall at Gringotts before, I also very much agree with our wizards, especially in this newly built Wizard City. There should be a bank controlled by our wizards. But I understand correctly. This bank, the duty is to control the economy of our wizarding world more than Gringotts. This is indeed a very ambitious plan, but what I want to ask is whether there are any specific implementation steps for this plan. Given that we are facing an Umbrella. Grimson's actual helm, Grimson tried his best to ease his voice. "I mean, if it is announced so seriously at one time, I am worried that the fairies who have been broken by us will definitely be sure. There will be the idea of rebellion again, those pure-blooded families that are hostile to us. Although we don't really need to care about these stubborn people, but if we provoke so many people and forces in a short time. We will force them to unite step by step. Get up. Can our plan make it more stable and slower? Sorry. You know, we old guys, because we were too eager to do so many things that led to the final failure, so now people are a little bit old when they are old, looking forward and backward. Hermione listened carefully to the other party's appeal and nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Grimson. About the plan, Uncle Grimson. I understand your worries. Please don't say anything, old or not. It is your participation that has allowed Harris, who has no background in the UK, to develop so quickly in a short period of time and has a firm foothold. Alan interrupted Hermione's explanation. He knew that the old wizard actually wanted to tell him these words. However, in understanding and respect for the other party, he directly used the more intimate name of the old wizard, although he did not. It's not called a pair of generations, but it can be regarded as publicly acknowledging the thin blood relationship between each other. Mr. Grimson was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer the conversation. He had planned to continue communicating with Hermione to further persuade Alan, but he didn't expect the other party to take the conversation directly. This is not just a plan. It's just that when we expanded at Hogwarts, we planned and built the bank. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Alan continued. In fact, when I knew I was studying when the nuclear energy can do anything, it is already in my plan, and the rise of Hogwarts is inseparable from it. Grimson leaned back in his chair and listened intently. He did not raise any objections, and other people who did not approve also kept silent. It was obvious, although they had just misunderstood Alan and the reason they founded the bank and thought it was to blame. You Gringotts did not cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to inspect Voldemort's Horcruxes, but now that the bank has planned before the Hogwarts reconstruction and expansion, you reading www.uukanzu.com is much earlier than Len's visit to Gringotts. The time for inviting the fairies to assist in the investigation of the Horcrux. This shows that Alan's previous description of the fairies not cooperating with the inspection was just a false reason for publicity. As for the enemies, I actually do try to put the enemies as much as possible on the bright side and potential enemies to push them to the opposite of ours. But I don't think everyone is concerned about our current situation. Turning the corner. It's not the time when we were kicked out of Germany, so don't forget who we are. We are Harris and I am Alan Harris. Alan clasped his hands confidently and looked after looking at the expressions of the people in the audience. He looked at his father again, and my father Owen always taught me, I think what he told me is right. Don't think of people as a whole. Before the faction has an Alan Harris. We don't have to worry too much about the opponent's strategy in terms of strategy. Just despise it. Owen seemed to maintain his solemn patriarch's decency at this time, but he couldn't help but start to have blue veins on his forehead. The youngest son's words were destined to make those long-winded old guys treat Alan like this. He actually didn't. The responsibility of the radicalization that was too recognized was placed on his head, and then he was constantly complaining and preaching, and the point was just like his father used to teach him before. This sentence was indeed what he taught Alan not long ago. Gan, Owen thought in his heart, the old father who has been pitied by the little Harris. Chapter 1127 Precautions during pregnancy. After the meeting, in the small meeting room of Harris Castle, a giant crystal chandelier fell from above. This blue meeting room is regarded as the most elegant room in Hogwarts Castle, with exquisite furniture and luxurious carpets, mostly the goblins' artwork. The top of the surrounding walls is painted with Hogwarts New Town floating in the air. Unlike family members who have some worries but did not say their worries, Alan really does not take the things from the previous meeting to heart. He is lying on the sofa and holding the university materials that he has not read before. Compared to those things abroad, the problem now is that the university's problem is more serious. I didn't expect that after the floating city lifted off, there will be so many wizards all over the world applying for admission. Alan shook his head and said, I have already assigned 2 avatars. Fuck. I'm hurting your father again. Your father and I have been advising you to be safe. Owen's voice came from outside the door, and he cursed into the room. Fortunately, Barcelona is loyal and almost can't return. You have to give them a channel that they think can communicate and vent. Only your father is qualified. Alan begged his father with a smile on his face. Forget it. There is not much that can help you anyway. You have these moves recently are big moves. But as long as you know what you are doing, I can't keep up with the rhythm of your young people. Owen he glared at the little son, then lay reclining on the sofa. Who said that? I can help now? Alan said in a loud voice with a righteous expression. Father, brothers, sister ... and Furong can come to the university to teach some public classes ... Too much help for freshmen. Huh? Want me to be a professor? Daisy tweaked unconfidently before others reacted. My grades at Hogwarts couldn't be said to be bad, but it was nothing compared to you guys. Now I am going to be a university tutor. To teach elite wizards from all over the world. I am afraid. Not competent. Daisy, be more confident. We have mastered the Nether Scrolls, and you have improved a lot. And you are completely competent. Irving shinned until he didn't complain as Alan imagined. Daisy, there is a college professor title. It's an honorable thing. And these college graduates from the wizarding world will naturally have a good impression on us. I'm willing to help too. Emily raised her hand like Hermione loved to do in the 1st grade, but then coughed. I mean, I'm willing to help if I graduate. Daisy, you are also the witch who read the Nether Scroll. Alan encouraged his sister. He understood that Daisy was under the pressure of harass better children. Alan and even Emily's outstanding performance in school. The other side will inevitably be a little unconfident after this comparison. Ellen, I guess I can teach some magic combat? The theory I can teach anything. Lun may be okay, I can teach them how to command. Albert said. He looked at his little sister and shook his head. A few years ago, after Emily was exposed, she became less and less willing to cover up. Why can't you, Albert? You can teach it as a subject. Alan was a little anxious for not showing his face at his university. Don't worry. The other members of the Umbrella team and Albert's teaching content may overlap. But 4 eyes is enough to be a professor. Punlo can also be on top when you are busy, and I will let Hermione hurry to dig out more famous wizards who have made achievements in the professional field to teach skills. This year is the beginning of university. It is more difficult to get into formalities. But I can also teach students. Fleur, the usually confident French witch, looked a bit like Daisy at this time. University subjects are not necessarily too academic. It is not necessary for everyone to study how to study magic. Alan found that the wizards in the family seemed to have misunderstood the concept of university. He corrected, there are also many majors, more sexual subject settings, such as your TV station work itself, will need more professional people to produce programs in the future, and self-cultivation is undoubtedly the best, isn't it? Alan, don't worry. Anyway, these wizards don't know what the university you are thinking about is supposed to be, and let them learn new things to make people satisfied. So other people can rest assured to be professors. Owen calmed down and calmed the family, then he slumped on the sofa and turned his head to look at Alan and asked, by the way, what big news are you studying recently? We need her protection to read Nether Scrolls. Otherwise I remember you said that your brain will go crazy. If you are not in a hurry, you can spare some time. On the other side, Morgan Le Fay suddenly covered her mouth, turned her body to one side, and retched a few times. Only then did Other Harris discover that the reason she hadn't spoken was another pregnancy reaction. Owen stood up quickly and expertly handed a glass of lemonade to his wife. Alan, who was relieved by his mother's reaction, saw Owen's skilled eyes become a little sneaky. He stared at his father's skillful back movements and tried to learn both hands. Only then did his mouth respond, slowly. Let us need some time to deal with. Owen's random response was regarded as a response, and his thoughts were all on his wife at this time. Morgan Le Fay put down the lemonade, but the high brin that her husband handed over, took a bite, and lay back on the sofa with a stretched eyebrow. "Mother, pregnancy is so hard. I haven't noticed before." Alan sat directly next to Morgan Le Fay, took out a handkerchief, and prepared to pick up the pit that his mother vomited for a while. "Is there anything that needs special attention, matter? Go and go. Don't come to please me." Morgan Le Fay said casually, "If you want something to buy yourself, you don't need to ask me to give pocket money now." "Mother, I think it's better to talk about it." "It's best to listen to everyone," Alan said quietly. "Father will be very busy these days, and we can help when he is away." Owen grabbed the handkerchief in Ellen's hand and held it by himself. "It's not that your gangster is causing us trouble. Do you think other people will be busy? Your second brother is still accompanying Xenophilius to the Pig's Head." "Why are you so fierce? Alan also cares about me. Is he unreasonable?" "You are often missing a family," Morgan Le Fay yelled at her husband. "My reaction this time is better than yours. Some of them should be larger, and there are not many things to pay attention to. For example, I can't eat many things now, but sometimes even suddenly in the middle of the night, I have a special desire to eat, and ... I wanted to say something big." Morgan Le Fay was a little stuck. She found that Owen was usually paying attention to these things. After a moment of silence, she suddenly yelled, "Albert, what are you going to do? But you are not here to listen. You will have to take care of Fleur! And Daisy, why are you giggling there? Sit over and listen. Irving, come and say I'm a little tired." Albert Fleur was whispering, but at this time his face flushed. The two leaned forward like a student who had been criticized by Professor McGonagall. "If food is so important, what does Mother usually eat? Maybe I should ask Maggie to prepare more and practice some hands." Alan looked at her anxiously, not worried about her health, but worried about her pregnancy. During the period, his personality and emotions changed. Fickle was a little envious of his sister, who was nestled on the sofa by virtue of her body's advantage after her mother's strength. Daisy was a little annoyed when she received a sentence from Yuang's disaster. "Ellen, don't bother her mother. She has been pregnant for so long, and she usually doesn't see you caring too much. There are only a few months left. You are asking so what more?" Morgan Le Fay continued his preaching, dissatisfied. "Daisy, can your brother take time to care about his mother when he is so busy? What about you? I have to care about your problems. You are not young anymore. Why do you follow Tunks every day, walking around like a little girl?" The eldest daughter of the Harris family became dumb, and she looked like a small circle and bowed her head on the sofa, not daring to speak anymore, and seemed to start to lose her mind. "Ellen, I don't need Maggie to do anything. Now it's the girl Pinlo who is helping me cook. She is really a good girl who treats me much better than you guys. She will also take time to help regularly." She and Helga worked out a recipe, and you were reading www.uukanzu.com posted it in the kitchen. Morgan Le Fay smiled and praised. "Helga keeps saying that the sorting hat is wrong, and Pinlo should have been assigned to it. Shy punches, she's very talented in cooking. She can learn any recipe as soon as she learns." The people present had reservations about the mother's description that Miss Hufflepuff felt that Pinlo, who would learn all the dark magic, should be assigned to Hufflepuff. However, they obviously expressed their culinary talent, and the concern for Morgan Le Fay makes all the junior Harris a little ashamed. Alan moved for a while because he heard Pinlo's contribution and appeared to be anxious about His Highness Moon. He heard his mother say that the recipe was posted in the kitchen, but he didn't mean to continue to ask. Owen, who was sitting on the side, glanced at Albert, who was starting to distract like his eldest daughter. At this time, he stared suspiciously at Alan, who had just been serious. There was a flapping sound from outside the window. After a while, there was a raven with a seam on the forehead and two eyes shadowing ravens. The proportions were a little bloated and weird. It landed in front of Daisy, spit out her mouth, and Daisy rolled into one. The small scroll of parchment was untied and read. And after the raven delivered the letter, it was as if the Wizard TV signal was not so good in the thunder and lightning. It twitched and twisted a few times before dissipating into the air. Chapter 1128. People can only sit once in a lifetime. Daisy, don't use it if you haven't practiced. Albert hugs his arms. His tone is a little serious. If it fails when flying up, don't you lose it. Don't be so serious about Lun. It's not the important letter that I let it come from the division. Daisy waved her hand but frowned while staring at the letter. Albert, Daisy knows the details and we can relax. Irving supported the eldest daughter, and then looked at the other person's expression and asked, what's bad news in the letter? It's not a big event. Recently, Alan is so beautiful. Many foreign players have the intention to retire because they learned about Alan's defeat of Voldemort. Many people have sent withdrawal letters to the organizing committee. Including us. The other participants in the UK have also retired. Daisy handed the parchment after reading to Owen. For this reason, the organizing committee of the duel contest decided to hold a special meeting to discuss the solution to this unprecedented situation. As the participants' country, the organizing committee hopes that the British Ministry of Magic will cooperate with Alan and send a representative to discuss with him. Merlin, our TV station has been preparing for the live broadcast of this match for a long time. The French witch wailed, how can they surrender faster than our country's mules? If it were me, I would definitely participate. It would be fun to be able to compete with the masters. I couldn't beat Kinless in that game. Albert missed a bit. Alan, are you still planning to participate? Who doesn't know that the most powerful wizard in the world is Ellen? Otherwise, what are they doing? Or else Ellen will announce that he will retire and don't bother to go. Let's relax in the Department of International Affairs. Before we can verify it, we have a lot more. I'm busy doing business. Daisy threw the letter away, and used her little finger to hook her ears. These words and indiscreet movements made Furong frown again. But Daisy, now people know that Alan is the strongest. Emily was lying on the sofa and teasing the little basilisk with the blindfold. Merope. She stopped and turned her head to look at Alan. That is to say, if Alan does not retire, he can get a title and a trophy without playing. Why do he retire? Little Sweet Bear is right. I also agree that Alan should not choose a duel because of these people. Irving flicked his finger on the sofa. This kind of thing makes more people know that it is a reputation for Alan. This kind of improvement has made it clearer to other wizarding kingdoms that no one in his country is Alan's opponent. Daisy feels troublesome and let Lun take charge. He likes working. That couldn't be better. Also, when are we going to have dinner? Lun won't come back to eat after being taken away by Luna and his dad. Daisy was a little elated. She looked at Alan. Don't wait for him. Right? You see, Ellen is looking out to the kitchen too hungry. Where is Penlo? Well, I didn't eat much at noon. As for the duel contest, let's see what decision the organizing committee will make. Alan is not hungry. His mind is still on the pregnancy recipe in the kitchen. But since his sister gave him an excuse, he was lazy and picked up a ready-made one. Hogsmeade Village in Hogwarts floating city at this time. Xenophilius pressed his bright yellow hat and walked in the middle with a little sway. From time to time, he suddenly turned around in a circle, and Lun followed him with a little embarrassment. And Mr. Flipcrivat also slung his suit on his arms and followed them. But his eyes were staring at the marshmallow-haired wizard in front of him from time to time, and his heart felt familiar with the other party but not. I can't think of any communication between the two parties. Mr. Cravat doesn't understand why this wizard invited himself as a stranger to the bar, but he was inexplicably happy about it, at least to show that the wizard in front of him is another one. They don't discriminate against ordinary people who don't know how to do magic, and Mr. Cravat, who has been a lawyer for many years in madness and dress, can accurately judge that the wizard should be born of pure blood. Such exaggerated quirks. Today is not Hogsmeade week. How come Hogsmeade has fewer people than I went to school? Lovegood shook his cotton candy-like hair. Where are my Antidenman glasses? My Antidenman eyes, where is it? What's weird here? You attended the meeting today, and Maggie didn't let you wear them. Most of the students went to the business district. Lun had a calm tone. He was very patient, who knew the character of Xenophilius. Don't worry. For shops that are willing to cooperate with us, We give priority to them the opportunity to rent shops in the commercial area, and the price is very cheap. And in fact, although students are more willing to go to the new city now, when the flow of people usually increases, Hogsmeade, you don't have to expect Hogsmeade to make money on this day. Business is much better than they used to be. And I think that when the children lose their freshness in the new city, they will still be willing to find a closer place to disappear. Mr. Cruot suddenly stopped talking and started shouting, "Stop and don't throw it away." Lun stopped. He turned his head and looked at Mr. Cravat, who had fallen behind him a few positions. He only felt that his eyelids twitched, and he saw two Slytherins and Ravenclaw. The dressed-up couples were gathering around the pothole left by the Honeyduke, throwing the pumpkin juice bottles and snack packages they had just finished drinking into the hole. It seemed that the trash that was thrown down by anyone would not touch the wall. And now the two heard the scolding. The two little wizards who were supporting the enclosed security fence looked back and found Mr. Cravat and his party looking at them. And then the Slytherin boy seemed to recognize Lun. With a low cry of identity, the two little wizards who were afraid of being punished skillfully transformed into animagus and prepared to escape. When the Ravenclaw girl turned into an eagle, she grabbed the snake head of her male companion, who became a poisonous snake and flew into the sky. Judging from the skillful combination of these two people, it is not the first time that they have used this method to escape. Up. That was originally the position of the Honeyduke. Lun was a little embarrassed and tried to explain. These kids are just ignorant. There is no harassment around them. Xenophilius hugged his arms. But Mr. Froom on the ground will definitely be surrounded by harassment. You have to clean up the garbage on the roof whenever the business is gone. It's okay, Lun, but it seems that we have to consider this when we legislate. Mr. Cravat took out a notepad and began to write and draw on it. Pollution and the wizard's roof that we don't deal with is a trivial matter. Anyway, you can fix it with a wave of your magic wand. But if the floating city moves above our ordinary city in the future, if they develop a habit of treating this as a garbage dump, such a high bottle of wine will definitely kill people. The kinetic energy is estimated to be much greater than the overhead crucible game that killed a lot of your wizards. My father-in-law, Pandora's dad, likes this sport very much. He has been trying to get the Ministry of Magic to lift the ban on this project. Xenophilius was a little dissatisfied with the increase in the rules, but looked at the mull in front of him. His eyes changed. I asked a topic, by the way. Do you want to go to my house for a roller coaster ride? The efficiency of my house is greatly improved if the nuclear energy is activated. In fact, if it weren't for the Stern Granger forcing me to stop me, my terrace, those building wizards told me that I could run to a wonderful 300 meters. What? That house belongs to you. Mr. Cravat didn't realize the harm caused by this speed. He just realized that he could not wonder why he had a good impression of the hippie wizard who should be regarded as the type of personality he hated. Now they all have a roller coaster habit. Xenophilius, don't go crazy. Hermione was kind. She mentioned that you calculated it. Ren's mood is completely different. Novel.com. He is no longer peaceful. His other eyelid, naked eye visible, also began to twitch, but thinking of Hermione's warning, he also had to raise his voice at this time. The light dashes 7 chains in your roof track at a speed of 100 meters per second, and the passengers will flow back because of blood. It hits the brain and finally died of lack of oxygen. If you really get it so fast, this is a roller coaster that a person can only ride once in his life. The whole process is only 3 minutes, and the time is very short. It seems that I feel a little heavy. Lun, he sighed and said softly, it seems that your daughter's hair is for Flip and I have to live to perfect the law. Lun, can't you wizards invent some magic spell to protect the flow of blood? Mr. Cravat, a mull roller coaster enthusiast, seems to have his own pursuit of this kind of stimulation. I am pretty. Those who like to ride a roller coaster, if 300 meters per second, this roller coaster must be very exciting. The marshmallow hair on Lovegood's head was flung more lightly. If you are a wizard, Flip, maybe you should be assigned to my daughter's academy. Most wizards are too boring. Lun was completely stunned at this time. He couldn't imagine that Mr. Cravat, who had been working with him for several months and showed quite professional and rigorous, seemed to be in his bones than Penlow. Chapter 1129 Pighead Bar. A tattered wooden sign hung on the rusty bracket on the door. It was painted with a wild boar head that was chopped off. The bloodstains penetrated the white cloth that wrapped it. Under the influence of magic, the pig head looked quite fresh. Mr. Cravat has a hairy heart. In Mole Society, he has only seen such places in American horror movies, and most of the college students who go in will not live long. Just watching Xenophilius walk in familiarly, even the strong family Lun naturally followed and did not show any abnormalities. He sighed secretly, and could only follow reluctantly, trying to control his body. Came across the curtains and tables and chairs of this bar. This small and dark room exudes a peculiar smell of dust and drunkard vomit that seems to never dissipate. Thick dirt accumulates on several bay windows, and the light from the outside is almost impenetrable and rough. Some candle heads were lit on the wooden table. The shop didn't seem to be busy today. Apart from them, there were not many customers. There were only a few customers in the bar whose faces were tightly shielded and they were talking in low voices. Xenophilius took them to the tattered, dirty, sawdust bar. They sat on a few chairs that were too high for their feet to reach the ground. After they sat down, Mr. Cravat found that the boss was an old man with a grotesque appearance, tall and thin, with long hair and grey beard. The old wizard, he vaguely felt as if he had met him somewhere. It wasn't until Xenophilius called the opponent's name, Aberforth Dumbledore, that Mr. Cravat realized that the old wizard with no crooked nose was the one who even knew him as a relative of C. Dumbledore. Aberforth didn't have the smile on his face that any shop owner should have, and he didn't let them order food. He directly put some food prepared by the bar early on the bar and pushed it over. A large piece of uncut bread, a few slices of cheese, and a jar of mead. I've been selling German beer and now it's banned. I haven't found a substitute yet. The barkeeper muttered angrily. The strands of grey metal hair and beard made it harder to see him when he approached him. Aberforth wears glasses. Behind the dirty lenses, a pair of bright and sharp blue eyes. Does the Ministry of Magic make trouble and inaction? Xenophilius seemed a little happy when he heard the words. Then you can just try my suggestion and make a new flavor of beer with Godigan. Come on, it would be better to just sell the juice made from PGOI beans. Aberforth snorted angrily, then glanced at Mr. Cravat. Your new friend doesn't seem to like coming here. Sorry, I'm just a little uncomfortable today. Mr. Cravat's face turned blue. He just noticed that when Aberforth was pushing food, he had long nails with plastered nails. With his fingers inserted into the cheese, he reluctantly moved his gaze away from the greasy fingers of the shop owner, and then looked at the oily wine glass. Immediately he was not interested in the food. Then you just use me to press it down. Lun has already given himself a sip. Aberforth, the embargo can't be solved temporarily, but if necessary, we can provide you with a venue in the commercial area. New hotel venue, price guarantee is very favorable. Forget it, I can't manage it here. Too many people in the business district would be too much for business. Aberforth shook his head and said nothing about it. Mr. Cravat looked at Lun with some surprise. He now fully understands the power and wealth of the Harris family in the magic world. He thinks that the wizards of this kind of family background will definitely not adapt to this environment, and are more particular about the dining environment. But he saw the naturalness on Lun's face, thinking of the raw materials used to make the potion by Penlow in the new home, some weird things like longhorn toad urine, worm eggs, Kerry mist. What felt that he understood that these wizards hadn't eaten any dirty things, and the food could not be more normal than the herbs. Mr. Cravat's hand quietly pressed his abdomen. He thought he had no magic, and his delicate intestines had never experienced this kind of training except for the elixir of life. In order to hide his expression, he looked down at the ground. But it made him even more disgusting at first glance. He thought the ground was compacted mud. But now I look carefully and discover that the ground originally paved with stones has accumulated centuries of dirt. My horned snoring horns exploded when I moved, and my room suffered a great loss. But it also stirred my passion. I have to find some time. I want to go to Sweden on vacation to see. C already took off his hat and put it aside. He was not interested in food at all. He gestured and said, "My daughter's hair is blessed. I hope I can find a live one this time." Recently, the content of singing and singing has changed. Less and less. Lun picked up a piece of cheese and threw it into his mouth. He had long given up on correcting the so-called crooked snoring horn in the opponent's house, which was actually the beast that he turned into the object of magic animagus. The fact of the corner. Xenophilius talked to himself about his horned snorers and other weird-looking things, and didn't care that Wren and Aberforth ignored him and talked about the embargo. Mr. Lovegood, although I don't have the horn that was blown up. The corner. The corner snoring beast's horn. But my wife and I went to the United States for a trip last year. My wife Letizia couldn't buy it. There are few Indian crafts. I remember that there is a pair of bighorn sheep horns. The curved arc is very beautiful. As a thank you for inviting me to drink, if you don't dislike it, you can temporarily replace it before you find the beast. Mr. Cravat, seeing Lovegood talking to himself, no one would take care of it, and he couldn't help feeling a little pity. Huh? My horned snoring horn was exploded before, but it was repaired by itself. Mr. Lovegood's expression was in a trance, but he was still very happy to hear what horns to give him. Then I just swap your horns for your horned snoring horns. I haven't seen a bighorn sheep yet, and I heard that Hermione's pets like to eat them. Before Mr. Cravat came in a hurry to wave his hand at Lovegood, who was going to send him dangerous explosives, the owner of the Pig's Head Bar suddenly changed the mead bottle he was going to refill to himself. Filled his mouth. As if being shaken, he took out a black lacquered picture with shiny edges, holding a big handful of the different tenderness of the past and looking at the picture. The muddy eyes seemed to be moist. Noting that the atmosphere here is getting more and more weird, and the disturbing snacks in front of him, Cravat suddenly brightened his eyes, and then took out a large number of white tablets wrapped in plastic from his pocket. "Guys, do you want something? The milk piece I took from my wife's bag this morning." Len and Xenophilius picked up one when they heard the word, ripped the plastic film and stuffed it into their mouths. Seeing that Aberforth was depressed, Xenophilius enthusiastically lost a piece of it. "Aberforth, you also come to taste this new food." I actually took out food. Aberforth left the photo with some muddy and wet eyes and looked at the tablets, but he still squeezed a bit viciously into his mouth. But then, this dry feeling stunned Mr. Cravat. He realized that the taste was not the delicious milk slice he had eaten before. There was even a feeling of chewing paper. He secretly saw the opposite. Several people were tasting carefully, and he didn't feel embarrassed to spit it out. He thought it might be the strange flavor beans of the magic world. They looked the same, but each tasted different. He was lucky last time, but this time he was more unlucky. He thought he would never understand the preferences of these wizards. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. In fact, Lun frowned after chewing twice. He found that this thing was not chewable at all, and he began to wonder if mole sweets were all like this. Don't say it is sweet. The astringent taste really makes people have a desire to vomit. It's just out of respect for Mr. Cravat that he was embarrassed to spit out his praise for this candy just now, but he also felt that it was temporarily difficult to swallow and could only hold it in his mouth to see if there would be any changes. Aberforth, the owner of the Pig's Head Bar, did not show any unexpected look. He thought that moles had no magic. It was normal for these candies to be unpalatable. He glanced at his mead and drank directly. After laying down the whole chewable candy, my mind has been placed on the photo in my hand. Only Lovegood didn't seem to feel uncomfortable. He slapped his mouth from time to time as if he wanted to taste something different from it. At this time, the door curtain of the Pig's Head Bar was lifted again, and Punlo entered the bar. As soon as this tall and beautiful female entered the bar, the dirty bar seemed to become dazzling. She coldly, after looking around, Many wizards around me turned away when they saw her. These fringe people who liked this place had some unclean places, so the wizard who recognized the identity of the witch hurriedly threw the wine money on the table. Left, _ Chapter 1130 Improper Magic Used on Goats. Penelow's goal was not them. After her gaze found her father's location, she walked straight to the bar. "Miss, you scared my guests away." Aberforth complained vaguely about Penelope. His shriveled cheeks and grey hair made him look gloomy. "You complain that next time I come, I will not just scare them away." Penelope raised his brows and ignored him. He stood beside Mr. Cravat and saw his father's bulging left cheek and face. A look similar to constipation. Although he saw that Lun was there, he did not seem to be paying attention here, and Lovegood was completely ignored by the female era. "At first I was worried that my father would be teased by this unpleasant shopowner, so he asked, 'Father, what are you eating?' Wait, Penelope," Mr. Cravat said vaguely, hesitating for a moment if he wanted to spit out the wizarding candy he thought was in his mouth. "Miss Cravat, I know you are an excellent era." Aberforth leaned forward on the table, pushing the photo of his hand on the table forward, facing Penelope's cold picture. On his cheeks, he was not coward like the wizards in the bar before. He, who had quarreled with Grindelwald directly, got closer and grumbled and complained, "Your colleagues are really too much. My Anna disappeared last year. Yes, I went to the patrolling eras to protect the case, but no one took care of me. Think about it, in the past I led her to go shopping. Maybe I ignored her too much, so she left me. I just lost her." What? Are you saying that someone has disappeared and the error will not be accepted? Penelope heard that it might be an opportunity to strike Scrimgeour, and finally got a bit more serious. "Do you remember when Anna lost it? This is the picture. Are you on it?" "Of course I remember. That was the day of the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw at Hogwarts last year," Aberforth said angrily. At this time, Penelope opened the buttoned photo of Aberforth with 2 fingers, and saw a goat in the photo, grazing leisurely on the grass by the Black Lake. Penelope made a sharp screaming like a baby. "What? You lost the goat that Hagrid hit? What? Hagrid killed my Anna?" Albus also straightened up in shock and asked, but found that the female era who was known for her toughness and danger was beginning to retching. Len, who was still fighting with mole milk slices, also realized something was wrong. As the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic, he had a clear picture of many crime files, which gave him a flash of inspiration. Slideshow. I usually think of the history and information of the owner of the Pig's Head Bar. Around 1982, the Pig's Head Bar Aberforth was sued by Wissingham for indiscriminately casting unfair magic on a goat. This matter was published in newspapers. Even A.I. Burts said that the olderers thought that Aberforth was a weird guy because he had a strange love for goats. And Aberforth's information about the favorite The Story of Poetry by The Story is Dirty Goat Crom. When Aberforth was young, he was very willful and would throw goat on neighbors. Thinking of these materials, looking at Penelope's reaction, recalling the impressive mutton soup that Penelope brought back to Harris from Hagrid's house that day. For a while, Ren was totally unable to restrain it. His stomach churned out, vomiting out what was in his mouth. "I see. You are fools who follow Dritus rumors." Aberforth's face flushed, and he shouted angrily, "I used to cast a spell on Anna too, but just let her horns curled up and looked cleaner too. I don't understand why I was accused. Now you still eat my Anna 3. It's useless to indulge in goats and forget the real life. Cough. Xenophilius reached out and put his hand in his mouth and began to pull out a piece of milk from. The longer it pulled, the bigger it pulled. A face was pulled out of his mouth unexpectedly. Xenophilius pulled both sides of the face, and everyone present saw it more clearly. The director of the TV station, who is known for his madness, finally showed a kind of horror at this time, but without losing an elegant smile. Cough. Flip. Although the candy you gave is tasteless, I didn't expect you moles are so hardcore in this respect. Is this kind of face also made of bighorn lamb intestines? And the thing that Lun just spat out turned into a human skin thing and threw it on the table. Unexpectedly, his pale face belched Lun, who was retching with fright. Dad, why do you want to give them Mother's compressed mask? Pillow saw the brand on the wrapping paper in the space of retching, but after seeing it, he couldn't understand it even more. Ash glared at Xeno. Furious, his father really shouldn't stay with the crazy girl's father. After a while, he let them stay for a long time, and he took his own serious father so abnormal. What? Mr. Cravat was shocked when he heard the words, but what was in his mouth made him unclear, so he also pulled out a human face. He was so terrified that all the hairs on his face were standing up. Peace Nello. Isn't this a piece of milk made by your wizard? 3 days later, in the afternoon, the situation was different from the blushing of various news bombing and controversy in the media of the wizarding countries. Compared with the very lively and bustling scene in the past, the number of people strolling on the winding streets of Diagon Alley was much less than before. Although the windows of these wizard shops are still full of dazzling merchandise, the staff are much more relaxed than before. The emergence of the Hogwarts floating city commercial street has attracted a lot of passengers, and it is not the beginning of the school season. In fact, the business of Corner Alley will not improve too much in the new school season, but the answer is the bosses and employees of these shops looked calm. After all, with the exception of some pure-blooded families who had fought too much with Harris before, they could not rent shops from Floating City. Most shops have been opened in the sky and are much larger than the main shop. Those who were forced to stay were full of anxiety and anger, and even posted signs protesting umbrellas outside their stores. At this time, the clerk of the Quidditch boutique was sitting on the steps slowly maintaining a Firebolt Supreme. This is a world-class flying broom launched after the Firebolt. It represents the current highest level of craftsmanship. Like the crossbow and arrow, the broom handle is refined from ash tree wood. It is streamlined and exquisite. It is treated with a polish hard as a diamond. Every twig of the broomstick at the tail of the Supreme Firebolt has been screened to make it streamlined to perfection, so it is unparalleled in terms of balance and precision. But in appearance it is not much different from the Firebolt, but the Firebolt accelerates up to 150 miles per hour within 10 seconds. And the self-esteem Firebolt increases the speed to 170 per hour on this basis. Miles www.mentalnovel.com has also led to the fact that although its braking device has long been attractive, it is too dangerous for non-professionals to operate, but it is indeed the new first choice for any professional Quidditch player. The clerk's opponent's broom seems a little reluctant. After being taken care of, the new broom will be moved to the branch in the Floating City, and he will be left on the ground as a left-behind employee in Diagon Alley. But the salary of this flying broom shop is based on a basic salary plus commission model, which makes the clerk only feel that he has no future, and can no longer get a substantial commission from time to go to the Broke Cauldron bar to drink unrestrainedly. Author's note: in the official expansion setting, the Bulgarian Quidditch national team used this broom in the 2014 Quidditch World Cup, but no specific development and production time was given. The business of Lihan Bookstore is pretty good in Diagon Alley, and colorful fonts are scrolled on the bookstore window. Gidro Lockhart's Break with the Death Eaters, and Rita's Haribo Special and the Sorcerer's Stone, a series you can't miss. In the portraits and posters in the bookstore's window, Gidro Lockhart was blinking with neat gestures and smiles, until the sound of many people's footsteps that hadn't sounded in Diagon Alley for a long time came at the end of the passage outside. A little bit Lockhart in the portrait of thinking ability broke the tacit understanding with Lockhart in the poster, and he turned his head to try to see what was happening. Chapter 1131, the most prosperous commercial street in the British magical world. On the cobblestone street of Diagon Alley, Josephine, wearing a black cloak and uniform of the Ministry of Magic, also wears a sun hat, and many of the members of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures under her jurisdiction have certain positions. It also seemed that everyone was dispatched. Dressed behind her, a group of people attracted the attention of shoppers and portraits in Diagon Alley. It seemed like an important event was going to be carried out. In this area, there are many more as patrolling than usual, and there are even a lot of armed forces from the Red Umbrella Department guarding in front of shops that assist and protect umbrellas. Business recently Hogwarts and the United Kingdom. In addition to dissatisfaction with foreigners, the tough plans of the Ministry of Magic have also made some domestic pure-blood panic. Although nothing has happened in the UK for the time being, the Harris are still taking advantage of the embargo issue. Some additional arrangements were made in advance to deal with possible picture release situations. But in fact, most of the ordinary wizards in the British magical world have actually begun to produce some nationalism similar to that of the American wizarding world. Of course, this kind of thinking is different from the exaggerated sense of crisis of life and death used by the American rigidity fox. It is more from the British performance and the superiority of having a floating city core, having the three most powerful wizards in the world even if one is a mysterious person, and having a true god. Along the way, most of the shops have not high customer traffic, and even some of them can be said to be deserted. Only Fred and George's Weasley's Witchcraft Workshop are in full swing. Many wizards have directly apparated here, and many wizards have gone from here. The apparition moved away, which became a rare lively scene in the businesses of Diagon Alley. It's just that it's not the old young wizards who enter and leave the joke shop, but many middle-aged and elderly wizards. They take out a lot of gingy along, and some of them are frantically snapping up magic items such as decoy bombs, portable swamps and so on. Only the shelves of powerful ecstasy like Wonder Witch were emptied. As for the stealth smoke bombs, because they had to be imported from Peru before, they were already out of stock when the magic world began to embargo the war against Britain. On the purple background poster pasted on the window, dazzling yellow characters are printed, attracting people's attention. You protect the world, we protect you, fight against Death Eaters, 50% off strange things. I know a few. Sirius was a little puzzled. They weren't like pranksters when they were in school. Why do they become playful when they are old? You don't watch the news. Umbrella's Rapid Response Security Forces are going to send armed forces to Europe to combat some of the recent crazy robberies by the Death Eaters. They are the parents of those wizards. Josephine frowned. Nello and the extra rationed a lot of props. These parents are too worried, and they are not sent to beat Voldemort himself. I know a few parents whose children are working on umbrellas. They are actually quite proud of this. They brag to me every day. But when their children are going out to perform dangerous tasks, they will inevitably worry that I can understand their seemingly contradictory emotions. Fortunately Cedric and Ku are both excellent Quidditch players. They have never worried me. I don't mean to support them in fighting, but they are more suitable to play Quidditch. Amos felt a little bit in the middle. He said the wrong thing, but then his tone changed back to complacency. Cedric has long become a star player on the Montrose Magpies. Ku rejected the Black Hobbies female player who felt that women had an advantage over men. Captain Gwenja Jones invited him to the Tater Hill Tornado team she liked when she was a child and became the team's substitute. He triumphantly looked at his single boss and his single middle-aged male colleague. As you know, as Quidditch stars, they have a good salary, and they each have a large number of fans. So they plan to get married soon, and plan to get a house on the floating city. Then the wedding will invite you not coming. Then congratulate you in advance, Osmo. Josephine nodded and forced a smile on his face. In addition, I have to remind you that, as a member of the Ministry of Magic, you also have some on the floating city. Welfare, including housing, if in your name, is much larger than their discount, which is neither the Umbrella nor the Ministry of Magic. That's great. I'll write to Cedric when I go back. Director, We have to stay away from some of that magic zoo. The female boss with thick black-rimmed glasses is not easy to provoke. She recently I've been asking us for trouble trying to claim compensation. Amos Diggory pointed to Josephine at a store with a closed door, which looked very gloomy, and said, "The owl store is okay. But your nephew, I mean the recent feats of Principal Harris. The embargo sanctions imposed on us by these countries have made the zoo's purchase channels a problem. In recent years, the taste of little wizards has become tricky, and Hogwarts no longer restricts students' pets. It can only be something like Cat Toad that makes her voice terrible. It used to be very crowded, full of animal calls, and the noisy pet store looked very clean at this time." "This is great," Sirius whistled. "Amos, this is good news for us, and our job is easier because of this." "Shut up. You have been working for so long, why are you so silly?" Josephine couldn't help but scolded Sirius, then turned to Asmo and said, "We will tell Wonder Zoo later. We know about her. I will contact the Umbrella and give them some preferential compensation and support measures." "That's the best, Director. Their shop has always been law-abiding." Diggory took a peek at Josephine. "In fact, many of these industries are troubled." Josephine narrowed his reddish eyes and stared at the subordinate, then calmed down his black cloak to keep it from moving. "Hogwarts is equipped for this, and the Umbrella will count and give some compensation and support." "Asmo, are you accepting the benefits of those shops?" Sirius, with his hands in the pockets of his clothes, casually made Diggory's face flushed, but his eyes were placed on the dazzling sunlight. "On the magical umbrellas in the Lorraine cold drinks store, Josephine. Today is like coming back from the summer. Let the colleagues from the other divisions go first. I invite everyone to drink something cold." "We are ahead of them." Josephine, who is usually known for her calmness and coldness, had a bit of brain pain. She seemed to feel her body, as if she had some heat out of thin air without drinking other people's fresh blood. This made her a vampire. Ability to lose later. Fortunately, as the most prosperous commercial street in the British magical world, Diagon Alley is actually not that big. At least it seems so when compared with the commercial district of Floating City. Soon, the members of the management and control department of this group of magical creatures they came to their destination, and it is the only Gringotts Wizarding Bank in Diagon Alley that has a passenger flow comparable to that of the Twin Brothers Joke Shop. Goulin Pavilion is also the largest and oldest building in the entire Diagon Alley commercial street. It is located in the middle of the top of the shaped intersection of Diagon Alley, facing a downward street, and the geographical position is very advantageous. The pillars of this majestic building are slanted and are very distinctive. The top is a sculpture of a fire-breathing dragon with wings spread out. It seems to deter those wizards with ulterior motives and also provide depositors with confidence and security. At this time, in front of this imposing white building, the other shops looked sad, because it was the only one that had sufficient passenger flow, and hurried customers came out in groups, in small groups. There were no wizards who acted alone, and all of them looked sad, serious and cautious. Josephine and his party stood in front of the tall, snow-white building above the surrounding shops. Next to the shiny bronze gate, stood three fairies in scarlet and gold uniforms. The one led by the fairies was responsible for guiding them. The other two are responsible for guarding honesty detectors, each holding a slender gold rod. Seeing Josephine and their uniform Ministry of Magic uniforms, the goblin-headed winked at a guard next to him. Upon seeing this, the goblin guard immediately ran into the bank. When they came, more guards composed of fairies and wizards poured out from the gate of Gringotts. Unlike the ordinary fairy staff who wear white shirts, black suit vests, and black sleeves, the two fairy Nagnak and Gryffok are all wearing straight black striped suits today. You reading www.uukanzu.com wore a royal blue silk shirt and leather shoes were polished shiny. The two leading fairies paused when they saw Josephine and his entourage. They thought it was the Ministry of Magic that was going to do something about the mysterious human Horcrux. When the fairies heard the wind, They doubted whether the other party wanted to rely on it. The Fairy Liaison Office under the Heterogeneous Office allows the department responsible for magic economics and the coordination of the relationship between fairies and wizards to handle this matter. But now it seems that the other party is collectively dispatched by the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures. Could the Ministry of Magic want to check Gringotts through them? No matter what he thought, Nagnuk remained silent on his face, walked over and bowed politely to Josephine and the others. He showed a big smile. The pointed beard trembled, and he asked tentatively, "Director Josephine Harris, why did you bring so many people to Gringotts today?" The fire dragons and other animals we guarded were all registered with the Ministry of Magic. Recently, there is no opportunity or need to introduce new species. As always, Josephine did not take off his hat, but he paid it back politely, and said with a polite smile, "Nagnuk, don't be nervous, this time we are not here for official business. They are all for private business. But it just so happens that there are more people in the Ministry of Magic today who have this kind of need, so I gave me and my colleagues in the department a short half-day vacation. Chapter 1132 Copyright Wizard Bank Today. Although some wizards have come to take away all the wealth they have stored in Gringotts, but these customers themselves are not big families, and the amount is not large. Although the greedy fairies feel a little distressed about this, they are not too serious. It's true, but now they finally realize that there is something wrong. Nagnuk quietly looked at Sirius Black, who had stored the most wealth among the group, but he was indifferent and relaxed. The unjudged goblin asked suspiciously again, "Director Harris, Dirk, Director Cressway, what kind of business do you want to handle? I will arrange for the relevant colleagues to connect and provide you with more convenient services." Nagnuk, we just came here to get some Jinjialong. A 35-6-year-old wizard tried to smile at the goblin in a gentle understatement, which seemed very friendly. This wizard with brown hair and light skin is Dirk Cressway. He was implicated in political struggles after Cuthbert Moorcourage, the former head of the Office of the Fairy Liaison Office, was involved with Mr. Weasley. He was more inclined to Harris, so he took over this position. This department has a high status in this department, and the office director is also respected. Although Dirk Cresswell is also a mole, he became one of the favorite students of Horace Slughorn, the potions teacher at the time at school, and many of his colleagues, including Arthur Weasley, considered him an excellent wizard. The clever grey-yellow face of Grip Huan changed a little, but this was a legitimate business transaction. He had no reason to refuse. He couldn't maintain the profitable smile on his face, waiting for the black eyeball to tentatively ask, "Decay, but is there any major investment move by the Ministry of Magic? There are particularly many customers who come to Gringotts for this business today." "Dirk, you can come down and try to appease the fairies. Now let's hurry up." Sirius Black put his hands in his pockets a little impatiently. "Nagnuk, we are all purely to withdraw money." "Okay, Gryffindor, you don't have to worry about Gringotts doing what we withdraw money. If you are curious, you can go down and contact Dirk in private." With a smile on his face, Josephine walked into the door. "Nagnuk, please arrange. We have to go to the floating city after we finish it." The office director of the Fairy Liaison Office glanced at Lowen apologetically, and followed other colleagues in the Management and Control Department of Magical Creatures into the bank. Nagnuk trot a few steps quickly, ran to the front, and said eagerly to Sirius, "Mr. Black, in your capacity, why bother to come here to withdraw the money in person? And we can send the letter with your mark to the owl. You send it over. But this time I will take away all of the Black family property." Sirius said briskly, "So I have to come in person, otherwise you won't agree, will you?" "Take them all?" Gryffindor's voice was a bit sharp. His expression froze on his face. Nagnuk glanced at the front Josephine and thought that the other person was also Harris, and his slender fingers pinched together fiercely. This must be Harris' revenge for refusing Ron's request before. So many people came to Gringotts at the same time to take away their wealth. Thinking of the fact that so many Jinjialong and treasures of the Black family were about to be taken away, The devil, who was in deep pain, could hardly breathe. Nagnuk reluctantly pulled the corners of his mouth, gritted his teeth and endured the sore pain in his heart and stopped thinking. Pull the ring to speak, Mr. Black. Gringotts is the safest place in the world. You don't need to worry about safety if you exist here. Since we opened, Gringotts has been keeping property for the Black family. I'm very grateful for this. Sirius' stark grey eyes glanced at the goblin coldly. Knowing the habits of the goblin, he naturally understood that the president in front of him already regarded the treasures of the Black family as the wealth of the fairies. So now I don't need to trouble you anymore. I now decide that in addition to withdrawing money, I will also cancel my personal vault number 711 and the family vault of the Black family. I will no longer store any property in Gringotts. A sterling silver sword of the fairy king Legnac I. Your defeat. Mr. Black. You are telling me you are going to abandon the Black family's vault from ancient times to the present? Nagnuk thought of Sirius after the representative meaning of this decision. I couldn't restrain myself from punching my chest with my fist. Mr. Black, please think carefully, so that the bottom treasury. If you want to regret it, even if you want to reopen an account, it's impossible. Deposit. This is not a treasury location that you can get if you have money. This is the glory your ancestors won for your family. Shit glory. Sirius sniffed. He lowered his head and looked at the goblin with contempt. If you say more, I will take my godson over now and let him abstain from the Potter family. Both Gryphok and Nagnuk's faces are distorted. They don't care about the Potter's deepest and lowest security vault, which can be accessed with only a key. What they care about is the most in the UK, the ancient Black family. But the members of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures stopped paying attention to the fairies at the door, and followed their director Josephine completely into the tall marble hall. There were about 100 fairies sitting in a row, on the high stools behind the counter. Some use copper balances to weigh coins, and some use eyepieces to check gems, while registering hastily on the large ledger. There are countless doors in the hall, leading to different places, and many fairies guide people in and out of these doors. Seeing such a crowded scene in the hall, the fairies' employees who didn't know anything about it put aside the things in their hands and hurried over to guide them. And just after Gryphok and Nagnuk chased Josephine in, a Gringotts wizard employee ran in from the outside in a panic, and this little man squeezed inflexibly from the onlookers, ran to the president's side and whispered, "President, there are many more wizards at the Broken Cauldron Bar. The Magic Sports Department is here." Nagnuk only felt that his cheeks were a little stiff and he could no longer squeeze any false smile. He turned his head and saw a familiar face when he felt bad. He quickly grabbed the golden-haired wizard's clothes, asked, "Mr. Ludo Bagman, what kind of business are you going to handle?" "It's been a long time since Nagnuk. I did come to handle the withdrawal business. I want to take out all Bagman's wealth and cancel the account." John Buther stroked his hair, and he carried with a habitual diplomatic smile. He said very enthusiastically, "Trouble. Please help us arrange as soon as possible." In addition to my current colleagues in the department, my former teammates from the Wimborne Hornets should also be coming soon. We all have to do it. The same business. What? Gryphok's eyes were more convex than the three Luna at this time. Are you all crazy? To please Harris, leave the money at home and wait for the thief to steal it. Glawan, don't worry. I remember you got the wizard TV in the lounge. Turn on the TV and watch the live broadcast and you will know what happened. Ludo Bagman looked at the panicked fairies with a friendly smile, with a hint of revenge. Don't worry about overtime. The Ministry of Magic has already divided the time period according to the department. Today we are only the first batch. Nagnuk and Gryphok, who were eager to understand what happened at .mtlnovel.com, did not listen to the director of the Magic Sports Department and ordered a few other goblins to entertain these wizards, and hurried to the customer rest area. Turned on that if they knew the reason for the other side's attitude. Around the 1995 World Cup, Ludo Bagman almost escaped because he failed many bets with their goblins and owed them a large sum of money. It was Harris funding to keep the honor and position. On TV, The host Furong is excitedly and proudly introducing a building on the floating city. The camera is sweeping to the south of Hogwarts floating city, a commercial plaza that has become famous in a short period of time, opposite to the temple. After the black curtains are pulled apart by magic, its true magnificence becomes clear. Let all the fairies and fairies watching take a breath. This building has a truly eye-catching outline. The building is surrounded by a curved ruler, two-legged gauge, crosshands and triangles. This is to imitate the shape of the Harris family's omniscient mark. The dark blue exterior wall has narrow bronze windows. In order to prevent the scorching sunlight, the glass skylight on the top allows natural light to come in. The lines of the building and the color matching of Ravenclaw College make it look like the striped edging carvings on the Ravon. What surprised the fairies was because of the bronze sign of the new building Harris Wizards Bank, which was revealed on the TV. Chapter 1133 Bank business. Outside the shiny bronze gate of Harris Wizards Bank, the guards stand straight at the door. Many of the main bodies are painted in dark blue, the edges are bronze, and the backs are also painted with bronze numbers. The gentleman bowed politely when the wizards entered for simple guidance. Walking into the lobby, you can clearly see the signage dividing different functional areas at the door. This tall marble hall provides hundreds of different business windows. The wizard staff sitting behind these long counters are all wearing uniforms. All male staff wear short hair or tie their long hair into ponytails, while women staff members put their long hair behind their heads and wear a uniform hairnet, looking very energetic. Today is not Sunday, but Hogwarts students are also arranged to come to this spacious lobby. During breakfast, Alan announced that the bank will be opened today and all Hogwarts students will get a bank-free account. Opening account Zoltorf. There are many little wizards who feel that their principals are a little bit of suspicion of acting for personal gain. In fact, the students were not able to leave at this time except for being opened outside. They were arranged to sit on the seats in the hall where the magical innocence curse was cast, sitting with the umbrellas and pro-Harris wizards. Together, we collected the number of people for today's press conference. The Harris Wizarding TV station does not seem to have been affected by the recent ban on broadcasting in some foreign countries. The live cameras of several cameras are facing Hermione and Fleur on the podium from various angles, compared to the TV media when the TV station was just emerging. People also prepared several cameras to capture the expressions of the audience under the podium. Dear viewers in front of the TV, we all just learned about the appearance and basic plan of Harris Wizarding Bank through the lens, so regarding its internal operation, we are very fortunate to have invited the CEO of the Umbrella Group, who is also Harris. The bank's planner, Miss Hermione Granger, accepted our interview. Furong stretched her hand to the side gracefully, and Hermione stepped onto the temporary stage of the press conference. Although she was still a student, she was able to with a confident smile naturally. He raised his hands and greeted the audience behind the camera lens. Miss Granger, bonjour. We all know that Gringotts has always been the only bank in the magic world before the establishment of the Harris Wizarding Bank, so I want to do business with Gringotts, which is trusted and recognized by the wizards. Can you tell us some of the advantages of Harris Bank? As a professional host and a member of Harris, Fleur compiled an interview in advance to match the content that Hermione needs to express. Of course, Miss Delacour. In fact, our bank's operating model is different from the traditional Fairy Gringotts Wizarding Bank in terms of operating purposes. It is based on our reference to Mull's financial business, has been given more functions, although it also provides customers with traditional personal wealth savings business, but it is no longer based on it. Hermione's outspoken remarks revealed that she thinks Mulls are ahead of wizards in finance. Judgment. Furong raised the microphone and continued to ask, Miss Granger, can you explain a little bit for us? You know, many wizards here and behind the TV don't know much about Mull financial business. Of course, Harris Wizards Bank will be based on the intelligence of the Mole Central Bank and policy banks. It will perform some monetary detections and adopt different policies such as tightness and looseness according to economic development in different periods. Overall macro control of the magic world economy, cooperating with the Ministry of Magic to formulate and implement economic policies, directly or indirectly engage in policy financing activities, and act as a financial institution for the magic government to develop the economy, promote social progress, and conduct macroeconomic management tools. Hermione took out a brochure prepared by Harris Bank and displayed it in front of the camera. You can go to Harris Bank to get such a brochure, which explains the bank's various businesses and handling methods in detail. If you don't understand or want to learn more, you can go to the bank's inquiry desk, and our bank staff will answer it patiently for you. So many kinds of business. Miss Granger, please answer some questions for the audience who can see the manual in front of our TV. How will Harris Wizards Bank charge? I mean, this doesn't sound like a profit structured. On the preaching stage, Furong asked about the topics that wizards might be most concerned about before the preset screen before their interview. Not so. As I said earlier, traditional savings services exist. In addition to adopting the treasury model of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which is traditional in the wizarding world, we charge a management fee for the security of the things you store in it. It can be guaranteed that no one except the customer and the wizards authorized by him can get from these vaults what does not belong to him. Hermione turned the brochure to the savings page. Now the Harris Wizarding Bank itself in business. Its main business scope also includes absorbing wizards' deposits, issuing loans, and investment and financial management. Wizards only need to choose the savings model as our new model, and put Jinjialong directly in our bank instead of personal vaults. In fact, Harris Wizards Bank not only does not charge customers, but also pays you an interest of varying proportions based on whether your savings mode is regular or current mode. Because it will allow customers to use the gold in the bank in a reasonable and safe ratio, and cooperate with the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts to invest in the development of the magical world, so as to accelerate the progress of our wizarding world. This kind of wizards who have been living in the wizarding world have never seen the mole business make wizards take a breath. Off. There is no lack of similar loan projects in the financial field of the wizarding world. It is more similar to the Mole Middle Ages and Mulder personal models of the Renaissance that were not professionally rigorous and peculiar. Miss Granger, everyone is very familiar with the traditional Gringotts operation. But I don't quite understand the new model. Presumably there are many viewers in front of the TV like me, and they don't understand this. Furong made a puzzled look at the right time, and asked in a very sincere tone, if the bank uses the customer's funds, then the customer may be out of money when they need to withdraw. And if the wizard who saves regular service encounters, isn't it possible to withdraw money if an accident is urgently needed? Of course this is not the case. You reading www.uukanzu.com is like what I said above. It will be within a reasonable and safe range. Moles have had many years of experience in this kind of business, umbrellas and magic. The experts of the ministry have formulated similar regulations based on the actual situation in the magical world. If a regular customer urgently needs money, of course he can withdraw his original wealth, but the bank will pay the current interest. Hermione said. He took out a pendant from her neckline and showed it to the audience in front of the camera. Under the communication between Miss Ravenclaw and her voter Alan Harris, Hermione was a little uncomfortable and said strictly, a lie that is not a lie. Harris Wizarding Bank has also cooperated with the Ravenclaw Temple. Using this omniscience mark, when you store non-monetary wealth in the bank will issue you such a pendant and store it in the pendant with encrypted information. It records how much money you have stored, and because of the temple's assistance in the production, with the protection of Miss Ravenclaw's supernatural power, the bank's customers no longer have to worry about being falsely claimed. Of course, if you are a believer of Miss Ravenclaw, you can also use this pendant to pray directly like Miss Ravenclaw. As he said, there was a wizard dressed as a Ravenclaw temple cultist nearby, and used the magic hookah to magnify the pendant held by Hermione to the venue with a smoke illusion. This pendant is very beautiful. The shape represents the omniscient eye of the Harris family. It is accompanied by a thin bronze necklace. Of course, after the bank implements this policy, this expression is also destined to be linked to money, wealth and goddess. Author's note: it's like the all-seeing eye on the dollar. Chapter 1134. Focus on the object. That pendant is much more beautiful than just looking at the all-knowing mark. In the audience under the stage, Ginny, as a little witch, looked at this pendant designed by a professional jewelry maker under the umbrella of the umbrella. Under the light, the bank pendant of the omniscient eye seemed to shine with wisdom and grace on Hermione's neck. Harry, did Sirius tell you? Dad wrote yesterday about the bank. We have decided to abandon our vault at Gringa. We don't have many happy memories in it. When we were the worst, there were only such a small pile of Silversico and Gingy along in the vault. Ron seemed to feel a little embarrassed after affirming his sister's sentence, and he put his crossed hands on his crossed legs artificially on his right knee. He tilted his head and changed a tone that he had anticipated. Alan's brother was turned away by the goblins of Gringotts, and the Ministry of Magic, and Alan had no response to this. I think it's weird. Harris has grievances that he must avenge. I hope Ellen has thought of the next hand. Otherwise it will be more difficult for the fairies to get Voldemort's Horcrux after being angered. Harry's tone was full of worry. He was worried that these fairies would stand up to the mysterious man. On one side, add more strength to the other side. After giving the others a brief digestion event, Furong continued to ask a well-equipped question. Miss Granger, I think everyone can understand the new business of the bank, but wizards, it is not just gold coins that need to be stored in the bank. Some precious heirlooms belonging to the family also need to be stored in a safe enough environment. Gringotts has a heavily guarded underground vault. I don't know if Harris Wizards Bank can satisfy wizards in this regard. What about our needs? When you just came in, you can see that there are countless doors in our hall. As I just described, the goddess Rowena Ravenclaw and her shrine have provided us with help. I will sit down again. Whether you learned about it during my previous studies at Hogwarts or during my last semester from Miss Umbridge's incident, you should have known the existence of a responsive house. Have done various homework. Hermione continued with a half-back and half-answered introduction. At present, we have prepared 33 floors, each with a varying number of vaults, and it can still be expanded according to the needs of the magic world. Thank you very much, Miss Granger, for your explanation, but the manpower, material and energy spent to build and maintain a bank like this is probably not a simple amount. Miss Granger, why are you planning to build such a magnificent bank? Furong's waist-long silvered curled hair dangled, and the camera gave Hermione close-ups very tacitly. Everyone, whether it's an umbrella or Harris, there is actually only a simple idea. Hermione straightened her body, with a serious tone. The bank should serve all creatures, not just wizards. This is Harris. The reason for the establishment of the bank. Let all creatures get the right to store and withdraw their wealth fairly. The close-up live footage of the audience also turned to the guests in time. Hermione's speech is not fast, her voice is very rhythmic, and it sounds sonorous. Ministry of Magic, Ravenclaw Temple and Harris. Of course we care about all wizards. Whether your background is pure blood, mixed blood or mole. When being spotted by Hermione, Malfoy raised his chin and nodded proudly. What he agreed with did not mean Hermione, but his support for Alan, as a half-blood. Seamus Finnegan did not realize it. Smiled and nodded. The milkman's son Colin Creevy heard this and put down his new camera. The photographers all walked up to these little wizards with different identities and focused the lens in time. Their faces accurately captured their expressions. But we will not stop there. We will try our best to serve all creatures, whether you are a werewolf, a vampire, a horseman or a house elf. All intelligent creatures can get the services and support of the bank. Hermione raised her chin slightly, and speaking of this, her face seemed to glow under the bright light. As the trained live videographers quickly turned to focus, Furong in the Wizard TV smiled, and the room was brilliant. A werewolf working for an umbrella was a little uncomfortable with the camera aimed at him, and then they lifted up full of tendons. Meat's arms tried to cover his beard-faced face by touching his face. Bane the horseman lowered his hand on the new scimitar at his waist. These people in front of the camera have relatively special identities. As the cameras focus, their expressions have not been missed. They also appeared in the live footage in conjunction with Hermione's roll call time. Whether you are young or full of grey hair, Hermione uttered every word clearly, sounding hearty and powerful. Whether you are heterosexual or gay. The live camera footage was just taken back from Grimson's red nose with Hermione's white hair. The objects in the following lines made the cameraman a little flustered. The camera's quasi-center kept shaking, and it swept across a large group of wizards circle. The embarrassed photographer was a little vented on his shoulders and arms trying to find the next target, but unexpectedly saw Ron with his hands on his knees. Like finding a life-saving straw, the camera quickly focused on Ron's face, who was still smiling triumphantly because of his own judgment. Before Hermione's next sentence was even started, the smile on Ron's face quickly solidified, and his two eyes glanced at the camera lens to the right, confirming that this was not his illusion but the camera was actually aimed at himself. And Hermione on the court seemed to lift up her teacup to temporarily moisturize her throat because of the excessive explanations and speeches just now. And it is natural that more shots have been transferred to Ron. These videographers are senior media professionals. I also identified the little wizard who looked like an adult in front of him. It was who had an affair with Bulgarian team star seeker Victor Krum in the last Quidditch World Cup. Lay family boys, these cameramen didn't know that Ron's use of elixir on the train confirmed his orientation. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. At this time Ron's eyes had become very innocent, his face turned red even with his ears, and he began to try to shake his head slightly at the camera and then seemed to realize that he might just be talking about what he had expected. The posture of expressing pride was a bit of a bitch, which caused misunderstanding by others. He quickly put down his hands and spread his legs to make his sitting posture more masculine. But this didn't make the live footage leave him. Ron, who was in the middle of the room and was full of fear and grievance from the camera, was unable to speak for himself because he was at the press conference at this time. He could only bite his lip and frowned, suppressing his anger and leaning upwards, looking at the camera and making an expression of "Are you serious?" But Hermione's speech at this press conference was destined to be finished with close-ups of homosexuality and Ron, because at this time there was a tumult at the bank store, and I saw many goblins dressed in Gringotts in Nag led by Nock and Gryffindor. They appeared at the entrance of Harris Wizarding Bank. The white shirts of some goblins have been rolled up to their elbows, revealing hairy arms, wrinkled faces and eyebrows, surrounded by Nagnak in the middle. His eyes are a bit greedy besides anger. Looking at this magnificent bank. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Festival. Dear book friends, because of Tong Tang's negligence, I just uploaded the 1135 chapter that was supposed to be uploaded at 0 o'clock tomorrow, and I have just uploaded the 1134 chapter, and now the correct chapter has been covered. I'm very sorry, because of Tong Tang's carelessness. He always makes such low-level mistakes. If you don't see the correct chapter tonight, you can download and refresh this chapter again to see the correct chapter. At midnight on August 23rd tomorrow, chapter 1135 will be updated. Tong Tang stood up and saluted, and begged forgiveness, and once again said sorry to his friends, which caused everyone trouble. Harry Potter, Invincible. I'm sorry, I posted the wrong chapter again. Now you are playing. Please wait for a while. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Full text update of Harry Potter, Invincible Learning. Keep in mind the URL, chapter 1135 currency. However, unlike his excited compatriots, Nagnak's heart was full of worries at this time. He came from the gilded fireplaces on the walls of the inner city wall of Hogwarts, and the guards of Hogwarts did not carry on them inquiry and hindrance, and this is also true when advancing aggressively to Harris Bank along the way. And those Hogwarts guards also turned a blind eye to them. The people who contacted the Ministry of Magic planned to come to Gringotts to withdraw money and even cancel the account, which shows that Harris was also prepared for the reaction of the goblins. But Nagnak had no choice. As the main bank of the fairies Gringotts today, the loss of some wizarding customers and even the whole of the British orthopedics is not a pain for the fairies themselves, and more importantly, the representative meaning behind this. If Harris succeeds, other wizards in the magical world have seen the benefits of the wizard's own control of the economy follow suit, and this is where the goblins panic. With the live broadcast, more and more wizards left the TV to hear the news and rushed to the bank, enclosing the bank area tightly. The reporters and cameramen of Harris TV station interviewed in the lobby of the bank took advantage of Ron and other viewers who let the camera leave. They moved through the crowd and began to look for more suitable angles to shoot the coming fairies. Some elderly wizards noticed the collective actions and menacing appearances of the fairies, and worries arose in their hearts. No matter how strong the mysterious man was, it proved that he was not the opponent of Alan Harris. Different from the raging Europe today, there are not many wizards in the UK that would have raised the fearful mentality of the Dark Lord who was assigned to Gryffindor by the principal of Hogwarts in the duel. But the fairies are different. In addition to controlling Gringotts, they are very smart. They are good at metal processing, especially silverware. In addition, they are also responsible for casting currency in the magical world. From the perspective of fairies, look, they should be equal to human wizards. Although human wizards do not think so, it can be said that to a large extent, fairies control the economic lifeline of the magical world, and the possible impact of Harris's actions today. It's not just local areas, it breaks the fundamental unspoken rules of fairies and wizards living together peacefully. Nagnak and Gringotts, today you came to Harris Bank. Do you have any business you want to handle? Hermione had stood up, and she took out the Umbrella President's temperament and asked, "Want to create a bank, Harris? You guys have no fun at all." Seeing the other party knowingly asked, the Goblin Rowan couldn't help but rush out from one side, pointed her long fingers at Hermione, and roared, "You want to get from our Gringotts take-away customers? Take away wealth that does not belong to you. We will show you the power of fairies." Mr. Nagnak, so this is what you came from? Ron, who was sitting in the seat, stood up instead of Hermione, faced the threat of the goblin, and asked calmly, "Does the goblin intend to threaten the wizard with force?" Nagnak blocked Gryffindor behind him, with a smirk on his face and squinted his eyes in a dangerous tone. "Director N. Harris, you Harris really love to do things without leaving behind. This is in order to retaliate against the last time our goblin adhered to the rules of Gringotts and the wealth of our customers, blocked you from Gringotts." Mr. Nagnak, please don't get me wrong. All this is the freedom of the customer's own choice. Lun leaned forward with both hands on the table in front of her, with a smile in his eyes. "I personally didn't mind what happened in Gringotts at the time. At that time, you blocked me out of the door to abide by the rules of Gringotts. Although stayed, I can understand that this was done for. As for my brother, the bank did not decide to establish it for the sake of returning to the link. This is because the original financial institutions in the wizarding world cannot meet the needs of the floating city. I don't believe that you are robbers, conspiring to occupy areas that you don't have the right to occupy. You want to seize the right to manage the economy from our fairies, and take the opportunity to seek benefits for yourself." Lowen flushed with anger, and had black eyes without white eyes sparkling with light. "Glawan, I can't agree with your remarks." Lun put away his smile, his expression became serious and dangerous like his animagus, adding to his tone, "It is the wizard's freedom for us wizards to create banks by ourselves. Autonomous behavior, you fairies have no reason to protest here. For so many years, There has been a tacit understanding between the fairies and wizards. The only bank in the wizarding world run by us, wizards, can go to Gringotts to deposit money or enter vault. You Harris are doing it privately. Disrupt this peaceful balance. Nagnuk also put away a smirk. His face was sullen, and his hands were tightly clasped together. I promise, this is not a good thing for the magic world. So Nagnuk, you admit that this is just a tacit understanding? We obviously have the opportunity to destroy one of his Horcruxes, and we are one step closer to eliminating him completely. We were just kind-hearted wizards who like peace. But because of your stubbornness, you have created difficulties for the actions taken by our wizards for peace. We drove the mysterious people out of Britain so that you can enjoy a peaceful life that other European magicians cannot enjoy. As it should be, Loon helped Fufus glasses that had slipped down because his speech movements were a bit loud. So under the premise that this kind of tacit understanding cannot guarantee the peaceful life of wizards... it is only right for us wizards to change it. After hearing this, Gryphok couldn't help but screamed again. The wizards tried to control Gringotts Bank. We will use our actions to inform you of the consequences. All of us fairies will do the same. Although the surrounding wizards did not make a sound, their gazes when they watched the fairies also changed, especially those young people, especially Hogwarts students, who have been somewhat arrogant in recent months. Wizards in the wizarding world are even more arrogant. Throughout the history of the wizarding world, goblin rebellions have occurred several times, mainly because goblin protests against the discrimination and prejudice against them by the wizarding community. In the consciousness of most wizards, fairies are low-level creatures, and the Ministry of Magic also prohibits fairies from carrying wands. Fairies obviously don't think so. So this makes the relationship between fairies and wizards very tense. Growan, you have to pay attention to your words. We wizards did not try to point fingers at Gringotts this time. The bank you left in Diagon Alley did not have wizards trying to control it. My brother just built a new one for us own, and the wizards wanting to take out their personal property from Gringotts is completely normal business management. Lund said in a very formal tone. If anyone gets in the way and prevents the wizards from exercising their rights, let the wizards' normal interests are violated. The Ministry of Magic will protect the legal rights of wizards in accordance with the law at all costs. The fairies sounded cold, and he understood the meaning of Len's words. Fairies had better cooperate with the wizards' transfer of property, otherwise the Ministry of Magic would be given a reason to intervene by force. Director Harris, I think you have overlooked one thing. As a financial institution, the most important function is to unify the organization and management of currency issuance. Whoever has the right to issue currency controls everything. And now the magic world, the most common currency is Jinjialong, made by our fairies. Nagnuk was silent for a while and raised his head. He shook his slender fingers at Lun and smiled unkindly. So, in a short period of time you may not feel it. A little longer. I think we will be able to reach a consensus again. In the magical world, the role of Gringotts is insurmountable. If you have just watched this press conference, you should have heard. This wizarding bank has, at this time, Ron, as the spokesperson for Harris, did not mean to give in. You reading www.uukanzu.com took a step forward. With a sense of oppression, I met Nagnuk's dark eyes. In fact, Harris Wizards Bank will soon have a new currency system to meet with you. In addition to the traditional way, I can reveal some information in advance. It will also be related to the Ravenclaw necklace we mentioned earlier. A lot of times don't think things too good. Spending a lot of time and energy to make the currency for promotion will end up in nothing. And the currency that has not been recognized is just a pile of metal. Nagnuk has already been considered torn on both sides. On the contrary, instead of the initial anxiety, the fairy put his arms on his chest, and pointed his big nose at Lun. I dare to affirm that the new currency produced by Hogwarts will not be affected by other national recognition. There was a commotion around. The old wizards began to discuss with each other, and some young wizards began to yell at the arrogant goblin. Not caring about these disturbances at all, Nagnak fiddled with his pointed beard triumphantly. You take it for granted that you understand the economy. If a currency is not recognized in other countries, then it is not a currency. Qualifications: the fairy Gringotts will not accept such currency that does not have sufficient circulation value, and exchange services for it. I guarantee that Gringotts in various countries are like this. Chapter 1136. Close the business. The threat of the goblin calmed down some wizards who were originally emotionally excited, and some old wizards who understood the power of goblins began to remain silent, and their original abuse became abnormally silent. Now that many countries in the United Kingdom have begun to try or have imposed trade bans on the British magical world, some industries and shops have been affected by such sanctions. If now it is with Gringotts, which controls the magical world, the quarrel between the two parties is inevitable. Once the two sides really break, there is no doubt that this will make the UK more passive in the economy, and for most ordinary people, they do not really need a bank of their own, especially under the premise of paying these risks. Because Gringotts controls the economies of most foreign countries at the same time, Gringotts will definitely be constrained in trade with other countries. However, he had already expected this, and he answered calmly, since it's in the US the currency in circulation is Zuogo instead of Canon, then the UK can also have its own currency, and if Gringotts does something wrong, please get out of the way. Rufus Scrimgeour, Director of the Error Office. Whoever gives you the power, dare to stop the patrolling error of the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour suppressed his angry voice cold as he walked from the crowd. He squeezed in, his bushy eyebrows furrowed, his sharp eyes swept across the wizards and goblins on the field, his magic robe was squeezed a little wrinkled. He had brought a team of patrolling errors from the Ministry of Magic, but only by flying. When Lu Fen came over, they had just left the fireplace on the wall of the urn, and they were forcibly intercepted by the armed forces of the Armdera and the Red Umbrella Department of the Umbrella. He was full of anger and had to come by alone. Who asked you to come over? Director Scrimgeour, I remember your mission today should be in magic. How can you leave your post without authorization? Len whispered and ordered without waiting for the other party to finish. Director Harris. Scrimgeour's deep voice sounded, and his sharp eyes met with Lun. The other party took advantage of not giving him the opportunity to speak and used the Error Office as a subordinate structure of the Magic Law Enforcement Department to suppress the identity and make it urgent. He who rushed over was very passive. But at this time, the crowd was separated from the crowd, and several powerful pureblood families in Britain, under the leadership of the Bock family butler, walked toward Lun and them aggressively. Director Harris, we saw the whole story through the live broadcast of Harris TV. Ben Bozer took the initiative to stand up and accuse him. He had no scruples at all. His daughter Millicent followed Deng. Bledo's relationship has been transferred to Bush Barton, but after the rise of Hogwarts, his shop in Hogmorton Village is now left on the ground and no one cares about it. The family-invested shop in Diagon Alley is also the industry run on by the Hogwarts Newtown Business District has shrunk without fear of losing anything. You are just messing around. Because of the embargo, the increasingly tense international trade relations have posed a threat to the economy of the British magical community. Today, maintaining order and stability is the foundation for maintaining the economic prosperity of the British magic world. The Harris family is strong, but there is no winner in the economic and trade war. If Gringotts is the opposite of the British magic world because of this, why do you let us ordinary wizards in the UK take risks and bear the loss of your unauthorized decision-making? The representatives of the other pureblood families on the stage also followed there in protest. The broad body of Amelia Bones, wearing a pair of monocles, squeezed several wizards onto the stage. Stood beside Hermione. Amelia didn't want to express her position face to face and be used by others to cause the Bones family to oppose the Harris illusion. She whispered, Miss Granger, hello, I've heard Susan talk about you many times. She admires you very much. She thinks you are the smartest witch at Hogwarts. I don't intend to oppose Harris. I didn't intend to do so after the last Hogwarts. I just want to remind that in the international community, many countries have declared against the United Kingdom. Under the embargo, it would be very troublesome to provoke the goblins so aggressively. Of course you may have your own plan. Don't worry, Mrs. Burns. But thank you for coming over to remind me in private. Hermione thanked her earnestly, her right hand naturally holding the lowered left arm. Seeing that Lun hadn't responded, Bursted said in a stern tone, Director Harris, I've been walking around here a few times since the floating city rose, and everything I can see is bustling. Harris is in the floating city. On this project, the profits must be very generous. But in comparison, the original Hogsmeade village has become a poor rural area with no one to set foot in, let alone contrast with the past. Even continuing to live has become a problem. And now Harris still wants to grudge against the goblins of Gringotts. Does he really ignore the situation of our other families and ordinary wizards? The fat man boss sighed with compassion. From the beginning of the embargo, some decisions of the Ministry of Magic are now very reckless and reckless. These policies satisfying the selfish desires of a certain person or a certain family have caused ordinary wizards to suffer unnecessary pain and risks. The rhetoric provided by the bloggers to Bursted did play a role. The wizards in front of the TV did indeed feel the loss and inconvenience caused by the embargo recently, which made many people have to go along. Continue to think with this idea. If the split with the fairies eventually leads to war, ordinary wizards caught in economic crisis will find it difficult to get through the difficulties, and life will definitely become a mess. All the fairies in history are blooded and thrilling. Even now leprechauns seem unlikely to be Harris's opponents in terms of force, but if these creatures are not as direct as they used to be, but have also learned to avoid the law and start economically, then the subjects of suffering will always be ordinary people like them. The Ministry of Magic has formulated a series of support plans that are sufficient to help companies and individuals get through some of the difficulties that may arise. Lun didn't retort much, but he didn't get confused by the doubts raised around him. We will gradually announce the specific measures, and today's banks are only part of them. The Ministry of Magic was also controlled by Harris for a long time. From the initial inspection and closure of various family properties, the rise of floating cities, the embargo, to the current bank. Harris used his power to open the way for his own umbrella industry, and did everything possible to grab benefits. Richer family, but suffering countless ordinary wizards. Ben Bozard glared at Lun, his plump double chin squeezed into a pile. Just before we were in front of us, Director Harris was big. He sent his official power and ordered the director of the Era office to leave the floating city. And the Ministry of Magic's patrol area was also prevented from entering the floating city. This Hogwarts even belongs to Alan Harris, but it belongs to the British magical world, right? This kind of abuse of power must be more prominent in places we can't see. Is there still a law? Is there a king's law? The wizards of the pureblood family joined Burst and began to reprimand Lun. There was even an individual like Annette Pobbin, who was about to close down by an umbrella run on a potion workshop, launched a personal attack on him. Using the glasses on Lun's face, he began to scold Lun's forehead boy in his native language. It seems that this lady has a deep prejudice against people wearing glasses. It's just that Lun on the high platform has a calm expression, as if completely unmoved. The shops in Diagon Alley are basically opened in Hogwarts. A new point: www.mentalnovel.com and Hogsmeade, in addition to choosing not to choose Harris at the beginning, took a lot of effort to satisfy their intentions and rose to the sky. So the prosperity of the floating city, the benefits are of course not owned by Harris alone. Just as I promised, whether it is Harris or the Ministry of Magic, there are follow-up plans for follow-up questions. Len maintained a slow voice. Of course, if you have objections and want to express your protest, as long as it is within the scope of legal norms, this is also your right. Whether it is a wizard or a fairy, You can do it yourself. Lun's ignorant attitude angered the pure-blood families and fairies who usually favored them, and they started to verbally criticize them, but instead they became messy and messed up. Everyone, please be quiet. Alfred Crawford, as the housekeeper of the Bock family, finally came to the front desk at this time. He was wearing a white shirt with a black waistcoat and a black bow tie. White gloves, shiny black leather shoes, stood up straight. The Bock family will set an example and protest against this dictatorship. For this reason, the Bock family will close all family businesses in the UK. The butler and Len faced each other face to face, and used some victim-like tone. Your Excellency Harris, this is not just a protest. Actually, it's because of the messy economic situation in the UK now. It's a pity, it's painful. Those employees lost their jobs during this difficult time. But our Bock family can't sustain themselves under this kind of loss. I believe the situation in many pure-blood families is the same. Chapter 1137 Condiment. Before Alfred had finished speaking, he was immediately echoed by the group of pure-blooded wizards around him. These pure-blooded families found this suitable reason before they came to the floating city, and they did it to the live footage. With a distressed look, one by one loudly announced with great pain that they would join the Bock family, describing that they had to be forced to close their family's business in the UK. Although these pure-blooded families feel heartbroken about the decision to close their businesses in the British magical world, it cannot cause fatal damage to these families that have accumulated hundreds of years of wealth. They will let the entire British magical world for their greater interests. The number of unemployed wizards has soared, to highlight the importance of the Ministry of Magic's policies, as a way to combat the Ministry of Magic in power, and take this opportunity to at least try to overthrow Owen Harris from office. This is the pure-blood who thinks that the use of Harris to provoke other wizarding circles and immediately provoke the elves is the last chance they can seize now, because once the floating city has stepped up its steps, then control Harris, who has gone through politics, education, and manufacturing, will be a disaster for their old force. This indeed threatens the wizards who are ordinary people, especially those who have just seen their jobs lost in the live broadcast. Immediately afterwards, a burst of fire rose out of thin air. The golden and majestic phoenix stood on the shoulders of Alan wearing a hood, and appeared in front of the bank together. Alan held a staff and foamed to shout for those Longi-like orbs. Focus on the surrounding fairies and pure-blood families. It's just that he always exudes an aura of him not easy to mess with. The outfit is out of place, and the wizards on and off the wizard's TV screen are confused. Alan now has some big bags hanging on this staff, translucent pockets, and there are many fresh-looking ingredients in them, all kinds of ingredients, in addition to meat, vegetables, mushrooms, and even a few boxes of milk popped out of the headband. A few fresh. The colorful ball fish is opening and closing his gills in the water polo. The grey-haired wizard seems to be careful not to let these things touch his robe to avoid the smell. It seems that he didn't put these things in his waist. There is the reason for the non-marking stretch curse pocket. If you ignore the Hogwarts principal's dress and the stagnant atmosphere that it brings to the scene, such a look is almost like a husband who just got off work, under the order of his wife, to help run errands to the market to buy food and go home. The wizards and goblins of the Pure-Blood clan looked at Ellen warily. The timid and cunning couldn't help stepping back for a while, so that their companion's face would be more present. They couldn't guess Ellen wanted what they were doing became more disturbed. Voldemort, who was as strong as the Dark Lord at the time, stepped on Moltoys under Alan's design, was forced to be sorted to Gryffindor, and was dressed up as an undead boy, and it remained in their memory. Middle at this time, whether Alan's weird dress contains deep meaning, they can't tell, but now they are opposed to Harris. They can be sure that the wizard in front of them is a ghost if they don't know. But Alan, who entered the Harris Bank, took ankle from the lower steps to the press conference venue. The sound of his leisurely footsteps knocked on the fairies and pure-blood. On our hearts, the voices of the wizards who had been yelling at Harris gradually lowered, and then became inaudible. The wizards at the scene stopped talking. No one was waiting casually. People looked at Alan on the stage and felt the rush of chill. They couldn't help but hold their breath. The cameras did not dare to neglect. Immediately turned the camera to Alan. At this time, AIE, as the owner of the floating city, became the focus of attention both inside and outside the TV screen. Everyone was waiting for his speech, waiting for his counterattack against the threat of the pureblood family. "Ah, it's great that you can come over," Alan said, but it was even more confusing. Headmaster Hogwarts' eyes that had been a little protruding from the search relaxed at this time, and he strode down a few steps happily, and walked into the black broad-brimmed hat of Director Josephine Harris. Then he nodded to his aunt and passed her, staying next to Sirius, who was stealing a cup of ice cream, but his head was facing the fatter figure wearing a beige cap. "In the Wizard of the Year, he is Amos Diggory, Cedric's father." This caused the wizards present and absent to look at Alan in astonishment. At this time, Alan's actions made the atmosphere of the scene even more bewildered. The sweat on Amos Diggory's head had come out, and he was completely I didn't understand that the headmaster of Hogwarts, who was more famous in Quidditch than his son, would find him at this moment. Diggory noticed the gaze and the camera focused on him, suppressing the surprise and anxiety that rose in his heart, and took off his hat. Pretending to be calm and proactively said, "Principal Harris, you are looking for me." "What's the order, Mr. Diggory? I have a family in a hurry to ask you for help." Alan solemnly faced Diggory. "I want to ask, are you Kuzang's parents familiar? Have you eaten with them? Did they entertain your family for dinner? Sorry, although Ku and I were Quidditch teammates when I was in school, they didn't know much about her family." "Autumn's parents?" Diggory repeated without reacting, and then the Harris air in front of him had a bad emotional review and flooded his head. He immediately said with some caution, "Of course, Principal Harris, Ku and my son Cedric have long been engaged. My family had dinner with their parents." "Principal Harris, what are you?" "Then they asked you to eat. Oh. It's their hometown food." "That couldn't be better." Alan stared at Diggory and asked and replied, making the other party a little surprised. He also found out that he was caught by the other party and some wizards present. The misunderstood Alan smiled bitterly and quickly stated the purpose of his trip. "You may not know, I just went to the Soho district of Westminster, but a few things were missing. And I just apparated. Those who went to their hometown were a bit too exaggerated. So Mr. Diggory, I just want you to do me a favor and bring me a letter to your relatives. I need some of their hometowns listed on this list." "Seasoning, condiment?" Diggory was so surprised that he raised his hand subconsciously, and put his cap on again during the conversation. "Huh? Condiment?" Exclamation mark. He was impolite. I finally thought of the stones hanging on the staff in Alan's hand. "Principal Harris, are you cooking?" However, before Alan responded, the wizards and fairies around you reading www.uukanzu.com were also considered to have reacted. Alan's purpose here was not to deal with the provocations of fairies and pureblood families and to resolve disputes. It turned out that because of poor cooking, I came to Amos Diggory for the seasoning. Angrily rushed to the hearts of these pure-blooded wizards and fairies. They thought it was obvious. The white-haired wizard in front of them couldn't have been unaware of their protests at the bank, so the other party must have done this deliberately to show what he felt about them. Protest is not a problematic attitude. Deliberately ignore them. Deliberately use this form to humiliate them. Let people know that they are pure blood and goblins from the sacred 28 race. In his Alan Harris, in my eyes, it is not as important as a few packets of spices. This made Alfred the blogger butler, who has always been more used to talking less and better at controlling others' speech, couldn't suppress the rising anger in his heart. He tried to talk to Alan in a blunt tone. "Principal Alan Harris, you don't despise us like this. We are fighting." "Excuse me, Mr. Diggory, Can you please write a letter to Kujang's parents now to explain the situation? I will let my anchor send the letter to be prepared. I will pick it up later. The visit was a bit abrupt. Alan ignored the other wizards. He stretched the dish he was carrying on his staff forward and motioned Diggory to pay attention. You see, this thing is very urgent. If the fish died after a long delay, it's not new. Chapter 1138 Sword Thief. Seeing Alan's behavior, Alfred's face flushed, and the wizards of the Pureblood family felt the same way and glared at Alan. Some people who can't control their emotions, consciously have nothing to lose, such as Pureblood wizards like Benbost and goblins like Gryphuk, and even can't help loudly rebuking Alan for being too unruly and defiant. The angry clamor seemed to finally make Alan notice them. The headmaster of Hogwarts turned his head and glanced at them. After the start of his prophetic eyes that began to deform, he became even less gaze without human emotions. The guys with half of the swear words still stuck in their belly seemed to be pinched in their throats, unable to speak for a while. And then Alan's voice came out calmly, whether it's me, the Harris family, or your Pureblood clan or fairies, as long as they want to do is our wizards' freedom, of course, as long as this premise does not violate the law, no one or organization can control. So you want to close the shop, or legally protest, or do something else. That's you. Why should you involve irrelevant things in your own affairs? Alan's words made the wizards and goblins of the pure-blooded family unable to speak for a while, but Alfred seemed to be unable to keep his mouth just after the explosion. He continued to say angrily, these people do their utmost for the future of the British magical world. Is that how you humiliate us? The future of Britain is not as important as the meal of Headmaster Hogwarts! ! What is the relationship between your family's business decisions and the future of the UK? Alan asked, inexplicably astonished. As the principal of Hogwarts and the heir of Harris, I made the decision with Miss Granger. The development steps have been planned before these decisions, and these plans will bring broader cooperation opportunities and practical benefits. The Ministry of Magic and Harris Wizard Bank will also implement various measures to provide help to wizards in need. You say that there is benefit. After speaking half a sentence, Alan found that Alan turned to look at him and his voice was stuck. I said that if there is interest, it is advantageous. Alan made his voice more calm. Why do you want to ask? Because this is what Alan Harris said. As Alan's voice fell, the ordinary wizards in front of the screen and on the scene, who began to panic because of the panic just now, rose a sense of steadiness. The promise made by leaders like Alan Harris, it is very important. His name itself is a guarantee, and Harris' success and prominence this year also shows that they are not stupid. Only those wizards who have learned that they have just been unemployed, which directly affects their lives and economic income, have not been greatly improved by these words, but the owner of Hogwarts has promised to provide help to wizards in need. It is finally the only one today. Good news. This is the end of the press conference on the creation of Harris Bank. Thank you for coming. Please feel free to everyone. Alan shook his hand to the crowd, and then he looked at the little wizards of his school with a relaxed tone. Said, my students, you can't guarantee that everyone likes you, but as long as the person who hates you is subdued or tired, it will be fine. The atmosphere between the wizards and fairies of the Pureblood family seemed to freeze. Alan Harris did not explain and debate their accusations. It was obvious that the other party did not want to continue with them too much on this matter. Land disputes are entangled, but after this kind of opponent uses their reputation to make promises, they have no reason to continue to say anything other than after each returning to prepare for this kind of confrontation. Mr. Diggory, thank you very much for your help. Alan has already received the letter written by Cedric. He asked for the address and pointed his finger at Anchor on his shoulder. Gwa passed the address to Phoenix's mind, and then put the letter in Anchor's beak, and then disappeared without a trace with the flash of the fire. By the way, I have one more thing to trouble you. You know, Hogwarts has come up recently. You also know that I am a Quidditch athlete and fan, so although I don't have much time to play, I want to form a Quidditch club. Cedric and Coos, the strength is obvious to all. Mr. Diggory, I think we can also find time to meet and talk. I remember that Coo originally planned to be with Cedric on the same team. Hearing this, Diggory regained his spirits from the previous muddle-headedness, and seeing that Alan actually still had the time to put his mind on forming a professional Quidditch club, and did not stop the live broadcast to the wizard behind the TV. We are more at ease and make more Quidditch lovers ecstatic. Although the members of the Pureblood family at the scene were even more jealous, they had to prepare to leave silently, planning to start preparing for the closing of the shop. Whether Alan really had a way to deal with it or was bluffing, their counterattack was inevitable or necessary. Yes, the longer they wait until Hogwarts really takes off, the less they have the capital to resist, and Gringotts Nagnak also understands that they cannot persuade the other party to compromise. He waved his hand bitterly to make Gring. The fairies of the pavilion are also preparing to leave. Alan has completely ignored the situation at the scene. He signaled to Diggory and turned to Josephine and said, "Auntie, I will come back for dinner early after work." A few days ago, Emily had a cold and cough. "Drink the potion. I plan to cook something delicious for her to appetite." He paused. "I prepared some black puddings, British blood sausage you like, for my aunt, which is also suitable to put in. Come and craft." "Oh, then you are the first of the Harris kids who like to cook." Josephine was a little surprised and confused. "Emily has not been sick or pretending to be sick once or twice, and I haven't seen you do anything." Before Ellen could come up with an answer, Gryffok the Goblin saved him. "No, I won't go," Gryffok shouted, and with a sharp wave of his hand, he pushed away the goblin next to him, Alan Harris. He rushed out and yelled unconvincedly, "Hogwarts, we have to return the sword of Legnakai. It is the arrogant arrogance of the wizard." The sword was from Legnakai and was stolen by Godric Gryffindor, but it is now counted as a treasure we lost. A masterpiece of a fairy. It belongs to a fairy. Nagnak paused at the pace of leaving. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. After hearing Gryffok's cry, he was not reconciled to return without success. He planned to seize this reason. "Principal Harris," Gryffok said it was right. He was one of the founders of Hogwarts. A Mr. Godric Gryffindor stole the sword from King Legnak I. It has been stored in Hogwarts for so many years. Now please return it to us goblins. I believe Principal Harris just attaching so much importance to the law, will it certainly not illegally allow Hogwarts to continue to erroneously occupy a treasure that does not belong to it? The elves' sudden excitement of request caused an uproar among the wizards who knew this history. Some of the more radical wizards with the supremacy of wizards had already scolded aside, especially the wizards from Gryffindor College. People who were said to be thieves were particularly angry. If they weren't blocked by the wizards around them, they even wanted to go up and fight the fairies who insulted the founder. Damn, what are they talking nonsense? How could Gryffindor's sword be stolen from a fairy? In the history of magic. Frag Brown cursed in surprise. He couldn't accept his academy. The founder of is a thief. But as a mole, he is not well versed in the problems in the history of the magical world. He habitually asks the know-it-all of his academy for help on such problems. Hermione, please tell them the accurate record in the history of magic. Let these goblins sober their heads. Chapter 1139. Alive. The history of magic often takes a brief look at what wizards do to other magical races. Hermione reluctantly responded to Frag, who was extra indignant compared to the past, and then she said loudly to the fairies, "But as far as I know, the wizard has no record mentioning that Gryffindor stole the sword. And according to modern law." Sure enough. This is another story made up by fairies. Fairies always think we are persecuting them. Ron's shout interrupted Hermione, who was annoyed by the camera focusing on him today. The goblin said that wizards always try to overtake them. I think we should feel lucky that we made them unable to use our wand. Of course Gryffindor is not a thief. My mother told me that story. That Legnakai was reluctant to bear the sword he made for Gryffindor, and lied that Gryffindor stole the sword from himself and sent a group of subjects to ask for it, but they were all repelled by Gryffindor. Therefore, there are rumors of Gryffindor stealing the sword among the goblins. Seamus Finnegan spoke with a strong accent. Originally, as a Quidditch fan, he was just still happy with the news that Alan planned to form a new club, but at this time he had pointed his stout finger at the fairies and glared. "It's the arrogance of the wizard again." Gryffindor glared at the wizards when he saw so many opposing voices. The short stature made a fist with his fingers that were too long, and he waved. "You let us not use it. The magic wand is not enough. It has taken over our treasures, and now I want to run on our bank." "But, your fairies are not fluffy little rabbits, are they?" Ron replied. "You also killed many of us, and the methods are despicable." "Gentlemen, please calm down. I understand your maintenance of the founder, but not to mention whether the sword was stolen by Godric Gryffindor. After his death, the sword should be returned to us goblins." Nagnuk took a step forward and his tone became tougher. "We goblins never steal. The legal owner of an item is always its maker rather than the subsequent purchaser. The purchaser should return the original after death to the maker, but now you pass an item made by a fairy from the wizard to the wizard without paying any follow-up rewards. This is no better than stealing. That's your own custom of fairies. It's not our wizards. According to the law of wizards, whether it is ancient or the latest revised law, wizards have never recognized the custom of fairies, and your behavior criteria cannot be used to restrain wizards." Hermione said in a blast, and then said loudly, unceremoniously, "I understand you fairies think that they have been treated unfairly and cruelly, but this is the same as Gryffindor's. The sword does not matter. After Gryffindor, the owner of Hogwarts is the owner of the sword, and there is no need to return it after his death. This is just the rules of your wizards. You are always putting your greed on us step by step." Of course, Gryffindor knew the rules of wizards, but couldn't find a better reason, but still stubbornly yelled that Cagney during his tenure as minister, Lee Fudge planned to control the gold reserves of the fairies, and wouldn't hesitate to use force when necessary. "This is what you acknowledged in your Shaman's Devil. This is in your magazine speaking." I remember it was said that the former Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had the nickname of the Fairy Killer. According to the article, Fudge always talked about the fairies he killed, using methods including throw it into the water and drown it, push it downstairs to death, poison it with poison, and make it into pies and bake it. The conspiracy theories that Lowen said a few years ago, which was too exaggerated, singing the singing, were brought up again, but many angry wizards broke their merits and laughed, and made people realize that this book has never been anything. It didn't take much time for the niche magazines that people read to become the current paper media second only to the Daily Prophet. Glawen, calm down. Nagnuk noticed the change in atmosphere. He was a little annoyed to stop his companion from taking an article that even fairies knew was not very reliable. He said slyly, "Magic, the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures in the Ministry happen to be there. Their Fairy Liaison Office is the department that handles property disputes between wizards and fairies. Although things are a bit troublesome, it is not without guidance in history. We goblins will give everything to maintain their own wealth. So I request that our claims be arbitrated in accordance with the usual practice in accordance with the law. I believe the Ministry of Magic will not be partial to this because of the identity of Principal Harris." The surrounding fairies nodded and raised their fists. They looked at Alan and Hermione. Their gazes were angry and challenging. The fairies were extremely clever, and they had been able to use all kinds of things during the years of unsuccessful rebellions. The method effectively handles the relationship with the wizard. Although many wizards still believe that they are subservient to themselves, the fairies have succeeded in getting themselves a place in the wizarding world. Now of course the fairies know that this will not prevent the opening of the Harris Wizarding Bank, but now that the door has been hit, and the opponent still wants to regain control of the magical world's economy, now facing the powerful confrontation with Alan and those armed arrows, The goblins naturally understand that they can no longer directly rebel by force like before, confronting the wizarding government, but the retaliatory ones will naturally do everything possible to find trouble and fight back. Everyone, please stop arguing. I have a question. Alan habitually puts his hands on his back and let the staff stand on the ground. The vegetable bag hanging on the head of the sword devil shook with its movements but couldn't make it. The rod was shaken, Mr. Nagnak, if I didn't understand it wrong. According to the rules and customs of the fairies, the person who bought the items from the fairies should return the originals to the fairies they made after death, right? Yes, that's it. After you die, you will return things to our fairies. Nagnak looked at Alan confusedly, but realized that the conversation seemed to be beneficial to him, so he did not hesitate and affirmed Alan's statement. So, Mr. Godric Gryffindor is not dead. Alan's playful eyes swept across the group of fairies. So what is the topic of our arguing here? This is what I was wondering just now. The reason why there is no sound ... because the current situation, no matter which side of us, is in accordance with the customs. There should be no disputes. The wizards, whether live or watching the live broadcast, lost their voices in an instant. They had seen the news of the Ravenclaw manifestation, but now Gryffindor is still alive. They can hardly believe their ears. This is shocking. The fairies stared at Ellen in disbelief, shaking the round heads much larger than normal humans. They couldn't believe Ellen's words. Lie. Gryffindor was a little frustrated. Who can live like this? He seemed to think of Ravenclaw and shook his head for another reason. I clearly remember you wizards at the end of Hogwarts in the first half of the year. According to the report, you admit that Gryffindor has transferred all the power of the founder to you. How could you Kanzu.com be still alive? Mr. Gryffindor did transfer all the ownership to me, but what does it have to do with whether he is alive? Of course, it is not convenient for me to disclose the whereabouts and status of Mr. Gryffindor without his permission. Alan was indifferent. His gaze swept over these suspicious fairies, and he said indifferently, since you don't believe me, use your own methods to divination. If you are not good at this aspect, I believe I have enough funds to invite a gifted prophet. You can judge whether what I describe is true. You goblins have their own magic system, and you can use some magic without a wand. I think you can easily test this kind of wealth-related things. Check this out. The fairies seemed to be strangling their throats by their invisible hands, each of them flushed with suffocation. The originally angrily pull ring looked at their president Nagnak in astonishment. However, he saw that his president's two long hands were already tightly clenched together, and his mouth was closed without a word. Obviously, there was no way to refute Alan. So, judging from the current situation, the creator of the Gryffindor sword has passed away, and the user is still alive in the world. How should this situation be counted according to the customs you requested? Alan sneered. In addition, I have to remind you that I am not going to rely on Mr. Gryffindor to be alive. My attitude will only be based on Wizards laws. Chapter 1140 Nagging Box Mansion. In the extraordinary living room of this manor, Herbert Bock is sitting in a wheelchair facing the fireplace, welcoming the arrival of these pureblood wizards. Through live TV broadcast, he has already understood what happened. The pureblood wizards who went to the Wizard Bank will start a new gathering here after they leave Harris Bank collectively. Master. Just now Alan Harris. Alfred lowered his head, but did not dare to lower his voice, lest Herbert could not hear him clearly. Herbert raised his loose-skinned hand, and Alfred immediately stopped talking, and his old voice sounded, I have seen the process of your negotiations, just like I predicted before. I told you they won't compromise so easily. So we must carry out the collective closure plan that we agreed upon as soon as possible, otherwise our status and interests in the magic world will be infringed. The Boak family is willing to set an example and it will fall over. The shops in Alley and Hogsmeade are closed. The room was silent, and some pure-blood wizards of small families looked down at the red brick floor embarrassedly. They thought they were threatening Harris and the Ministry of Magic with the suspension of business, but they didn't expect it to be implemented. This Mr. Bok, the Bok family, as the most powerful family among us, can take the lead as an exemplary performance, and is the leader among us. It's just. And it Bobbin touched his turquoise gemstone ring in his heart. Embarrassed, she said cautiously, this way of closing all the shops. Compared with the results that can be obtained, this does not seem to be cost-effective. Maybe we should discuss some more effective methods. Today Harris also provokes those fairies. Maybe we can contact them first. Considering the recent situation of the Bobbin family, Alfred understands her thoughts. Under the umbrella of the Harris family, which is a pharmaceutical business, the Bobbin family, which is mainly in the potion business, is among the present. It was the first to suffer the impact and was the most affected. If this declining family completely shuts down the industry, then the few orders they now rely on previously signed contracts and favors will not be able to keep. With Bobbin's lead, other pure-blooded families whose homes are not as good as ancient times also expressed difficulties in closing their businesses. This is the end. We have no retreat. You have also seen Harris and their attitude, Ben Bost exclaimed angrily, his fleshy chin trembling as he waved his arms. Mr. Bok, in the beginning, I planned to close the store directly without giving Harris time to react. It is because you want to threaten first and stop imagining it. We have no way out. Ben, you have to understand. I think that in addition to closing the business, our leading families also need to give our allies some appropriate additional help. For example, the issue of liquidated damages after the contract has been closed. Herbert's finger was on him. The hand of my wheelchair bounced and made a little concession. The people who were inconvenient to get into the inch made the room finally quiet. They only heard the sound of the needle on the shelf next to the fireplace. The situation is clear now. Now, after Harris is in Floating City, he has no intention of hiding it at all. He not only wants to replace the old British forces. His ambition is not only that. The old voice was very gentle, and the wizards in the living room listened quietly. Alfred, make a plan to suspend business so that ordinary people understand that this war is not irrelevant. In addition, let Bojin strengthen his support for the mysterious man. Don't stop funding him just because he fails. It's a good thing for us. This can help the Half-Blood Demon King to clear his mind. He also needs us if he wants to defeat Harris. Herbert said to the housekeeper with a little effort, so Miss Bobbin is on the goblin. It's correct. To contact these short things, they hope Harris is unlucky more than we do. These goblins will not really dare to launch a violent rebellion. They are smart. They can judge the power of each other. At least watching, they won't be able to win until it's possible. He seemed to have exhausted too much energy and leaned back in his chair. But whether it's at home or abroad, these guys control most of the wizarding world's economy. We want to temporarily close the business. If you make Harris financially troublesome, it will be more effective with their cooperation. Master, you should go to rest. Alfred walked to Herbert, got the consent of the other party and pushed his wheelchair out of the meeting room. He didn't get to his master's ear until he walked out of this small hall. Said, Master, the radical wizarding organization in the US is rapidly developing. That is the organization of young wizards who are also dissatisfied with the rise of Britain and Harris. Some time ago, they have been trying to contact us. When I came back at that time, I found out that they invited us again after watching today's live broadcast. It seems that there are some plans to seek our support, and they revealed that they seem to want to use this year's duel contest. Herbert Bok's eyes flashed in the wheelchair, and he couldn't see the fatigue just now. He sat up straight, tapped the armrest of the wheelchair with his fingers for a while, did not speak, but just clicked his chin to his housekeeper. At this time, Harris Lake Heart Manor is different from the undercurrent of the wizarding world caused by the announcement of the establishment of Harris Bank. The tension and heated discussion are completely invisible here except for the Harris mother and daughter in the confrontation. In the living room, Emily was resting on the sofa with a light green blanket. On the coffee table in front of her, there was a cup of steaming potion. Morgan Le Fay sat beside her, some looking helplessly at her daughter with a bitter face. She resolutely refused to drink the medicine. Mom, This medicine is too ugly. I have to smoke in my ears for a long time after I drink it. Anyway, my illness is not serious. I really don't want to drink the medicine. And Alan is already preparing me some food. You will be better after eating. No medicine is needed. Emily pouted. The sick girl is much more willful than before. Emily, if you don't want to drink the potion, do you want to try mole medicine? It's just that you swallow the pill with water, so you can't taste anything and drink it. Hermione stared at the situation and said, and then she looking at Morgan Le Fay's belly again. His mouth moved and stopped for a while, and finally opened again. Morgan Le Fay, although we have taken potions to strengthen the physique, since Emily can catch a cold, it's better to be a little more careful now. We don't know if this cold is contagious. Emily, who did not register for the mole studies course, didn't know much about mole's medical technology. She shook her head in fear, and Morgan Le Fay's expression was a little surprised for a while, and she didn't think of how to treat this kind of thing. Replying to nagging concerns, she hasn't been nagged for years, and she is usually better at nagging others. Hermione, you are more mother than my mother. Although Daisy couldn't help but feel a little funny watching her mother being trained, she still felt a little intolerable at Hermione's focus. Hermione, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. You are more mother than my mother. You should learn from Punlo to see if Alan will poison us. I have lived so long, but I have never seen him cook once. It is not easy for me to live so long. Help watch, said Daisy, pointed Hermione to the direction of the kitchen from time to time, where the sound of water and the sound of cutting vegetables were heard. Punlo was originally sitting on the other side of the sofa near the kitchen. At this time, people have moved outside the kitchen door. Of course, her attention followed Alan into the kitchen from the beginning, instead of putting Emily or TV programs like everyone else. Punlo. Alan said that we don't want us to help. He plans to do it himself this time. Hermione looked at Punlo and reminded him seriously. But this seemed to give Punlo enough reason. She raised her red lips and glanced at Hermione triumphantly. Alan bought too much food. It's okay for me to beat him. He didn't call Maggie. Are you in? After speaking, Punlo tucked his hair behind his ears, rolled up his sleeves, and reached out to the wooden kitchen door with exquisite relief. Hermione's front teeth had been shrunk to a normal size and still kept the habit of her childhood. She bit her lip. She couldn't use her own cooking skills. She could only watch the opposite party openly and enter the kitchen with some angrily. Chapter 1141. Taken off the kitchen of the island manor in the heart of Harris Lake, because of the participation in the design of the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff hanging here, although she was also rushed to the living room by Alan at this time and could not stay in the kitchen box. It looks a bit similar to the kitchen in Hogwarts. This is a large room with a high ceiling, which is larger than the dining room. There are many shiny copper pots and basins on the surrounding stone wall. The food storage cabinets in the Hogwarts kitchen that had been cursed for preservation were completely gone. Instead, those locations are filled with beautiful, diamond-like flashing light, and on the walls are some clocks and watches. They vary in size, from grandfather clocks to travel clocks. A rushing, never-ending ticking sound fills in this corner. It is like thousands of tiny, neat footsteps marching in a line. The bright jumping light like a diamond comes from the bell-shaped crystal glass covers in front of these clocks, and various ingredients are stored in the covers, and constantly changing. The growth pattern cut lamb changes its own meat quality in this time zone. Although this does not make it resurrect from a piece of meat to a sheep, it also allows it to continue to grow from a lamb to old mutton and repeat everything. Return to the ring. In addition to the traditional large fireplace and oven on the other side, Hufflepuff, who has accepted modern cooking skills, has also placed a lot of modern kitchen utensils, here many of which are still being developed by the Umbrella after the Wizarding of Mole kitchen utensils. Experimental products. They are not yet on the market, but a few trial works are given priority to the company's big bosses. But Alan, who has been in the kitchen for a while, hasn't used them yet. In fact, He didn't know how to cook before he discovered that it takes a lot of practice to make good food, but fortunately he is self-aware. It is not complicated to choose things today, and he himself is still fighting on the chopping board with the ball fish with 2 long legs and a spherical body. Alan, who has never practiced the knife technique, although his cutting skills are not good, at least he is quite good in magic. He didn't have any tools, and he stroked the fish with his hands like healed fish. The colored ball fish went crazy, with long webbed feet, and began to kick, and also tried to bite Alan with his mouth, because the fish suddenly found that he was in pain and was taken off by the wizard in front of him. Polished Maggie in a blue skirt followed Ellen. As Ellen's little assistant, she was putting some old mushrooms into the clock with the kind made by Luna that can protect from the time converter. The shaped crystal glass cover is more tender. Originally Black Scratcher was hiding behind the apron rack at the door. His eyes were full of jealousy, watching Alan and Maggie's every move. He moved his big ears that were a little itchy by the hanging tape of the apron. Muttered, "Old Cretcher is much better than the little guy." The mistress of the past gave Cretcher all the housework. Cretcher was the best. "Oh, how can I let the master do it myself? This is a house elf. Shame. Look, let others know. What will you say?" When Penlo walked into the kitchen, she heard the mumble under the shelf. She walked lightly and sideways. With her long arms stretched out, she reached for a small floral apron, and then she saw the small family house hidden underneath. Elves. Penlo snorted coldly, stretched out his long legs and kicked Cretcher aside with strength without actually hurting the old elf. Only then did Cretcher realize that his peeking behavior was born in front of Moles, the wicked barber witch. Found out. Knowing that the other party is not easy to provoke, he apologized and prepared to go away. But his long nose and somewhat congested eyes saw Penlo, who had a bad relationship with Cretcher. It's even less cute in the eyes. Hearing the movement behind him and the sound of the other party rustling in an apron, Alan suspended the fish in his hand in the air so that it could not borrow, then turned and looked over. "Penlo, are you hungry? I have to wait." "Ellen, you have been busy for a long time." Penlo looked at Ellen's pale and slender hands with eyesight, and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. She imagined some of the deliciousness that these hands could make, and then she shook it firmly. He shook his head, drove those delicious dishes from his mind, raised a smiley face to Alan and changed the tone. "You tell me how to do it, I'll do it. Don't believe my craft." Alan smiled and turned around and walked over. "Then help me do some preparations. I will cook the food later. Otherwise the other people who call back will laugh at me." "Isn't it?" Then gently pressed Penlo's shoulder, turned her around, and began to tie her apron. At this time, Maggie, who had been silent at this time, beckoned to Ellen from the glass cover. Ellen looked at each other with some doubts and found that Maggie had used her gloved prosthesis to catch the most of the few colorful ball fish. The fat one grabbed it, and then looked at Alan blankly. Alan paused for a few seconds to understand the meaning of this loyal housekeeper. He smiled and nodded slightly to Maggie, only to find that the other party had put the fish away. She was planning to keep this fish for her pregnant mistress. Penlo, who was wearing an apron by Alan, lost the era's vigilance. She almost put her back in Alan's arms. She was very happy with this state and turned her head and looked at Alan with a sharp voice and asked, "So Alan, what should I do? Is there a recipe?" "What dishes?" "Help me freeze the mutton and cut some slices of mutton. Remember the mutton soup you made last semester? This is also the dish from Kujang. The taste is different from last time." "The recipe is in my mind." "Huh? Don't look at me like that. You know that Cedric and Kujang are getting married, right?" Alan looked reluctantly at the change in Riz's expression, and put his hands between his chest and abdomen and the back of the other person. "I smoked so that I can continue to wear the apron under the pressure of the body and the body. I just went to Kumidl. Zhang's parents' house today to get some condiments, and only saw her parents." Not Ellen. Penlo's pale face started to flush again. "Morgan Le Fay's pregnant. Pregnant women should be more afraid of these fishy things." Penlo and Ren both did not agree. They did tell other family members that the lamb they had eaten that day came from the lost pet of Aberforth. The pig's head bar. Huh? Alan was a little surprised to find that he hadn't thought about it so much, and he asked a little uncertainly, what about the fish? Can pregnant women eat it if it is colored ballfish? Morgan Le Fay is okay. The colored ballfish has no fishy smell. Pinlo was a little confused because of his name. What should the fish do? I prepared 3 kinds of food today. I think it should be no problem to eat dairy products at ordinary times, but if the lamb mother doesn't like eating, then you have to prepare some other meat. Although Alan caught the other's expression, but he still looked natural and removed his hand from the opponent's back. I'll show you. Maggie, please help catch 2. Alan asked the house elf to bring the colorful ball fish over, and then according to the law, the scales on the colored ball fish that started to be kicked were polished, and the internal organs of the fish were also transferred out of the belly of the fish. After quickly causing its death, he began to move carefully with his hands little by little. This process is a bit more troublesome. I wanted to ensure the integrity of the fish when removing the bones, so I didn't cut them apart. So I used this stupid method. Chuck. Punlo seemed to be ridiculed by Ellen's actions. She wrapped one hand around her chest and touched her white chin with the other hand and said with some contentment, "Look at senior sister, I have a more convenient spell. Teach you a hand." Guy Lockhart used it to solve a lot of Death Eaters. Punlo didn't wait for Alan to respond. She started to do it. After she said it, she directly tied the 2 long legs of the remaining colorful ball fish around her body and tied the knot. This one was kicked in Ellen's hands. The Gaiat is unable to move like a petrification curse. The mermaid will treat the colored ball fish as a scourge and tie its long legs into knots to let it drift along the water. Then Punlo and Alan took out the scales and internal organs in the same way as before, but then she waved her fingers at the lost colored ball fish and shook, and shouted a spell, fishbone repair. Under the action of magic, this poor little fellow collapsed a little in an instant, and it lost all bones. Nice job, senior sister. Alan echoed Punlo. He recalled how the other party had cast the spell. I remember this spell was originally invented by Lockhart on purpose. This guy didn't expect to hide it. It's deeper than I thought. No. He really couldn't practice the healing spell in the first place. When I was teaching little Patricia, I heard her describe how great Lockhart is. I asked the ghost a question. Punlo raised an eyebrow. You reads www.yuukanzu.com. It turns out that he made mistakes in pronunciation and one shaking when using this healing magic, but it is the same as the suspension spell can summon a bison on the chest. This has changed to an attack spell. Although the power is not strong, it's big but it's practical, and it's okay to use it in cooking. When the university is truly formalized in education, I think there are not so many new curses invented in accidents. Alan paused. Well, I'm sorry that this is not the time when Punlo is, so just help me deal with the other colored ball fish. I happen to be a copper pot. Holly, what's next? Is there anything else to deal with? Punlo asked. I'll do it alone. It's rare to have such a thought, although the craftsmanship may be a little bit worse. But this is the first time I have cooked for you, and it makes more sense for me to personally. Alan said somewhat unconfidently, explained to Punlo, and then suddenly paused and exhorted, after processing the fish, you can help me get the phonograph in the living room to the dining room. The taste is worse. I plan to add special effects and use background music to make up. Well, I mean extra points. Chapter 1142? Too many special effects. While Alan was trying to fight food in the kitchen, one after another, after the Ministry of Magic officially got off work, the living room became more and more lively. The undrinked potion in front of Emily was no longer steaming. Punlo was fiddle with the gramophone in the living room. She drove the little bird and snake hidden in the cabinet to Ren's side, and then went casually. After putting a few vinyl discs and listening to it, she used the floating technique to prepare to move it to the restaurant, but she turned her head and noticed that Hermione was looking at her, and her red lips raised her tone and said critically, there is also one in my father's study room, which sounds better. I won't have to move it around if I bring it here tomorrow. Punlo, You spoil Alan too much. How can you get a phonograph soundtrack for a meal? It's too exaggerated. Seeing that the two were arguing again, Daisy changed the subject loudly. Hermione, come here. You're on TV, and your hairstyle looks pretty photogenic today. Wolf Mother sprayed me a quick smooth hair cream. The effect is good, but it would be too troublesome to spray every day. Hermione rolled her eyes at Punlo, and sat next to Daisy without arguing with her. Four Eyes analyzed some ingredients. The quick smoothing hair cream contains Barbados rubber, Asian fire dragon hair and Vaseline. The umbrella will soon be better. Hermione paused. Speaking of this hair conditioner, it was also the invention of Harry's grandfather, Mr. Fremont Porter. This best-selling product quadrupled the Porter family's wealth. Fortunately, he sold the company with a huge profit after retiring. The buyer and us don't deal with it. But it's still a bit immoral anyway. Author's note: the setting is from the Harry Potter Wizard collection. The label above shows that this hair slip is actually made in China. I also changed this brand after I came to the UK. This hair slipper is suitable for all hair types. It is particularly effective for thickened tousled hair. It can make them smooth and shiny. However, the label still clearly warns redheads. Don't use this potion, otherwise it will cause a unique effect. The Weasley boy who often stays with Potter seems to be unable to use it. Hermione, your new product may consider fixing this defect. I found that there are a lot of red people in the British wizarding world. Furong took a cup of green tea with sugar cubes and fresh mint leaves and took a sip elegantly. Also, Daisy, isn't it tasteful to play music during dinner? Playing beautiful music on an old gramophone. Maybe Alan should have gone to Buzzbarton to study. Why hasn't Alan come out yet? This kid is cooking for the first time. Could it be that he messed up the kitchen? Sorry to come out. Seeing the two arguing again, he changed the subject loudly. Punlo, how did he do when you went in before? If not, you'd better go to Three Broomsticks and buy some ready-made ones. This kid Ellen just knocked on the door of my tree house, and the purpose of knocking me out was to get me out. Helga Hufflepuff grumbled in the portrait of the living room. Today I didn't come. If you want me to say, you have to keep an eye on it. She and Alan don't have much truth in their mouths. Don't worry, Irving and Helga. I just went in and took a look. Alan's cooking should be relatively simple. Punlo had already directed the phonograph to float, and heard that she had defended Alan and turned away. The topic, by the way, Victor sent a message before that the cowards who made trouble at the bank today seem to have gathered in the Bork family manor. Albert nodded earnestly, although Scrimgeour obeyed the order in public. He is in charge of patrolling the area after all. He is naturally oppressive to those ordinary armed arrows. During this time he was armed with us. Lure did not deal with each other for making trouble. After today, he may be completely shameless. I have to say that he is actually not a bad person, because he thinks he should do. Father, we can't promote him to other positions. Come on. The ERA office is still in charge of the Magic Law Enforcement Director. Albert, if he makes trouble, tell me that my position can still suppress him. Lun teased the snake in his pocket. It's a bit difficult to walk. In addition to the Pureblood family's residual power in the Ministry of Magic, they will definitely try their best to stop it. It will also allow ordinary wizards and Dumbledore like Dumbledore to think that we are doing a thorough cleaning to control the British magical world. No, at least not yet. The Floating City Energy Nuclear School has not really turned into our capital. We don't need to consider those families, but we still have to take fame into consideration for ordinary wizards. Hermione, put aside the plan to use energy nuclei to control undead creatures and Mr. Handy Skellums instead of humans. Research can continue, but after today, many ordinary wizards will be unemployed. We have to let them work. Owen flicked his fingers on the sofa habitually. It's better to let Arthur speed up a bit. I will provide him more free time in the Ministry of Magic. Turn more mole things into wizard products. Then open more workshops on the floating city. Hermione, don't care about temporary losses. It's okay to put money on the umbrella. This kind of economic confrontation will finally win when our own manufacturing becomes formal. Alan told me something similar before. Hermione's eyes were bright and moist, and she was very happy that Owen and his sons cared about ordinary people at this time. He said that even if the warehouse can sell it, the bank will expand production. It will also give priority to helping many wizard families to survive this economic winter. Irving nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you have your own plan. After today, wait for them to criticize for a while, and then Alan can show his other treasure in public. Owen. Morgan Le Fay didn't care at first, but at this time she let out a louder roar after putting her hands on her swollen belly. You think about it before you speak, huh? I'm sorry I didn't. The Minister of Magic was stunned for 3 seconds and responded that he opened a yellow voice. Before he could finish speaking, some laughter broke out in the house. Daisy laughed loudly and yelled, Dad, maybe Alan can do this too? Then Alan is even more famous in the wizarding world around the world. And Fleur is going to do an interview. Daisy. Albert screamed madly at his sister, who thought he had made a joke too much, and Fleur couldn't help but chase Daisy with her husband. But at this time, the kitchen suddenly opened, drawing everyone's attention. At this time, Alan was a bit like the aunt on the Hogwarts train who was popular with all the students, pushing a large dining car out, neatly covered with silver lids of different sizes. The plate prevented them from knowing what food Alan did. And Alan sat on the plug of the dining table, with a somewhat overconfident smile, stretched out his hand, inviting them to come to the restaurant to sit together, and a flash of fire in the restaurant indicated that Anchor had already teleported in and sat there in advance. A tree-shaped phoenix-dedicated table. But the Harris was still surprised. Seeing so many hemispherical lids on the cart, Daisy's mouth grew in surprise. My brother, how can you cook so many dishes in such a short period of time? Did you ask Maggie to help? Morgan Le Fay clutched her stomach. Her expression was similar to that of the eldest daughter. She had never noticed that her children showed talent in this aspect before. Hermione's expression was also stunned. She was originally full of joy and expectation to be able to eat Alan's food. She used to think that Alan and herself could not cook, and it was because he was a top student like him. This is true because she focused her energy on learning and other more important things. But now, seeing so many covers, it gave her a fatal blow and made her realize that people are different from each other, under extreme talent. Alan is also more talented than her in cooking. Remember to write me a recipe. Helga knocked in the portrait and caught Alan's attention. I will show Merlin and Edgar in the tree house. The Mulkin scripts. The official appetite is pretty good. And, why didn't I see Rowena and Helena? You quarreled? Why didn't you even come over to eat? Of course not. Luna recently have some of her problems. You know her current state. Helena is with her. Don't worry about Helga, I have already sent them a copy. Alan tried to pass, implying that Luna's identity as a pseudo-god misled others. Of course it's okay to write a recipe, Helga. In fact, I've already prepared it in there. Kretcher will read it to you later. Sorry, I just didn't want you to give it to Mom. We spoiled what I'm doing. He found that the family's expressions were a bit exaggerated, and he hurried to clarify. Also, don't look at so many plates, but most of them are actually side dishes. It is a bit like the lamb that Punla made for us last year. The way to eat the soup. I actually made 3 dishes. One of which was just dessert. But I tried it in the kitchen and it should still suit your taste. Especially Emily. Emily, who was excited when she heard the sweets, was also energetic at this time. She stood up from the sofa and cheered to Ellen. I said when I was a child, Ellen, you are the best. However, unlike the curiosity and appetites that most people were aroused at this time, the expression of Lun, who had been in the Pig's Head bar before, was not so good. Thinking of the Anna 3 who made Aberforth cry, no, the prepared Lun couldn't help but retched half of the time, but he was forcibly pressed down immediately. Punlo heard Helga and Alan talking about Luna, which made her a little bit irritable. As for the female schoolmaster Hermione, she was still under the shock that she thought she and Alan were both culinary scumbags, but suddenly realized that she was the only one. This made the 3 wizards a little confused and followed the others into the more traditionally decorated restaurant seat. However, Alan in front of the cart was a little pleased to see Luna's explanations concealed. He waved his arms confidently. All the lids and the dinner plates floated up in the sky under the action of the magic levitation curse and landed accurately on this long mahogany table in the restaurant. Only a few covers with dipping ingredients are still on the cart. Seeing Alan's confident appearance, the Harris leaned forward expectantly, leaning close to the lid of a dish facing him on the table. Alan turned his head confidently and nodded to Maggie, who was already floating beside the gramophone. Giving a gesture, Maggie usually moved the stylus on the phonograph to the vinyl disc on it. There was a very magnificent music in the restaurant, with a strong ancient charm, which brought out the feeling of a grand scene. Author's note: the BGM of this chapter is the classic song The Great Wall of 10,000 Miles, written by Michihiko Ota in the cartoon The Little Master of China. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Then, all the lids flew up in the air under the control of Alan, and the dazzling golden light burst out from these silver dinner plates. The whole group of golden lights gathered upwards like a fast shuttle of light, and finally became a confluence. The huge circular beam of light touched the ceiling and spread out, and then the whole room was enveloped by the strong light. Author's note: the magic trick here is the special effect of the cartoon The Little Head of China when the little head opened the golden fried rice at the beginning. I'm blind, Owen and his sons wailed, covering their eyes. My eyes. Morgan Le Fay and the girls instantly flushed with tears. Cack. Phoenix anchor fell directly from its dining table. The light was much more dazzling than its flames, and it kept covering its bird face with its wings before falling to the ground. The music from the gramophone also stopped. How self Maggie just set her up under the bright light. Temporarily blind. Don't panic. Sorry. Alan himself was a little dizzy. I have used illusion to add too many special effects. I only tested the effect of a single plate, but I didn't expect so many to gather together into a mul flash bomb. Chapter 1143. Give him another lesson in the secret room of the Temple of Harris. The windows are already open, and the curtains are constantly flying up and down under the blowing of the night wind. On the desk in the room, apart from a few uncovered plates, the middle one is a copper pot with a special shape. A structure similar to a chimney emerges in the middle, and there is some burning inside. The reddish charcoal makes the domestic steam round the chimney steaming with smoke, and also makes the whole room filled with sweetness and meaty aroma. Gudong in the boiling soup. Slightly yellow sour cabbage floated up and down. The Ravenclaw family of 3 was sitting around this square table, eating well. At this time, Luna was holding the lamb plate, turned the bottom of the plate upside down, and saw the lamb tightly against the plate. There was no sign of falling. Is it good lamb if it doesn't fall? And my good knife man. Alan saw that Luna, who has no appetite, ate happily and somewhat contentedly. Kujang's parents don't have this stuff. I used my mother's pickled German sauerkraut instead, but the taste should be similar. When he saw his father eating roast pork knuckle before, he said that the taste of this jar of pickling is better than ever. I helped my grandma when picking the sauerkraut. Helena took a sip of the soup with a silver spoon to maintain medieval court etiquette, and wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin gracefully. Her tone was very proud. Grandma said, the cabbage in autumn and winter is firmer, and now this season is a little softer, otherwise it will be more crispy. Helena did it. You have been very skilled in switching status recently. Alan praised her daughter. As a father, how did you introduce it to your father and mother? Father, it's cumin and salt. Grandma added a little bit of buttermilk to help ferment. Helena was a little pleased to see that her father asked as she wished. Then put the whole cabbage leaves on the pickled cabbage. The bottom of the pottery altar was made. Grandma said that she didn't ask why, she did it just to keep the tradition. Then she spread the thinly sliced cabbage, then added salt and cumin and rubbed the salt into the cabbage until the surface of the vegetable leaves is damaged, so that the water in the vegetable will be decomposed. Helena looked at Alan and said seriously, then repeat the process until the pickles are filled and the cabbage is filled with 2 pieces of stones. Press under the oozing juice, And finally cover the lid and pour water between the raised edge of the altar and the lid to isolate the internal and external air. 2 weeks of marinating in summer is enough, but it seems to take 3 weeks in summer. Author's note: I found the production process of German sauerkraut and found that it is similar to Northeast sauerkraut. No wonder it tastes the same. You are much better than Dad when you continue to study. Alan saw her daughter say so much that she was waiting to be praised. I said, why this sauerkraut copper hot pot is so delicious today. I just put things in. It's your credit to make it so delicious. It sounds a bit laborious. Luna looked at the interaction between Ellen and Helena, and she seemed to have some emulation. She also decided to teach her daughter. As a mother, Helena, if you don't want to do it, remember to miss a few times. I like to cook with Grandma, Mother. Helena nodded. However, I used this excuse to leave when Miss Grive. That was the. Luna, do you usually deal with me like this? And Alan was a little embarrassed and tried to use a rhetorical question to change the topic of his daughter, but he got stuck at the Harris restaurant. Excessive stunts transferred the fact that a large group of people were temporarily blinded from the clone transformation. He said in a somewhat guilty tone, I won't go back today, just go to sleep here. Over there I provoke a bit trouble. Aunt Josephine and her land bat capes are blown up. Auntie doesn't like my father's dishes. I thought she would like black pudding. Helena pointed to the pot, which is actually a sausage made from animal blood, meat, fat, oats and bread. Does milk like pig blood? Luna had her hair tucked behind her ears. Her mouth moved forward, and she drank a mouthful of the sauerkraut soup. She sighed, raised her head, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. This one. No, I asked the Dr. Mishler before. This is indeed more appetizing, but you can't eat more. The salt content is too high for a god. While laughing, Alan used a colander to scoop a piece of black pudding. When I got up, I used a fork in the tea, dipped it in a bite of garlic and blew the heat, put it on Luna's plate, and then gave another piece to the eager daughter. Black pudding is not tasty. Luna returned the black pudding fork that had taken a bite to Alan, and then she lifted the lid of the remaining plate on the table. There are still colored ballfish. Not bad. The bottom of this dish is soy sauce cold soup. The ball-like fish body was lightly slashed by Alan at the original fishing line. Now after steaming, it has popped the flowers and looks very fresh. With seasonings such as ginger, spring onions, and chili rings, it looks red, green and white, and the color is very appetizing. I used Emily's cold as an excuse to make this meal for you today. Of course there will be colored ballfish. Alan raised his eyebrows proudly. I only steamed for 7 minutes, and Kuzang's mother taught me. One of the main points of steaming fish is that the fire is large, the water is large, and the air is enough. The high temperature quickly inhibits the loss of juice in the fish and locks the umami taste. The soy sauce I asked for was also preheated in advance to prevent the cold soy sauce from being showered. In addition to the temperature of the fish, I have to compliment Maggie. This fish is because she played a careful eye and left you the fattest one. Helga taught me that when the fresh eyes are ready, the eyes will be a little convex. Luna stared at her convex eyes and looked at the convex eyes of the colorful ball fish, and then put her fork to the colorful ball fish's chin. Some crescent meat was dug out, and the white and tender fish trembling on her fork. Father, it's a pity that there is no big mouthed ball fish now. At that time, Helga could only get one occasionally. She would send it to us. Helena picked up the plate with both parents. I don't use a common fork. Cut a large piece of fish belly meat and put it on Alan's plate. Father, you eat this piece. I don't need nutrition now, and I don't think there is too much flavor for this kind of non-flavored dishes. The fish maw is fat and delicate. My mother always eats the chin meat and gives me the fish maw. It doesn't matter, Helena, I have prepared some hot sauce dipping materials for you, and you can still feel the soft and tender taste. Alan put the fish belly back to the child, and then handed her the prepared dipping sauce from the plate. After going over, he touched Helena's hair at last. Next time my father will do something heavy for you. Thank you. father. Helena did not refuse. She enjoyed this kind of time for a family of 3 to eat. This was also the thing she was most jealous of other little wizards when she was a child. After Alan watched Helena start eating fish with a fork, he immediately turned his head and glared at Luna. A vague voice sounded in her heart. I heard that the ancient kidnappers would starve the kidnapped child for 3 days, then make him a fish. If he eats the meat on the back of the fish first, and picks large pieces to eat, it is a child from a poor family and puts it or slaughter it. If the child comes up, he will dig the belly of the fish. This has to be deducted for a few days to let his family bleed, but if the child comes up, he will switch to fish chin, otherwise the child will not lose money at home. He will definitely not be able to leave, because it shows that he is the most favored in the family. Luna didn't stop eating, she just pushed her belly forward, which was not protruding at all. This made Alan lose her temper immediately, and she could only eat some fish back. When the last family enjoyed the main course prepared by the host himself, Alan unlocked the remaining lid and gave the mother and daughter a bowl of white flowers. Feeling the taste buds quickly occupied by the softness and smoothness of the milk, Luna looked at Alan vaguely. New flavor pudding? It's also called double skin milk. The layer of milk you just picked up actually needs to be coagulated twice during production. The upper skin is sweet and the lower skin is smooth. Alan also picked up a bowl of double skin milk and sipped it. He took a mouthful and squinted his eyes with enjoyment. I can't find buffalo milk, so I can only use ordinary milk instead, so the color is a bit yellow. Fortunately, although the taste is not authentic and sweet, it is still reasonable. Huh? Alan put down the bowl in his hand, full of sorrow. Luna, my mother over there is happy and worried about your situation. It's no way for us to keep hiding like this. Helga is also today suspicious. 1 day is counted as 1 day. Luna lowered her unfocused eyes and focused on the dessert. Alan noticed Luna's little movement and realized that Luna seemed to be a little guilty. But why did she have a guilty conscience? He suddenly became alert, and after thinking about it for a while, Alan screamed at the pregnant object, Luna, do you want to drag your belly so that other people can't beat you so they can only beat me? Hearing that, Luna turned her head away and did not look at Ellen at all, and just when Ellen was about to complain, her expression suddenly changed. Wait, Ellen. Don't even think about turning off the topic. Alan thought of his mother's thick feather duster, and the fear of pain made the little Ravenclaw eagle feel a little hairy. I have a hunch. Luna's light silver eyes turned to Ellen, with a piece of unerased double skin milk at the corner of her mouth, and her ethereal voice was slightly higher than in the past. It's time to get the invisible cloak. Someone put their attention on it. Who is it? Alan blurted out with his playful expression, Reaper. No, if it's the true owner of the Deathly Hallows, I can't feel it. But don't be too anxious. I have a premonition. Luna leaned back in the chair and hiccuped comfortably. Quickly, in addition to knowledge, many businessmen have also begun to pray to me. In addition, my research on the old magic wand and the resurrection stone has given me a certain fate connection with this cloak. It should be only some mortal beings interested in it. Maybe the name of the invisibility cloak has been mentioned too much, which makes me have a hunch. Then say, won't the of death also perceive it when we talk about them? Alan expressed the worry in his heart. Novel.com I mean, he is at least a true god. If he is willing to come to the mortal world, he can really feel it, but now he is in the underworld. Luna continued to scoop up the double skin milk, but the creation of the of death can still be felt in the underworld after the change of ownership. He shouldn't be so leisurely and slow. Helena, don't run around recently, just stay in the temple or at home. Helena just did not make a sound when her father asked her mother to pit him and talked later. At this time, she responded after hearing the instructions, yes, Mother. Reaper can move better. It's better than just worrying about us in the dark. Alan tapped his fingers on the table. The invisibility cloak. Dumbledore. It could also be Voldemort. Tom. Time is not looking for the old wand. He may have figured out something about the Deathly Hallows. When the little Crouch pretended to be Mad-Eye, He knew that Harry had an invisibility cloak. Maybe Tom had heard it from him. Some self-talking generally finished the analysis. Alan stood up. "You can go to bed after you eat, Helena. Take care of your mother. I will go out now to avoid night dreams." "Well, I will go to Granville first." The Fender Lounge took the things back, and then went to Tom to teach him another lesson. It happened that our economy was in a recession recently, Chapter 1144 I Hate You, Little Monster. In the Moselle region of Germany, dense vines surround an avant-garde-designed manor. The owner of this winery is a wizard from Mull. Obviously Voldemort led the Death Eaters to occupy this winery. Most of Benzona's family has died. Only a few core family members are left, controlled by the Death Eaters with imperious curse, making them show their faces from time to time to cover up the facts. "Master, I'm going to set up the meeting room." Bellatrix's excited voice sounded sharply. Even shortly after the baby was born, the witch did not become more rounded. Motherhood did not relieve her. The crazy color in the eyes. "Bella, some people don't need to have a place anymore." Voldemort followed Bella's tone and tilted his head slightly to the side. The vicar's eye bulged in his eye socket and stared at Bellatrix. The spiderweb-like black veins surrounding his eye sockets make his face look even more terrifying. Lucius once again brings us good news. Those pureblood families finally realize who is worthy of allegiance. "Yes, the Master always expects things like a god." Bella hurried out excitedly and enthusiastically. The hem of Voldemort's robe rolled, and he walked outside the door, and Nagini was crawling beside him. Suddenly, in a quiet room in the corridor, a baby's cry sounded. Voldemort stopped and pushed open the door of Bellatrix's room. His cold eyes fell on the unattended, lying baby. On the baby girl. "Ugly thing. Why cry?" Voldemort hissed slowly. "This is actually not ugly." The baby girl, who inherited the beautiful appearance of Tom Riddle and her mother before entering Azkaban, stopped crying. Her pure blue eyes under her silver blue hair looked towards Voldemort, who appeared in her sight, showing a toothless cute smile. Voldemort was stunned at the strange expression. His snake face was twisted suddenly, and Vic's hand stretched out to draw the cradle closer. "You should be terrified of your father." Although his voice was very soft, it was full of chills. His scarlet eyes were fierce, and his pale snake-like face was distorted in front of his daughter into a face of unprecedented horror. The ice-cold breath of the Death Eater was enough to make any Death Eater knelt on the ground shivering, and Voldemort let out a low, creepy howl from his throat. Seeing all the changes in the Master's face, Nagini's snake body quickly climbed upwards, climbing higher and higher, directly blocking Voldemort and the baby. Its body was as thick as a human's big legs, completely blocking it. Nagini's eyes didn't blink without touching the child's face. His pupils were vertical, and he made a low, rapid hiss. "Nagini, that will make you weak." Voldemort followed, but he slowed down, his facial features no longer distorted. He caressed the giant snake carelessly with his slender fingers, his eyes still looking at the snake. "No, the scared baby." The giant snake dangled obediently and lowered itself, leaving the baby girl fully exposed to Voldemort's eyes again. The baby girl's gaze did not leave Voldemort's body at all. When she just changed her face, her shallow brows frowned, seeming to be a little puzzled and scared. But after Voldemort's face returned to normal, she exposed to Voldemort again. Innocent and cute smile. Apparently she thought Voldemort was just playing with herself. "I hate you ... little monster." Voldemort slowly raised his chin, grunted at the baby indifferently, and then took Nagini out of the room and closed the door, ignoring the baby who was crying again inside. The dining room of this winery is already full of silent Death Eaters. Some people of status are sitting next to the well-decorated long dining table, while other commonly used furniture in the room has been randomly pushed to the wall. Those black wizards of low status can only stand around. The door of the meeting room automatically opened to both sides with a heavy crunch. Voldemort's leather boots stepped on the smooth marble tiles, and the sound broke the silence in the meeting room. The Death Eaters stood up and bowed until Voldemort left. When they reached the top of the long table, they dared to sit down. The pupils in Voldemort's original eyes remained motionless, and the eye of Vecna, which made his face even more terrifying, slowly swept across the Death Eaters present. No one dared to look at him. "Dear Lucius," Voldemort asked Lucius first, "tell others what you just notified me." "Yes, the Master. The pure-blooded families headed by the Bok family in the British magical world sent people to contact us. They recognized the authority of the Master." Lucius spoke slowly, but the pronunciation of every word was very clear. "They are now planning a larger-scale closure of business protests against the Harris family. I have already brought the resources that I promised to us before and promised to give us more support. Those humble bastards, selfish and hypocritical beasts." Bellatrix grinned. "It's just that those stupid people blindly believe in Harris, and they can't see these under his aura. Now they are waiting for them to show up. Yeah, these guys discovered the ambition of these greedy Germans." The people at the long table looked at Voldemort tremblingly, seeing that he hadn't reacted to Bayer's scolding, and one by one he agreed to scold Harris with the most vicious words he knew. "What kind of asylum country is the Sun trying to use, in an attempt to use us to help them deal with their hostile forces?" Voldemort's Vecna's hand suddenly closed, and there was a crack in the room. A stone sculpture. His head was squeezed into powder by invisible power. "Lucius, only those pure blood in Britain are not enough. Harrises now provoke enemies everywhere. You go to contact them. Contact those fairies. Contact those non-Harris asylum countries. Tell them, let them support your master. Just wait for Rudolphs to dig things up, and the floating city will be ours." Lucius bowed his head respectfully, and handed a dark green pocket embroidered with peacocks around his waist to Voldemort with both hands respectfully. "Master, this is the first batch of supplies they provided, mainly Jinjialong. Voldemort moved the fingers of his Vecna's hand, moved the pocket that had been subjected to the non-marking stretching curse into his hand and tied it to his waist. After possessing 2 Vecna artifacts, he obviously feels that his strength has been greatly enhanced under the blessing of this suit, and from it he has also mastered more dark knowledge that he had never understood before. After the previous and the Captain of Alan and the energy of being locked in a snow bottle, let the arrogant, he clearly realizes that he is not the opponent of the opponent, but the additional gains brought by equipping 2 Vecna artifacts at the same time make Voldemort very confident that he only needs to collect the third one. You read www.uukanzu. Combining other forces with Com will give him the capital to stand on the same position with the other party again. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded from the door, and several dark wizards walked in with their heads down, interrupting the conversation in the hall. One of them seemed to be taking the lead and bowed deeply to Voldemort. He had a German accent. "Master, we have news from Master Gregovich." He paused, almost begging. "We are a step late. There is no way to get him back. Just a few days ago, Master Gregovich returned to England under the of Dumbledore, and then he went to Floating City." Voldemort's wide-eyed Vecna's eye suddenly released a continuous red blood vessel-like ray, rushing towards the team leader incomparably fast. This small boss of a local wizarding crime group begging for mercy still stayed on his face, and was instantly wrapped in layers of red silk thread into a red cocoon, and then boom broke apart, but it was not ushered after the break. Rebirth, but death, eventually scattered into a grey dregs. "We have found out the whereabouts of the magic wand. Master is forgiving." The captain's subordinates were frightened, but at this time they wisely understood that they should first talk about the effect achieved instead of explaining the reason for the failure. "We infiltrated Master Grigovich's house, collected some information, and knew where that thing was." Chapter 1145? Bowbird Master. The old wand was taken by Gelot Grindelwald, not in Grigovich's hands. These shivering subordinates almost all knelt on the ground, waiting for the Dark Lord. He fell off, But Voldemort did not speak. One of the bolder ones quietly raised his eyes and took a peek at Voldemort and lowered his head as if he was immediately electrocuted. His voice trembled and did not dare to delay and continued, saying, "Grindelwald is being held in Newmangard. But he shouldn't have a wand in his hand." With sharp eyes swept over these trembling Death Eaters, Voldemort asked loudly across the table, and Vecna's eyes turned aside strangely, "How about, Yaxley? Until next Wednesday, you know the specific situation of Newmangard?" Lucius Malfoy squinted his eyes. His gaze fell on Yaxley with his chest puffed out. His cold pale grey eyes hung down without any emotional fluctuations. "Master, I must figure out the situation," Yaxley said. He also glanced at Lucius, as if he was determined to get some rewards to increase his position in front of the Dark Lord. "We have confidence in this aspect. Newmangard is not necessarily more horrible than Azkaban." The Death Eaters did not dare to go out and lowered their heads, waiting for Voldemort's instructions. Besides, wealth shouldn't be left in the warehouse again. Voldemort turned his gaze to the slowly rotating crystal chandelier above his head. "Lucius, Bella, give me a plan tomorrow." Lucius quickly responded, "Yes, Master. I will." "You all think about what you can do for the Master?" Bellatrix screamed. As the mother of the daughter of the Dark Lord, she has the resources to order the Dark Wizards to serve her. For a while, no one spoke, no one dared to move, only the crystal chandelier on the ceiling still rotated tirelessly. Some rain seemed to be heard outside the window, but the Dark Lord did not respond to Bella's question. The Death Eaters had the guts to speak. "Those horsemen are nothing, but apart from the dangerous undead, Harris has domesticated a lot of giants as armed forces. A new dragon farm has been built on the floating city, and that Ron Harris can transform into a venom leopard." Rabastan Lestrange pleaded gruffly, "Bella, we need more magical creatures and more corpses as cannon fodder to hinder them. We need to rebuild a real base. Floating city, those magic ships, and fire dragons." Since his brother Amicus Carlo died in the burrow and was turned into a blood eagle, Alecto Carlo has become haggard and gloomy, and hatred has accumulated into obsession and tyranny, constantly gnawing at her heart. If they turn on the anti-phantom shift, we need a flying vehicle to send us up if we want to attack. Flying broomsticks, flying cars, flying carpets, whatever it is. "Master, instead of letting these wastes continue to be silent and delaying more things, we should indeed let them all act." Lucius lowered his head to ask for instructions, a long platinum hair hanging behind him, and the light of a chandelier shone on his hair. "Shining, we still need more funds. I remember." It seems that Harris first announced that it was France. Voldemort's pale, slender fingers swayed randomly in the air and stood up and walked back. "Master, I'm going to look at these idiots, lest they mess up again." Bellatrix licked his thin lips, seeing that Voldemort had no objection, that she actually wanted to relax her killing, even jumping around. Jumping to pull Labstan and a few familiar Death Eaters out the door. Silhouettes disappeared into the void. Voldemort's leather boots rang in the marble-studded room, and Nagini snaked beside him. In this quiet manner again, the baby girl in the previous room heard the noise. The cry came again, and was accompanied by some low and trembling calls. The magic robe on Voldemort rolled, and when he had walked through the baby's room, he turned around, and the sound became louder as he got closer. Walking into the room, feeling the irritable magic from the direction of the crib, Voldemort's pale face looked at the baby girl, who has floated above the crib. She kept kicking her fat legs and holding her hands on the crib. "The edge allows myself to walk without floating." A black bird with a sad look and thin body. Its whole body is green and shiny, and it looks a bit like a malnourished little vulture. It flew in at some point and landed on a bed bell directly above the crib. "I showed my talent at such a young age." Voldemort raised his hairless skin that was originally at the eyebrows, The talent from me. Is it trying to catch the boy bird? Voldemort recognized the bird that had been stunned by the dangerous breath on his body. This magical animal is native to Great Britain and Ireland, but sometimes you can also see it in some parts of Europe. It should have been particularly shy. It should build nests among thorns, eat large insects and fairies, and only fly out when it rains. Usually hide in its shaped nest. The wizards are avoiding the bird's nest because they are afraid of hearing the heartbreaking sound, and believe that many wizards pass through the bushes and hear the birds scream, even if they don't see it. They also have a heartbreak illness. However, through the study of patients, it was finally shown that the bird screamed only when the heavy rain came. Since then, Bowbird became a smash hit as a family weather forecaster, but many people later discovered that it almost never stops screaming in winter, which is unbearable. And the feathers of birds cannot be used as quill pens because they repel ink. Today, similar to ravens, this ugly bird, also called the Irish phoenix, is still regarded as an unknown symbol by many superstitious wizards. Its appearance often brings some misfortunes to the wizards who hear it, and makes people suffer. Oh, it seems that this little monster like Delphi can't hold on anymore. Voldemort refocused his gaze on the baby. At this time, Delphi's hands that had no grasping power were almost unable to hold on, and the whole person went to the ceiling. The direction shrugged. The big snake Nagini bounced up, straightened up and leapt towards the crib, hovering himself directly into a ball, trying to use himself as a mat to catch the baby. Later, you were reading www.uukanzu.com. In the role of Magic Riot's Voldemort's daughter Delphi flew into the sky. She was so scared that she cried louder, her little hands scratched in the air. The whole body began to move like a bouncy ball, randomly bumping in the air, but so far she has not been injured because the invisible force bounced her back before her body actually touched the surface of other objects. Nagini seemed to be a little mad. It spit out snake letters, constantly trying to adjust its position and trying to grab her with its teeth while the opponent bounced down, but all ended in failure. It lasted for a while, as if a pair of invisible hands supported the little baby, and then steadily supported it back to the crib. The crib's guardrail was also deformed into a prison, which completely trapped Delphi. In the crib, the little bird was turned into a bird cage by the bell at its feet and trapped in it. Nagini leaned out his head, climbed higher and higher, and straightened his body. Seeing the baby girl lying back in the crib safe and sound, it turned its snake face to Voldemort, just looking at his unreleased arm. "Why?" Voldemort asked without emotion, and then turned around and was about to walk out of the baby room, but after Nagini's humanely shrunken snake mouth followed out of the room, a burst of flames appeared out of nowhere, illuminated the faces of Voldemort and Doki. Chapter 1146, Unexpectedly honest people will resist Harris Manor. Under the magnificent lighting of the restaurant, a mess of cups and plates on the table. Most of the satiated Harris have already left the room. Owen and Lun have left their seats and went to the study to communicate with the Ministry of Magic. Albert and Fleur have also left the dining table and returned to the room to live the Topperson world. Helga and Josephine in the portrait were also taken to the kitchen by Alan Clone. One of these three asked Cretcher to describe Ellen's recipe to her, and the other went to the kitchen to prepare some black pudding and then borrowed the stove and used flue powder to return to his home. The last Alan Clone was waiting inside. After the aunt left, she let herself dissipate in the restaurant. Only a few slow-moving and appetizing ones still stay here to eat and drink, but the stacked cups and saucers are even more chaotic. Daisy and Penlow are in liquidation. One of them has a good appetite and the other is that they don't want to waste the food Alan made. Morgan Le Fay collapsed in her seat, sipping lemonade little by little to promote digestion. She said to Emily, who was still trying to pull food in her mouth little by little, "Emily, don't eat if you can't eat." "Up." "No mother, I can eat some more. Alan made it specially for me." Emily replied obediently. Her hoarse voice was pitiful because of the cold, but after taking a few more mouthfuls, she finally got sick. "Emily, who has a bad appetite, doesn't seem to be able to eat it anymore. Just use a fork to pull it there. At the beginning, Emily, who is fond of sweets, ate up her double skim milk, as well as sauerkraut. She also ate a lot of appetizers. But when it was the last turn of the colored ballfish, her small belly had no room for it. It's okay, Emily, I will eat it up and don't waste it. Punlo had been waiting for this time, and she moved the chair directly in front of Emily, took her fork and crossed the color. The ballfish is dipped in the sauce and put it in her mouth. She didn't want to waste this opportunity to eat the dishes that Alan made by herself. Punlo, don't eat what's on her plate. Hermione twisted her brows and reached out to fend off Punlo's fork. She's still sick. Leave me alone, I never get sick. Punlo shrank back while holding the plate, and simply drove the fish into his mouth with a fork. Then I will clear the table. Daisy picked up the steamed fish plate on the table and swept it onto her own plate. The appearance of her eating so fragrantly made Emily, who had already swollen belly, regretted it. Eat a few more bites before putting on the plate. After a burst of fire, Alan and Anko appeared in the restaurant, and the witches who stayed in the restaurant realized that the bird who ate with them before did not know when they had already ran out. Alan's robe is still stuck with blood that I don't know if it is his own or an enemy. At this time, his white hair is stained with a lot of dust, as if he had rolled on the ground. What worries the ladies most is that his left cheek was peeling, and there were some dry and cracked dangling signs, like signs of dry spider webs. His phoenix was no problem. After it came in, it saw a table full of leftovers and clucked dissatisfiedly and headed towards the kitchen. Flew in, ready to continue eating. That was interrupted by Alan's call just now. Ellen, what are you? The plate hit the table with a crisp sound. Punlo stood up from the seat, his long legs leapt over to Ellen, and exclaimed, who hurt you? It became like this. Hermione pushed aside the chair and walked over. Her worried eyes fell on Alan's face. Daisy's unoiled hand touched it. The pregnant Morgan Le Fay did not have the dexterity of Punlo and Hermione. She helped her belly to stand up, walked around the chair with Emily's support, and walked towards Ellen, her voice hurriedly. It hurts like this. You are. What did you do? Don't worry, Mom, he's okay. Daisy retracted her hand, slightly relieved, and took out the same tone as she used to be a therapist at Street Mungo's hospital. This is okay, just like he did when he was a kid. Gray. Seeing the worried eyes of the witches falling on his cheeks, he quickly patted his cheeks, and the cracked dead skin fell off his face, revealing the new pink skin inside. I'm fine, the scars on my face have been replenished with the vitality of those Death Eaters. Seeing the oxidized dead skin that fell one after another, Alan squeezed a smile in embarrassment. He thought he had been cured before. I was relieved of this injury, but I didn't notice that the injured and dead skin was still hanging on the face, which shocked the family. Hermione reacted. Death Eater? Alan, are you going to trouble Voldemort again? Yes, this guy found 2 treasures, gained a lot of strength and gained some knowledge from them. He became a little crazier, and I don't know why. Tom resisted so fiercely and resolutely this time. Well, I took his eyes a few times. Alan tried to relax the others, but don't worry, although he is a bit more dangerous than I thought. But he is not my opponent. Hermione pursed her lips with red eyes, and shook her head in disapproval. Alan, you are not Harry and Ron. Don't you often ridicule us Gryffindor for being too reckless? If something happens to you just like the last curtain what do you want us to do? Teardrops on Emily's long eyelashes blinked, and the little girl seemed to be a little angry this time. You let us go out with a guard? Why did you go to Voldemort by yourself? What can you do now? Let the subordinates do the work. We recruited those people for these reasons. Why do we have to go alone? Alan, your life safety is always the first priority. You must first consider your own safety in everything you do. Morgan Le Fay touched the soft hair of his little daughter, and made sure that Alan was not in a big trouble. Shy's tone was a bit harsh. Yes, Alan, remember the time you broke your head and drapery when you played with a broomstick before enrolling? How worried were we? Daisy had some of her sister's aura at this time. Beware that Albert will kill you again when he knows. Fall down. Sorry, I was careless this time. I won't be so hasty in the future. Alan was a little overwhelmed by the bombardment of a group of witches. He approached Morgan Le Fay and helped his mother to sit down on the sofa. I am injured. Actually, we have already used Tom's vitality to fully recover. I don't think we need to tell my father about this to them, so they don't worry about it. You know, they were already frustrated by recent events in the magical world. Morgan Le Fay looked at Alan's embarrassed appearance. His heart softened, and he agreed, since Alan is not in a big trouble now, we really don't need to mention it again. But if you have another. Morgan Le Fay let go of a hand on his stomach and slapped Alan at the moon. I'm very good at the little spell Helga taught me. I don't dare anymore, mother. But you should also pay attention to your body. Alan felt a lot lighter in his mind that this matter could be resolved, but he immediately swallowed after hearing Helga's magic. I started to spit. Luna's situation was known to her mother, and Her Highness Moon Department probably couldn't please. Author's note: this split character is really the author's happy character. My note is only to make the Highness Moon Department appear 3 times! Exclamation mark. Everything is 3. Then Ellen, what did you go to Voldemort for this time? Daisy said, watching her mother slap her with joy and kindly come like this. Don't fight. Alan took out the dark green pocket embroidered with peacocks, took off the waste bag he was carrying, and put it on the coffee table. This time the harvest is not bad. Alan pointed to the dark green pocket and Hermione's hand smiled playfully. That was what Lucius had just brought to Tom, and it was filled with supplies from the Pureblood family to the Dark Lord. In addition, the part of the pocket they recently snatched from Europe wealth, Jinjialong, is not much. More need to be sold before they can be realized. Although I do not really intend to sell them, I still have to thank Tom for his generosity. Ellen, you are not short of money. Emily saw that Ellen was only for some Jinjialong adventures, and became annoyed. You also warned me to be careful when selling things that are compliant with the house. What, Emily, are you selling things from the responsive house? Exclamation mark. Hermione, as the president of the Female Student Council, couldn't sit still. Morgan Le Fay was also distracted. Emily, are you stealing things from your brother's school? Why didn't I expect to earn pocket money like this when I was in school? Daisy was very upset. I didn't have the conditions at home when I was studying. I was short of money. Emily, who said that she had leaked, was a little flustered. She found that everyone's attention had shifted from Ellen to her, and she didn't think of any good excuses for a while. Wait, I let Emily sell things. We are clearing the responsive house. Alan seized the opportunity by helping her sister to relieve her sister, and gave Emily a wave of favors, so she didn't have to fall into that kind of to the point of being blamed by everyone. He tried to avoid the seriousness and misinterpreted it lightly. Of course she did get some Jinjialong as pocket money. This didn't tell my mother that you really shouldn't. But let's talk about business matters first. Alan said sternly, this wealth is necessary, because we should announce on the TV that I have brought back their wealth from the Dark Lord, and return them to the victims in Europe, so that they will be like works of art. The things are returned to their original owners through divination and prediction as much as possible. As for those Jinjialong, let these victims go to their own Ministry of Magic to issue a proof of property loss, and then give a certain amount of compensation in proportion. Emily frowned and asked, but Ellen, what if the Ministry of Magic issues proofs for them in order to mess with us? It was announced in advance that their Ravenclaw Temple and the Umbrella will provide the Master of Pantheon to distinguish the authenticity. Fortune-telling predictions and veritaserum are all means. Alan paused. Of course. That is to say, this has to let everyone they all come to the Wizarding Bank of Hogwarts. And I don't plan to compensate him in installments at one time. So Hermione, you can ask the umbrella person to draw up a detailed charter for you. Don't come. It turns into that we recover the losses for them, but offended people because of the compensation ratio. Don't want them. I'll make a statistical decision myself. Hermione tied 2 seamless stretch pockets to her belt. and then went to the study to start planning. Waldorf eating full can make people lazy, but now these plans that she felt could help others made her seem to be injected with vitality. Emily, who had just been caught, didn't want to stay anymore. She took the opportunity to drive away. Daisy took the task of taking care of her mother angrily and helped her back to the room. After the others had left, Alan noticed that Punlo hadn't made a sound for a long time after standing behind him. He turned his head and sneered dryly, "Punlo, don't worry. I'm just careless." A moment, and Punlo just threw himself on his back, hugged Ellen with his arms, and put his head on his back. "Ellen, sorry, I'm useless. Not as good as Luna or as Hermione." Only then did Alan react. Punlo guessed that because Luna disappeared in the name of research and Hermione's contribution to important things such as the umbrella and the wizarding bank was a little inferior. "Today I asked Dad to rob Tom alone." Punlo realized that she was proud of her support for Alan's military force. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't think about Punlo." Alan grabbed Punlo's hand with his backhand. "If you accompany me today, I won't be hurt, right? It's just that I have become a habit of bullying Tom by myself today. I thought that honest people would resist." "Ellen, what is Luna doing lately?" Punlo didn't let Alan go and put his face on his back. He muffled and said unwillingly, "I can't read the scroll myself." "Punlo, she has something to do for the time being. You should just consolidate the learning step by step." Alan rolled his eyes after speaking. "By the way, I just got a news from the Death Eaters. www.mentalnovel.com. They went to rob the French magical world again today. It seems to be a response to our announcement of them as a country of asylum, but it is too late to stop. But your Red Umbrella department also happened to go there for this reason. France is stationed, and then protects and assists Fleur's compatriots." Alan pretended to blame Punlo. "Look, this is not the time for you to act. You just fell into a misunderstanding before, because the British wife feels that she is useless. How is it? How well are your people trained? Is there a problem with dealing with ordinary Death Eaters? Of course not. It's okay to deal with Alexandra's and mine." "Punlo," as Alan wanted to persuade and urge him down, she said sharply, "I'll order get them ready to go." "Wait, Punlo, don't go to France by yourself." Alan once recovered after seeing the witch and exclaimed, "Don't go by yourself. Tom has become a little more dangerous. Don't take risks. Let your people meet when he arrives. Tom will inform me. I mean we will go there together. Although I think he should know to condense after hitting him again today." He paused. "One more thing. Help I prepare an invisibility cloak made of invisible animal fur. Actually one every year. The authentic Harry's was lost at school tonight, and I have to compensate him a little. Although this thing will change over time, the lapse of time causes the invisibility effect to fail, but if one is given out every year, it will be enough for his kind of adventurous activities that just want to go to the campus at night." Chapter 1147? Really contagious. The next day, the wizards were overwhelmed by what the news media of the British magical world reported. Apart from multiple aspects, there was basically nothing to celebrate. Yesterday the threat of the Pure Blood family has come true. The workshops and shops under the family such as Boast and Pobbin officially announced that due to the recent policy of the British Ministry of Magic, they have begun to stop production and shut down all businesses. The goblins of Gringotts did not make any drastic actions except for protesting on the spot yesterday. They just reiterated that Gringotts would not agree with the new currency system that Harris Wizards Bank might launch. Although goblins from other countries, they also joined the condemning and protesting ranks. But Gringotts did not take some actions to close down business and damage his banking business, and did not give the Ministry of Magic a chance to find fault, let alone directly launch a rebellion like modern times. These cunning goblins knew they were. "Don't mess around first. The other purebloods that Harris provoke will take the lead." And just as the fairies thought, the wizards who lost their jobs and the shopkeepers who had lost their business because of the embargo sanctions of other countries before, gathered in some wizards under the instigation of the pure-blood family behind the scenes. Protests were fought in the gathering place, and they called for the Ministry of Magic to change the status quo and give them compensation and resettlement. After the Death Eaters were dispatched to successfully rob in the French magical world, Umbrella officially began to send armed forces to assist the local government in peacekeeping. It's not a big deal. In fact, although these opponents cannot accuse the Ministry of Magic for not sending the IRA to participate, they still criticize the Umbrella's use of human and financial resources to help the country on the other side of the sea under this kind of economic shock. In this regard, neither the British Ministry of Magic, the Umbrella, or the Harris family have stood up to respond. At this time, in the new mansion on the island in the heart of Lake Harris, she is really sick. She looks more uncomfortable than me. Emily's fingers entangled the tail of the little basilisk. Her light blue eyes blinked gently. I didn't expect my cold to be true. Will infect others. On the sofa, a thin golden and red blanket covered most of the witch's body. Under the action of the potion, her ears kept emitting white smoke, like a boiling teapot, constantly spewing water. Steam. These white mists covered her cheeks. The witch was lying on the sofa with her fluffy brown hair scattered on the armrest of the sofa. She stretched out her hand and pulled out the tissues on the side, and blew her nose heavily. Hermione held the tissues blankly and watched the TV blankly, only feeling that her face was hot, and she was so suffocated that she didn't want to speak. It was really bad luck. She thought it was too unfair. She was not near before I came into contact with Emily. I didn't eat the food she had eaten, and paid attention to hygiene everywhere, but instead of others, it was her who kept reminding others to pay attention. Ding dong, the sound of teaspoons hitting the teacup. Hermione couldn't help but swallowed, and she turned her head to see that Punlo came out of the kitchen with a saucer in his hand. There was a cup on it, and the teaspoon was still shaking inside to let the milk and tea fragrances be released. Come out. It looks very attractive. Is that black tea? Hermione was hopeful. Punlo raised the cup to Hermione and replied briefly, yes. Under Hermione's eager gaze, Punlo handed the teacup to her mouth, took a sip, and sighed comfortably after drinking. Because you have a cold, I added some juice to prevention. Hermione's eyes were sullen, her face rolled to the other side. We are a family of 5 and count on my salary alone. Our lives are tight. We don't have any savings, and now we don't even have a job. Woo! The wizard on TV whimpered sadly. The cry of the witches caught the attention of the witches. Yesterday you warned me. Punlo stood with his arms folded. Hermione, you are really sick. We didn't respond. It seems that Alan explained to you for a while. It won't be finished for a while. I'll take some people to see the situation. Punlo put the cup aside, tidied up his coat to see that he was about to go out. Wait, Punlo, I will go with you. Emily wrapped her little basilisk around her wrist and was about to follow. Don't go. Owen came to the study last night and told him that there is no need to announce the reasons and subsidies for the time being. They think they should wait for this matter to ferment for a while, which will arouse greater public opinion and attention. Hermione rubbed a bit of blockage nose, only pleaded for herself. And then she muffled and said, Emily, aren't you sick too? You should stay home to avoid getting worse. Emily sniffed back on purpose, coughed, and cleared her throat and said, Hermione, I'm almost done. See, Emily, your illness is cured. You should go back to Hogwarts to go to class. Hermione raised her head up on the sofa and told Emily. Emily sniffed back on purpose, coughed, and cleared her throat and said, Hermione, I'm not all well yet. Have you seen it? Emily's body is not so delicate, so she can't stand the wind. Punlo gave up the plan to go out when they saw that they had a plan, but there was a bit of mockery and gloat in his tone. Hermione had to temporarily give up her duties as the chairperson of the Hogwarts Girls' Student Union. She grabbed the thin blanket and patted herself on her body. Cretcher and the others, Morgan Le Fay and the others had a good meal last night, and the house elves went out to prepare the same meal today, Punlo said, deliberately taking another sip and making a comfortable smack. Hermione, who was repeatedly provoked, was annoyed. Sorry, no one of you found out that I am half deadly ill now? Emily tilted her head ignorantly. Hermione, do you need me to inform Ellen so that he can come back to take care of you? No, no need to. Punlo and Hermione stopped them almost indiscriminately. I mean www.mentalnovel.com. Alan is busy enough. He was hurt a bit yesterday. Let's not let him get distracted by small things like a cold. Hermione stopped talking and quickly pulled a tissue and pressed her nose with the secretions flowing out. But her gaze turned dissatisfiedly on Punlo, who was also making a sound just now. Isn't it enough to give you the potion? Okay. Punlo seemed to have weighed and compromised. I'll get you a glass again. But at this time the sound of the kitchen door being pushed and pulled, Luna touched her stomach, and walked out of the kitchen with her other hand supporting the wall. She saw Hermione and the others, hitting a milky smelly burp full. Luna, long time no see. Emily saw that Luna was eating too much in the kitchen, and couldn't help reminding, you have to pay attention to your figure. Some time ago, you loved to drink muls. Drinks make you grow a lot. Seems to have eaten too much recently. It seems to have gained a little more. Huh? Why didn't I see you when I was making tea in the kitchen? Also, what have you been studying in the temple lately? Punlo looked at Luna up and down, with a somewhat rude tone. You don't seem to be right now. What kind of hard research? Like Alan said. What are you doing to benefit the magic world? There is still time to come back to steal food, and dare you to say that you are usually very busy. Chapter 1148 Exercise without taking care of Punlo and Emily's questions. Luna's somewhat raised silver eyes fell on Hermione, who was lying on the sofa with a weak look. Fortunately, Luna's expression always looked surprised. Minutes. I can take care of her. Hermione's expression also eased, and she finally didn't have to deal with one big one and two bad guys when she was sick. You need Gordigan tea, Luna said in a daze, staring at Hermione as if she didn't need to blink her eyes. It used to be able to block the color ball fish with a big mouth. It was a bit spicy. You can just use it. It's great. But don't bother, Luna. You can do it yourself if you have anything. Hermione shook her head slightly with a strong nasal voice, her tone resolutely thinking of Luna's Gordigan tea. With the smelly big onion-like taste, Hermione felt that she had lost her appetite. Just now, because of the ease of being taken care of by someone, she realized that she should use Gordigan tea to treat a cold and let Luna take care of herself. The practice is not much better than staying with Punlo. Move over. Luna's protruding eyes met Hermione's reluctant brown eyes. She touched Hermione's leg and sat forward on the sofa, staggeringly said, You need company. After that, Luna climbed onto the sofa and lay down directly on Hermione's shoulders. Hermione was overwhelmed by the sudden squeezing, and she exhaled from the pressure. Luna, what are you doing? Luna leaned against Hermione, then rested her head on the armrest of the sofa, seeming to be reminiscing, and took Hermione's shoulder with her other hand, hugged Hermione's head in her arms, and said in a singing voice, Haley, it seems that Helga takes care of her when Na's sick, and I want to pass on the healing energy in my body to you. Feeling the warmth and softness of Luna's body, Hermione, who was unprepared, felt her whole body froze. Luna closed her mouth and let out a very weird, wave-like hum from her nose. This made Hermione's face flushed, and she felt that she was treated as a child by Luna, and Luna, who was actually a year younger than herself, had obviously taken herself into the role of mother. Okay, know-it-all, now you have someone to take care of. Punlo's lips shrunk after applying lipstick. She shook the teacup in her hand angrily, put it aside, and said to Emily on the side, Amy, let me take you to some dessert and add sugar. He said he walked out the door. Yesterday's double skim milk is not sweet enough. Emily has followed Punlo to the door, her voice a little hesitant. However, Punlo, I didn't feel the magic. Luna can really help. At least it helped us out. Punlo gloated at the sofa, and Hermione waved her hand because she couldn't explain the disadvantages of sweets. On the sofa, Luna's undulating grunt continued for a long time, and Hermione gradually relaxed. but she had to admit that this kind of childlike care was not bad. The sound of pedaling and the exclamation of the female voice made Hermione, who had almost fallen asleep in the singing, regained his energy. Daisy was stunned to see that Hermione and Luna huddled together on the sofa. The Mole movies The End of the Road and Classmate Love broadcast on Wizard TV flashed to her. In his mind, Ravenclaw, for Ravenclaw's sake, pay attention to one. Daisy, I'm just sick. After Hermione roared, she realized that her roar didn't look like she was sick at all. Her face flushed to the end. She half lifted her body and explained to Daisy, Luna's passing on her healing energy to me. Daisy folded her hands on her chest, glanced suspiciously at Hermione's still smoking ears, and said with comprehension, the next time you receive her energy, at least remember to hang a door handle. Sock. I'm trying to practice. Luna sat up naturally and turned her light-colored eyes to Daisy. My relationship with Hermione is not your relationship with Tonks. Daisy suddenly felt like she was choked in her throat. She couldn't say how to reply. She raised her arms and slapped high, trying to beat Luna with her teeth and claws. Then Luna and Daisy started chasing noise around Hermione's sofa. Under the influence of these shrill laughter and noise, Hermione, who was forced to accept her expression, completely returned to sickness. She lay wearily on the sofa. Ravenclaw, look at Ravenclaws for sake of it. Just leave me alone. Poor little furry thing. As a big sister, Daisy still has some experience in caring for people than others. She stopped and asked, Hermione, do you want me to prepare some chicken soup for you? Mom is catching a cold. Do it for us. That's great, Daisy. I haven't seen you cook. Huh? I'm going to buy 3 broomsticks. Ouch. Ahem. Before Daisy could finish her words, Luna staggered from behind, causing Harry's eldest sister to also pounce on Hermione and let her cough out again. Luna, who was originally chased by Daisy, was not noting the conversation here. She went around and turned into a situation as if she was chasing Daisy. This also made Hermione fully realize how unreliable the witches around her were, but she didn't want to worry about her parents and Alan's mother, who was pregnant, so she just bounced and drove Luna and Daisy out of the living room. Hermione, who seemed to have exhausted her last strength, drove the people away back to statelessness, and then returned to the sofa. At this time, Luna and Daisy were no longer in her ears, and the whole living room was quiet, which made her heavy. My head felt a lot more comfortable, but this kind of comfort didn't last long. The hall door opened again. Leave me alone. Ellen! Hermione yelled impatiently, only to see Ellen coming in from outside the hall. And because of her roar, Alan was obviously a little confused, a little stupidly still carrying 2 old hens. Hermione, sorry, Ellen. I thought it was someone else. Hermione was emotionally active, and she couldn't help but smile, but then she asked in surprise, why are you back? I told Punlo and the others not to said. Luna told me you have a cold and want to drink chicken soup. I went to the new burrow to find Mrs. Weasley and caught 2 fat chickens she had raised in the old burrow. Alan walked over to look at Hermione's with a look. He reached out and touched Hermione's forehead, but her body temperature rose instantly. This thing blames me and caused you to work overtime last night. As he said, he clapped his hands. After the housekeeper Maggie appeared, instructed, Maggie, stew chicken soup according to Mother's recipe. After it is done, take a bowl to remove the top layer of slick oil and bring it over. You and Cretcher should also remember to drink a little, which can prevent it. Also 58 for comfortable author's note. There is a custom in the West to drink chicken soup after catching a cold. Novel.com. It is said that there are ingredients in the analysis of chicken soup to treat colds, but Chinese medicine believes that chicken is a fat, and you can't drink it when you have a cold, so you should listen to it. Whose? Maggie will add more parsley when we start the pot. Maggie took the old hen from her owner. Cretcher ate the sauerkraut pot yesterday. He may not want to eat anything today. At this time, Hermione's attention was a little involuntarily placed on Alan's neck. His hood was slightly loosened, revealing part of his white skin, and his pale hair had covered his ears. and only the earlobes were exposed. Ellen, you don't have to be so troublesome. Hogwarts still needs. I have no class today, but the position of the principal is not busy. Have you ever seen Dumbledore just wandering around on campus? This will make teachers and students uncomfortable. Alan waved his hand, a little distressed, looking at Hermione. Besides, I haven't taken care of people much before, so I can just exercise today. Hermione looked at her with eyes that were a little protruding because of the widening. In her opinion, it was more clear and charming than the black lake surrounded by mountains and reflecting the blue sky. For a while, Hermione only felt that even the old hen, who was struggling in the hands of Maggie, was a bit pitiful. Her trembling wings were a bit cute. Of course, the hens didn't think so. They escaped the Death Eater's attack on the burrow, but they didn't. A cold _ Chapter 1149? The invisibility cloak is really lost. Hogwarts Gryffindor is located in the boys' dormitory on a tower. This room has 5 little lions. The dark red flannel curtains dangling from the bed with 4 pillars each sway. The suitcases were scattered all over the floor, and all kinds of personal clothing used to prepare for the Hogwarts week to go out were thrown everywhere. Harry came out from the bottom of the bed, panting heavily. He felt a bit of cool breeze blowing on his face through the big window, but this did not dispel his frustration. He wiped the sweat off his face. It's really gone. Ron ... I really lost my invisibility cloak. It won't be invisible because it fell on something, right? Ron continued rummaging through the pile of clothes on the ground, like a blind man or a highly myopic patient, stroking things in front of him little by little, hoping touched some invisible touch. I haven't had time to use it this semester. I clearly remembered putting it in the corner of the cabinet, behind the college scarf. Harry slumped on the floor against the edge of the bed, and he pulled the thick one, the golden and red college scarf, with his face buried in it. Only then did he feel that he was too dissatisfied with this treasure in normal times, and it made Harry's voice tremble a little. That's a relic left by my father. I lost it. Now you are so flustered, so you can't find it for a while. Maybe we calm down and we will remember where we put it in a while. Ron sat down beside Harry and threw the clothes in his hands. He went back to the pile of clothes, and then put his arms around his friend's shoulders and tried to comfort him. Do you remember when we helped Hagrid to send the grumpy Norwegian Spiny Norbo in the first year? Oh, I mean, Norbita. Charlie found out it's actually a female dragon, isn't it? I recently saw Hagrid in the dragon farm trying to make it remember that he was its male mother ... but it's useless. Hey. Harry sighed, and then reminded his friend that the topic was off. Ron. What did you just want to say? Oh yes, Harry, do you remember that after we sent Norbita away that day, when we went downstairs with Hermione, we left the invisibility cloak on the tower and went downstairs without wearing it? Ron said in front of co-participant Harry. Starting from this, the usual shame is gone. I mean, did you fall somewhere again? Ron, I just told you that I didn't use him this semester. Harry realized after roaring that he shouldn't have such a bad attitude to his friends who have been with him. Sorry, but Ron, this time I promise that I did not lose it myself. It's okay, Harry ... But I asked the fat lady just before I came in. She said that no one had been in or out of the common room after the curfew last night, and the lion statue in the lounge also said that no one else was traveling at night except yourself. Ron got used to Harry's attitude a long time ago, but why did you want to use it last night? It hurts again when I slept last night. Harry stretched out his fingers and pressed them tightly on his forehead. Under his fingers, he seemed to feel a lightning-shaped scar left last night. Hot pain. We are very frequent in the 5th grade, but rarely in the 6th grade, but it seems to be more this year. Dumbledore told me that after Voldemort used this connection I rarely want to let me see what he is watching ... even on vacation, but since the summer vacation, this connection seems to be restored again. It hurts again. What did you see this time? Ron immediately sat upright, and put his hand on Harry's shoulder worriedly. Maybe he wants to use this to lure you to where, Harry, Now the mysterious man did not dare to come to Hogwarts. Maybe he used this trick to lure you out. I heard my father said when they chatted with Lupin that the mysterious man would not easily give up the prophecy he believed in. No, Ron, it's not like that. I think Voldemort is more crazy. He can't notice this. Harry shook his head and denied. I can feel his anger, I can feel the destruction in his heart. All the irritability, but the stubbornness and helplessness he had to endure. He was very humiliated. He tried to resist, but found that he still couldn't beat him, and he couldn't drive Alan away. I could feel that he was so angry that he was dizzy. No. No kidding, I even started to worry about whether he would have a cerebral hemorrhage. Well, this is a disease that tends to appear when moles get older. You know, Voldemort is not too young. Anyway, at least he still has a Horcrux in the Goblin's Gringotts vault. He can't die of any brain or blood. It's a pity, Ron said with a bit of frustration, and then he wanted to understand what his friend had just said, exclaimed, "Wait, Harry, you mean Alan went to trouble him again last night? Did he win again? I didn't see any reports in the news today." Yes, Ron. Alan didn't know what method was used, and Voldemort was also surprised. He asked Alan whether he had arranged a counter-prophecy detection barrier or was teleported to him so accurately by Alan. Harry said, "It seems that I was still surprised by the scene in my memory last night. The battle between Alan and Voldemort and the others is not something we can imagine and participate in. If I say, Voldemort has a real problem in his brain, he will think I am what savior can kill his people." Harry, you have to believe in prophecies. I used to think that as long as the interpretation is miserable, Professor Trelawney will be more pleasing. But you know Alan's attitude towards prophecy. He is not Deng, who has not taken a prophecy class. Bloodo, he cares about this course. He has interpreted many of Professor Trelawney's predictions to us, but they have actually been fulfilled in a way that we didn't notice, haven't they? Ron said naggingly. So, Harley, maybe you are far less powerful than Dumbledore, Alan, or the mystery of the gods, but maybe the result of that prophecy will appear in ways we can't even imagine now. Prophecy can be changed, but let me say that the mysterious man is too feudal and superstitious. Maybe the Mole orphanage taught him, you know. He will be much poorer than when I was a kid. He is willing to believe this to prove his extraordinary. Voldemort is quite extraordinary this time. He didn't know where he got himself a very scary eye. This time he was hitting much better than before. Alan didn't pay attention to the red rays from Voldemort's eyes on his face. Although he didn't know how to dispel Voldemort's suspicion soon, he still seemed to be sucked away a lot of life force. It looked terrifying at the time. Harry pressed his scar and tried to recall the scene in his dream. Then his tone was a little cheerful. "Don't worry, Ron. Alan quickly listed Voldemort's men and used the vampire touch he taught us. He used it without directly touching the dark wizards. He recovered quickly. It's not good news that mystery people are getting better." Ron shook his head. "Remember today's news? The Death Eaters looted in France once, and the Umbrella guys have officially started to go to France. I have one. My cousin is working on the Umbrella, and I got a lot of props from George and Fred before ... and made my mother very nervous and worried that he would die. In fact, Ron, Alan can still deal with him. Alan robbed Voldemort last night. Before Voldemort started the fight, he mocked Alan's announcement of the country of asylum. In short, this angered Alan. At the end, when they confronted, he kept asking Voldemort for compensation. Voldemort couldn't help Alan in the end, and he really gave Alan a pocket under his passiveness. He was letting him go. Mysterious people have been robbing and killing other people for so many years. I was robbed by Alan this time? Exclamation mark. This is really cool. Alan can be rich this time. Ron felt that he had been robbing mysterious people in the past. The fear seems to be much smaller because of this. And then his face stagnated. This is not right, Harry. There are reports in the morning that there are people who are still complaining to Alan, who spends money to send his own company's wizards to help others in a bad economy. People in the country have a lot of criticism. But if Alan actually robbed the mysterious person, why wouldn't he respond? Ron shook his head. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. No, it's not right, Harry. Alan is not short of money. Have you noticed that Hermione, who manages the umbrella, is also taking sick leave, plus Luna before? Okay, the crazy girl doesn't count, but if you want me to say, Hermione must be doing something big with Alan behind. Those pureblood families and goblins who don't deal with Harris may be unlucky. It's a pity that Alan may have missed a treasure room last night. Harry waved his hand vigorously. Unfortunately, Alan may have missed a room last night. I found him fighting through the eyes of a mysterious man. I took a few sneak peeks and tried to lead Alan to the other side in the battle. Maybe there was Voldemort's secret or treasure in that room. Unfortunately, Alan missed. Anyway, it's better to grab some money back anyway. It's better than leaving it to Voldemort. Ron shrugged. Then his expression changed again. Wait, Harry. Aren't we talking about your invisibility cloak? If it really disappears, we have to tell the Order of the Phoenix. Ron paused. Maybe there is a school? The student's property is lost in the school. Maybe Alan can help you find him? The divination asked me to say that Professor Bittaloni is great. Did you notice that his eyes would change? Percy said when he was flattering that it was the prophecy of the first generation of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. And even if I can't find it back, I think he is also happy to give you some compensation. Maybe you can buy an invisibility suit made of invisible animal skins yourself. George is secretly selling this stuff. Don't tell others. Chapter 1150. Variety. Right. We have to tell the Order of the Phoenix. And there is news that the mysterious people have become more powerful. Many people are in Germany without telling them that they will suffer a big loss. Harry worried about the strength of the mysterious people and remembered himself. The invisible cloak was very anxious. He scratched his tousled black hair, stood up and took Ron to the door. Let's go. Let's find Professor McGonagall. No, Harry, we can't go. Ron grabbed Harry, and then a little shy. We just got her training in the transformation class. And we can't actually lose this theoretically contraband. Tell the professor, especially Professor McGonagall. Think about it, how many points she will deduct us in the question. Alan won't care. It doesn't mean that Professor McGonagall is the same. Harry's mouth opened and closed again, wanted to say that Professor McGonagall knew that he had the invisibility cloak, but thinking of Professor McGonagall's sternness, he would definitely reprimand himself for losing even if he didn't deduct points. Dong and the behavior of trying to contact Voldemort. He quickly gave up the idea of reporting the matter to his dean, and closed his red eyes because of lack of sleep. Then we go to the West Tower. This incident was written into a letter to Sirius and told him to inform Lupin and the others. As for the compensation from the school, let's forget it. Alan and the others have been very busy lately, and there is no need to let them bother about our trivial matters. Harry and Ron then came to the round common room in Gryffindor. Ginny, who had just come out of the girls' dormitory, saw her boyfriend and brother in such a hurry. She put her red curly hair casually close to the back, walked towards them. What are you two going to do this afternoon? Are you going to the library to do your homework? Hermione is not going to have to do it ourselves. And a white skeleton with nothing on, holding a stack of books, followed behind Ginny, and crunched towards them. Go away, Ginny. Harry and I have business to do. Ron said to his sister angrily when he heard the homework. Also, be careful when I write to my mother, you know she still doesn't want us to use dead people. Help us do things. Oh, then I can just write to tell her that you have been deducted by Professor McGonagall again. Ginny was a little annoyed. Also, I don't want to worry about you. I actually want to ask Harry what I said. Ginny, I'm sorry, I can't go yet. I have to go to the Owl House in the West Tower to write a letter to Sirius, and I will come to you later. The situation is like this. Harry quickly and skillfully stopped the two brothers and sisters who want to argue with each other, and then tell their girlfriends roughly, Harry, I have to go to the library first. I have an appointment with a Ravenclaw senior sister, and she promised to give me some guidance. Come and find me later. Ginny said and went to the common room with them. At the doorway to the outside, He stopped and waved goodbye to her boyfriend apologetically. After Harry and Ron got rid of Ginny, they quickly shuttled through the wide corridor. At Hogwarts now, just like Ginny's practice, Baysensen's head can be seen everywhere, and some skeletons are not even complete. Under the assault training this year, the students have got rid of the initial fear. I am used to having these undead creatures around to serve them. In fact, apart from the slightly weird picture, for the students, they really feel that the new semester life is more enjoyable for them. Especially the Wizards of Ravenclaw. These ravens especially like to use undead creatures to serve themselves to save their time wasted on ordinary trivial matters. They actually learn faster than the Slytherin snakes, and are accustomed to these spells. And only the Wizards of Hufflepuff in the 4 academies are prone to be more willing to do their own hands. Although they have learned these spells at the request of the school, they are not far behind. Disturb the dead with little things even if they know that these low-level skeletons don't have any sense of self. In addition to the undead beginning to roam the campus blatantly, Hogwarts has also undergone major changes in the new semester. The school no longer restricts the types of pets students bring, and creatures that are not too dangerous can be brought to the school. In order to show their family strength, some Slytherin purebloods have also engaged in the 3-headed rune snake produced in Burkina Faso, a small African country, under the embargo. In the rune alphabet, it is called used to represent the number 3 according to the written record of the snake Lokiang. The 3 heads of the snake have different functions. The head on the left is a planner. It will decide where the snake should go and what to do afterwards. The head in the middle is a fantasist. It often stays motionless for several days, indulging in glorious visions and fantasies. The head on the right is a critic. Its teeth are very poisonous. It will constantly comment. On the left and middle too. The practice of being tall, making an irritable hissing sound. There are often runes without a right head, because the remaining 2 heads often criticize them on the right side, and jointly bite it off. Also because the 3 heads will attack each other, such as the lifespan of a snake. Many Hufflepuffs have raised moon beasts, and they have been taken out during the day when they are shy and usually only appear at night. This creature has 4 slender thin legs and 4 flat ones underneath. The big feet have a pair of bulging eyes on the head, and if the dung of the moon beast can be collected before sunrise, it can make the magic plants grow fast and strong, which is why they are so popular with the little badgers. This kind of creatures will perform very complicated dances when they are courting, which causes them to leave intricate geometric patterns in the wheat field. This kind of thing that is turned into a crop circle by moles will make moles very confused. As for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, apart from the cubs who choose to look more ferocious in appearance and the kitties prefer birds a little, there is no special rule in general. Their pets are always strange. There are various reasons. Of course, apart from the students themselves, this did not make the professors and Filch happy, especially Filch. Even with the help of Mr. Handy, he often needed to replace these golems with different cleaning potions before taking them out. Those various pet feces. Compared with the magical animals, some changes still make the professors feel a little worried and happy. Especially like the curse Professor Flitwick. He is very satisfied with the growth of the students. Starting this semester, the corridors are not then limit the use of magic, and even encourage students to use a duel to resolve disputes with witnesses. Harry and Ron along the way. There are some wizards in every corner of the school practicing magic, playing with wands, simulated duels, and finishing repair work afterwards. Finally, there is something more conspicuous. The school is full of animagus. Many young wizards and witches are used to transforming into their own animagus and then wandering around the campus. They like to scare new students or repeat changes to show off in front of their peers who have not yet been able to transform, especially at the spiral staircase at Hogwarts. No wonder the founder of Ravenclaw left such a difficult spiral staircase. I bet she met the current situation. Her students can now become eagles and fly directly to the correct corridor. Students from the other 3 colleges, As we are now, we can only stand stupidly and wait for the stairs to move to the correct position. Ron leaned on the stair railing, waiting for the spiral staircase to turn in the right direction. His tone was full of jealousy. My head is the head bull, yours is a deer. They might as well become lions like other Gryffindors. At least they look very brave. Actually, I didn't dare to transform in front of Dean for the first few days. You see, did you look at the expression on my animagus neck when he became a lion? It seemed like he wanted to swallow me alive. Oh, we shouldn't change it ahead of time during the summer vacation. Alan has already announced the method, and it will only be a common skill for wizards. Harry pressed his hand on his scar again, and the scar suddenly went into flames. It hurts badly. Does the scar hurt again? What happened? Ron nervously supported Harry to avoid letting his friend fall down the spiral staircase. Every semester, several hapless people would go to the school doctor for a stay. Late, Potter. Say that. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Your godfather didn't let you learn occlumency, Snape said sarcastically, staring at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. If you decide to discuss something secret, then you should really reduce your voice. Just putting your mouth in disgustingly close to another person's ear to speak does not guarantee that you will not be heard by others. Professor, I don't think we have violated the rules in our conversation here. Harry gave Snape a face. He is now more satisfied with Alan's reforms with detailed rules and regulations. This is annoying to him. The old bat can no longer arbitrarily deduct Gryffindor's college points. Snape didn't speak with a sullen face until the stairs turned. He flicked his robe and walked upstairs over the two of them. On the third floor, Snape turned to the empty promenade. He came to an ugly giant stone beast. The chief of Slytherin stopped. He knocked the stone beast with his wand 3 times. Head. It was different from the previous days when Dumbledore was the headmaster. As long as he said the correct sweets password to the stone beast, he could enter the situation. At this time, the stone beast sounded a little dull, and began to ask a riddle like Ravenclaw was resting. You look at me, and I look at you, but you use your eyes to see, and I don't use it, because I don't have eyes. You can say, and I can say, but you have a voice. I have no voice, and I have my lips together.